Boundaries, When to Say Yes, When to Say No by Dr. Henry Cloud and Dr. John Townsend. My introduction about the book. Imagine waking up every day feeling like your life isn't your own. The demands of work, family, friends, even strangers pull you in 100 directions. You smile politely while silently screaming inside, "When do I get to live my life?" This isn't just exhaustion, it's a life without boundaries. And it's exactly where Sherry, the woman whose story opens boundaries, when to say yes, when to say no, to take control of your life, finds herself. Sherry's world is a storm of obligations she never agreed to, but somehow feels powerless to refuse. A demanding boss, a high-strung friend, a lonely mother, and a marriage that feels more like a one-sided battle. It's no wonder she feels defeated. And yet, there's something painfully familiar in her story. Maybe it's the mother who can't say no to her children, the employee who can't speak up to a controlling boss, or the friend who's always giving but never receiving. Maybe it's you. Dr. Henry Cloud and Dr. John Townsend, renowned psychologists and counselors, step into this chaos with a lifeline. They call it boundaries, not walls to isolate yourself, but lines that clearly define what is yours to bear and what isn't. They don't just preach take control of your life like so many self-help gurus. They show you, through vivid examples and deeply relatable stories, how to build boundaries that protect your time, your energy, and your soul. Their journey to uncover the truth about boundaries began years ago in their work with individuals who, like Sherry, were trapped in lives that didn't feel like their own. With compassion and clarity, the authors draw from psychology, personal counseling sessions, and even scripture to craft a guide that resonates with the heart. The result is a book that's part therapy session, part practical toolkit, and entirely life-changing. But this isn't just a manual for fixing problems. It's a mirror reflecting the struggles of modern life. Think about the friend who calls at all hours, draining you of energy you barely have. Or the coworker who dumps their unfinished tasks onto your desk because you're so good at it. Or the partner who mistakes your love for a blank check to avoid their own responsibilities. These are the silent crises of a boundaryless life, and they're more common than you think, and yet there's hope. With warmth and wisdom, Boundaries reveals a way forward, a life where saying no isn't selfish but sacred. Where helping others doesn't mean sacrificing yourself. Where relationships flourish, not falter, because the lines are clear and love can flow freely. This book isn't just about setting limits, it's about reclaiming who you are. So, if you've ever felt like Sherry, lost in the noise, struggling to find your voice, this story is your story. And boundaries might just be the answer you've been searching for, so let's get into it. Welcome to a channel designed to transform your wasted time into something truly valuable. Here, every minute spent listening can be a step toward learning, growth, and self-discovery. Imagine using those pockets of time when you're working out, driving, cooking, or just waiting to dive into books that have left a profound impact on my life. These aren't just self-help titles, but a wide range of books, from classics to hidden gems, each one offering unique insights and lessons that changed me in some way or even saved me when I needed it most. I'm Parsa, and I created this channel as a personal archive of books that have been part of my journey. You'll find both well-known works and rare treasures I've stumbled upon, some summarized with the key details and spirit intact, and others in their entirety when copyright allows. I know from experience that even a few minutes of listening each day can make a difference. So wherever you are, let's make those spare moments count. Hit play and let's start exploring together. To Henry and Louise Cloud and John and Rebecca Townsend, whose training in boundaries made a difference in our lives, Part 1. A Day in a Boundaryless Life, 6 a.m. The alarm blared, shattering the silence of the early morning. Sherry groaned, her body still heavy with exhaustion from too little sleep. She fumbled to silence the noisy intruder, turned on the bedside lamp, and sat up, staring blankly at the wall. Her thoughts were sluggish, her mind tangled in cobwebs. "Why am I dreading this day?" she whispered to herself. "Lord, didn't you promise me a life of joy?" As the morning haze lifted, the reason for her dread came rushing back, the 4 o'clock meeting with Todd's third-grade teacher. Her memory replayed the dreaded phone call. "Sherry, this is Jean Russell." I wonder if we could meet about Todd's performance and his behavior. Todd, her strong-willed, spirited son. He was a handful at the best of times. He struggled to sit still to listen to his teachers or even to her and Walt. Sherry sighed, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. She didn't want to crush his spirit. Wasn't nurturing that fiery independence more important? Well, no time to worry about that now, she muttered, forcing her tired body out of bed and into the shower. I've got enough troubles to keep me busy all day. As the warm water cascaded over her, Sherry's thoughts shifted into gear, ticking off the day's endless to-do list. Todd 9 and Amy 6 demanded every ounce of energy she had. Balancing them with her job as a working mother often felt impossible. Let's see, fix breakfast, pack 2 lunches, and finish sewing Amy's costume for the school play, she mused. And all that before the carpool picks her up at 7:45. She thought back to the previous evening with a pang of regret. She had planned to finish the costume then, using her sewing skills to make Amy's day extra special. But her mother had dropped by unexpectedly, as she often did. Good manners dictated that Sherry play hostess, and another evening was swallowed whole. The memory of the conversation still stung. Mom, you can't imagine how much I enjoy your surprise visits, Sherry had said, carefully choosing her words. But would you mind if I worked on Amy's costume while we talked? Her mother's expression had darkened, her tone laced with the familiar sting of guilt. Sherry, you know I'd be the last to intrude on your family time. Since your father died, it's been so empty. How could I deprive you of time with your family? Sherry's stomach had knotted. The dance of guilt and obligation began as it always did. No, Mom, it's so special having you over. Really, now, why don't I make us some coffee? By the time her mother finally left late that night, Sherry felt frazzled and drained. Still, she told herself it was worth it if she had brightened her mother's lonely day, even as a pesky inner voice whispered, if you helped so much, why was she still talking about her loneliness when she left? 6:45 a.m. Dragging herself back to the present, Sherry struggled to close the zipper on her black linen skirt. Middle age spread already, she grumbled. This week I really need to start that diet. The next hour was pure chaos. The kids whined about getting up. Walt snapped, Can't you get the kids to the table on time? And Sherry fought to keep everything on track. Somehow, miraculously, she got the kids to their rides, kissed Walt goodbye, and locked the front door behind her. Taking a deep breath, she whispered a quick prayer. Lord, give me something to hope for today. 8:45 a.m. By the time Sherry rushed into McAllister Enterprises, her workplace as a fashion consultant, she was already late. Again, as she slipped into the weekly executive meeting, every eye turned to her and she muttered a quick excuse about crazy traffic. Her day continued in a blur until her phone rang just before lunch. The voice on the other end was unmistakable. Lois Thompson, a lifelong friend, was once again in crisis. Lois's life seemed like a never-ending series of disasters, and Sherry always felt obligated to be there for her, even though Lois rarely asked how Sherry was doing. Sherry listened sympathetically as Lois vented, giving up half her lunch break to console her. If all my advice had ever made a difference, Sherry thought bitterly, maybe it'd be worth it. But Lois hasn't changed in 20 years. 4 p.m. As Sherry prepared to leave for her meeting with Todd's teacher, her boss intercepted her. Jeff Morland was the kind of man who got things done, often at others' expense. Handing her a massive stack of papers, he said, This just needs a little editing. No problem for you, right? Sherry's stomach sank. It was 5 hours worth of work at least, but she smiled as always and said, Sure, Jeff. No problem at all. Dependable, reliable, faithful. Those words echoed in her mind, but they felt less like compliments and more like shackles. 4:30 p.m. John Russell was the kind of teacher every parent hoped for, understanding, thoughtful, and deeply invested in her students. She had a knack for unraveling the complexities behind a child's behavior, but today as she sat across from Sherry, her expression showed concern. He's not a bad child, Sherry, she began gently, her voice laced with reassurance. Todd is a bright, energetic boy. When he minds, he's one of the most enjoyable kids in the class. Sherry braced herself, waiting for the inevitable blow. Just get to the point, John. I know where this is going. I have a problem child, don't I? What's new? I already have a problem life. Jean seemed to sense Sherry's unease and pressed on delicately. The problem is that Todd doesn't respond well to limits. For instance, during our task periods, when the children are supposed to work independently, Todd struggles. He gets up from his desk, pesters other kids, and won't stop talking. When I remind him that his behavior is inappropriate, he becomes defiant, even enraged. Sherry's defenses flared. Maybe Todd has an attention deficit problem, or he's hyperactive, she suggested, clutching for explanations. Jean shook her head. We ruled that out last year after his second-grade teacher raised the same concern. The psychological testing showed no issues. Todd stays focused just fine when he's interested. I'm no therapist, but it seems to me he's just not accustomed to following rules. The defensiveness shifted inward. Sherry felt the weight of Jean's words pressing against her. Are you saying this is some kind of home problem? Jean hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. As I said, I'm not a counselor. But in third grade, most kids resist rules to some extent. Todd, though, he's off the scale. Every time I ask him to do something he doesn't like, it's as if World War III has begun. Since his intellectual and cognitive tests are normal, I was wondering. How are things at home? It was too much. The tears Sherry had been holding back broke free, spilling down her cheeks in a torrent of frustration and exhaustion. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking as sobs overtook her. For a moment, neither woman spoke. Eventually, Sherry managed to compose herself, digging through her purse for a tissue. I'm sorry, she murmured, her voice trembling. I guess this just hit me on a bad day. But then she paused, as if deciding whether to speak the truth. Finally, she looked up, meeting Jean's compassionate gaze. No, it's more than that. Jean, I need to be honest with you. Your problems with Todd are the same as ours. Walt and I, well, we struggle to get him to mind at home too. When we're playing or talking, he's the sweetest boy you could imagine. But the second we try to discipline him, the tantrums are unbearable. Honestly, I don't have any solutions for you. Jean nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression on her face. It helps me so much to know that, Sherry. At least now I know we're working with the same challenges. Maybe we can come up with a solution together. 5:15 p.m. rush hour traffic was a rare blessing in Sherry's chaotic life. For a brief moment there was no one tugging on her, no demands to meet, no problems to solve. She let the gridlock surround her like a protective bubble and allowed herself to breathe. At least no one can reach me here, she thought, her mind already drifting toward the next set of crises waiting for her at home. The kids' dinner, Jeff's project, the church retreat, and Walt 6:30 p.m. For the fourth and final time, dinner's ready. Sherry's voice carried through the house, louder than she'd intended. She hated yelling, but what else could she do? Her family seemed to shuffle to the table whenever they pleased, and by the time everyone arrived, dinner was cold. As always, the food disappeared in minutes except for Amy, who picked at her plate in silence. Sherry watched her daughter carefully. Amy, with her quiet, sensitive nature, had always been a mystery. She spent hours reading, painting, or retreating to her room to think about stuff. Honey, what kind of stuff? Sherry would ask. Just stuff, Amy would reply with a shrug. That was the wall between them, Amy's secret world, a place Sherry longed to reach but could never quite touch. She dreamed of mother-daughter talks, shared laughter, and afternoons spent shopping together. But Amy seemed locked away, and Sherry didn't know how to find the key. 7 p.m. halfway through dinner, the phone rang. Sherry glanced at the others. We really need an answering machine, she thought. This is supposed to be our time together. But then, as always, another voice spoke up in her mind. It might be someone who needs you. With a sigh, Sherry rose from the table and picked up the receiver. The voice on the other end was all too familiar. Hope I'm not disturbing anything, said Phyllis Renfro, the women's ministries leader from church. Of course not, Sherry replied automatically, forcing cheerfulness into her tone. Phyllis didn't waste time. Margie, our activities coordinator for the retreat, just cancelled. Something about priorities at home. Any chance you could step in? Sherry's stomach sank. She'd been looking forward to the retreat for weeks, a chance to leave everything behind, to wander through the mountains alone with her thoughts and prayers. The idea of solitude had been her lifeline, but taking Margie's place would mean giving that up. No, she thought, it's not possible. I'll have to say, the second voice interrupted. What a privilege to serve God and others, Sherry. Letting go of a little selfishness could make a big difference in someone's life. The familiar pattern won out. I'll be happy to help, Sherry said with practiced ease. Phyllis's relief was audible. Thank you, Sherry. I know it's a sacrifice, but that's what the Christian life is about, isn't it? Being living sacrifices. If you say so, Sherry thought, hanging up the phone. But in the quiet corners of her mind, she couldn't help wondering, when does the abundant part of this life begin? 7:45 p.m. dinner was finally over. Sherry stood in the dining room, watching her family disperse. Walt, as expected, had planted himself in front of the TV, eagerly waiting for the football game. Todd grabbed the phone, calling out to ask if his friends could come over to play. Amy, quiet as always, slipped away unnoticed to her room. The dishes sat untouched on the table. Cleaning up wasn't exactly a family affair, not yet anyway. Maybe the kids are still too young for that, Sherry thought to herself, trying to rationalize their lack of involvement. With a tired sigh, she began stacking plates and clearing the mess alone. 11:30 p.m. years ago, this would have been easy. Sherry could have tackled dinner cleanup, wrangled the kids into bed, and polished off Jeff's last-minute project, all without breaking a sweat. Back then, a post-dinner cup of coffee and the rush of adrenaline from looming deadlines were enough to transform her into Super Sherry. The nickname wasn't given lightly. But now, stress didn't energize her the way it used to. It drained her. Her focus was slipping, deadlines were getting harder to meet, and worst of all, she couldn't find it in herself to care like she once had. Still, sheer willpower carried her through most of the night. She had managed to complete nearly all her tasks, though Jeff's project probably wasn't her finest work. But that's not his fault, she thought bitterly. I said yes. Why couldn't I just tell him how unfair it was to dump this on me? No time for regrets. There was one more task for the night, the one she'd been dreading the most, talking to Walt. Sherry and Walt's marriage had started with so much promise. Where she had felt confused, he had been decisive. Where she'd been insecure, he had been strong. Together, they made a good team, at least. That's what Sherry told herself. She saw the gaps in their relationship and made it her mission to fill them. Walt lacked warmth and emotional connection, so she provided it for both of them. God has put together a good team, she used to say. Walt has the leadership and I have the love. But over the years, something shifted. Subtly at first and then more blatantly. His sarcasm began to sting, his dismissive tone grated against her attempts to express herself, and his demands for control grew louder and more insistent. The temper she once excused as job stress or parenting pressure now revealed itself in sharp, cutting words that she never imagined hearing from the man she'd married. Burnt toast, an overdraft in the checking account, forgetting to fill the gas tank. It didn't take much to set him off. Sherry began to realize the truth. This wasn't a partnership. It was a parent-child dynamic with her on the wrong end. At first, she told herself she was overreacting. There I go again, looking for trouble where there isn't any, she'd think. But the next angry outburst would shatter that fragile denial, leaving her hurt and questioning everything. Eventually, she concluded that Walt's behavior was her fault. I'd be angry too, she thought, if I had to deal with someone like me every day. She convinced herself that she was the cause of his frustration and criticism. And so she devised a strategy, a way to love Walt out of his anger. Step 1. Learn to read Walt. Sherry became an expert at interpreting his moods. She watched his body language, listened to the tone of his voice, and memorized every trigger. Lateness, disagreements, even her own anger, anything could set him off. Step 2. Backtrack immediately. If she sensed she'd crossed an invisible line, she would quickly backpedal. She'd apologize, stay quiet, or feign agreement, doing whatever it took to avoid escalating his temper. Step 3. Make up for it. She'd go the extra mile to prove her love and sincerity. Whether it meant dressing more attractively at home or cooking his favorite meals several times a week, she convinced herself it was what the Bible called her to do as a good wife. For a while, these steps worked. But the peace never lasted. Sherry was exhausted. Her efforts to calm Walt only seemed to make him angrier in the long run, and his growing temper isolated her further. Her love for him, once so strong, had eroded. What remained was a sense of duty, a commitment to the vows they'd made. But when she was honest with herself, Sherry admitted that most days she felt nothing but fear and resentment. Tonight she resolved things had to change. She couldn't keep living like this. Somehow they had to find a way to rekindle what they'd lost. With determination, she walked into the family room. The TV flickered, the late-night comedian wrapping up his monologue. Sherry hesitated, then spoke softly. "Honey, can we talk?" There was no response. She stepped closer and realized why. Walt had fallen asleep on the couch, his head tilted back, snoring softly. For a moment, Sherry considered waking him, but the memory of his biting words the last time she'd disturbed him stopped her cold. Instead, she switched off the TV, turned out the lights, and quietly made her way to the bedroom. The bed felt colder than usual, emptier as she lay there staring at the ceiling. It wasn't just the room that felt empty, it was her life. 11:50 p.m. Sherry lay in bed, staring into the darkness. The weight of the day pressed down on her chest like a heavy stone. She wasn't sure which was worse, her loneliness or her exhaustion. After a moment of deliberation, she decided it was the loneliness. With a sigh, she reached for her Bible on the bedside table, its worn pages offering a glimmer of solace. Opening it to the New Testament, she whispered a silent prayer. "Give me something to hope for, Lord. Please." Her eyes fell on the familiar words of Christ in Matthew 5 verses 3 and 5. "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth." Tears welled in her eyes. "But Lord," she murmured aloud, "I already feel like that. I feel poor in spirit. I mourn over my life, my marriage, my children. I try to be gentle, but I just feel run over all the time. Where is your promise? Where is your hope?" "Where are you?" The room remained silent, offering no reply. The only sound was the soft pit-pat of her tears as they rolled down her cheeks and onto the open pages of her Bible. The words blurred beneath the weight of her sorrow. What's the problem? Sherry's story is all too familiar. She's trying her best to live a good life, to be a good wife, a good mother, a good employee, and a good Christian. And yet something is clearly wrong. Despite her efforts, her life feels like it's falling apart, and she's drowning in emotional and spiritual pain. If we're honest, most of us can relate to Sherry's struggle. Her isolation, her helplessness, her confusion, and above all, her sense of losing control resonate deeply. Parts of her story might even mirror our own. By understanding her challenges, we might begin to see answers for ourselves. What's not working for Sherry? Several things stand out in Sherry's approach to life, trying harder. Sherry isn't lazy. She pours every ounce of energy into her responsibilities, yet the harder she tries, the worse things seem to get. Fear-based niceness. She bends over backward to please others, driven by a fear of conflict or rejection. But her efforts don't bring her the intimacy or respect she craves. Over-responsibility. Sherry carries the weight of everyone else's problems, her mother's loneliness, her boss's disorganization, her friend's endless crises, her church leader's guilt-laden expectations, and her husband's immaturity. She believes it's her duty to fix everything, yet she feels like a miserable failure. These patterns point to a deeper issue. Sherry struggles to take ownership of her own life. Instead of defining what is hers to manage and what isn't, she blurs the lines and takes on burdens that were never meant for her. The biblical foundation of boundaries. This confusion isn't new. From the very beginning in the Garden of Eden, God outlined the concept of ownership. He told Adam and Eve, "Be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air and over every living creature that moves on the ground." We are made in God's image, designed to take responsibility for certain tasks. But knowing what is our responsibility and what isn't requires wisdom. Without clear boundaries, people who try to do everything eventually burn out. Sherry's lack of boundaries has created ripple effects across her life. It affects her ability to discipline Todd, her son, who struggles with limits and self-control. It distances her daughter, Amy, who retreats further into her private world. And it's deeply embedded in her relationships with her husband, her friends, and even her church. What are boundaries? Just as a homeowner sets physical property lines to define where their land begins and ends, we need to set mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual boundaries in our lives. Boundaries help us understand what is ours to manage and what isn't. Without them, as Sherry's story shows, life becomes chaotic and unmanageable. Boundaries aren't just a personal issue, they're one of the most significant challenges Christians face today. Many sincere believers struggle with questions like, can I set limits and still be a loving person? What are legitimate boundaries? What if someone gets upset or hurt by my boundaries? How do I handle requests for my time, love, energy, or money? Why do I feel guilty or afraid when I think about setting boundaries? How do boundaries align with submission? Aren't boundaries selfish? These questions often stem from misinformation about what the Bible says regarding boundaries. Many people are taught that saying no is unloving or selfish, but this misunderstanding leads to a host of emotional and relational struggles, including depression, anxiety, guilt, shame, and even marital problems. A roadmap for healing. This book provides a biblical perspective on boundaries, what they are, what they protect, how they are formed, how they're damaged, and how to repair them. It answers the tough questions about setting limits and offers practical guidance to help you live the life God intends for you. Boundaries aren't about selfishness or rejection, they're about living in alignment with God's design. By understanding and implementing them, you can achieve healthier relationships, greater peace, and a life that reflects God's purpose for you. What does a boundary look like? It began like many conversations I've had before, a pair of worried parents sitting across from me, their faces etched with concern. They had come seeking help for their 25-year-old son, Bill. We need you to fix him, the mother said, her voice tinged with desperation. Where's Bill now? I asked, glancing at the empty chair beside them. Oh, he didn't want to come, the father replied with a shrug. Why not? I pressed. Well, the mother hesitated, he doesn't think he has a problem. Maybe he's right, I said simply. The surprise on their faces was immediate, their eyebrows arching in unison. What do you mean? The father asked, leaning forward. Tell me about it, I said, inviting them to share their story. And so they did, recounting years of frustration and heartbreak. Bill, in their eyes, had never quite measured up. From his early years, he had struggled. Now, as an adult, he was grappling with drug use, unable to hold down a job or finish school, and keeping questionable company. They loved their son deeply, anyone could see that. But their love had turned into an exhausting cycle of trying and failing to help him turn his life around. We've done everything we could, the mother explained. We gave him everything he needed. Plenty of money at school so he wouldn't have to work and could focus on his studies. But when he flunked out or just stopped going to class, we always found him another school, somewhere we thought might be better for him. As they spoke, their pain was palpable. But so was their confusion. They couldn't understand why nothing had worked. When they finished, I leaned back in my chair and said something that caught them completely off guard. I think your son is right. He doesn't have a problem. For a moment, they just stared at me, their expressions frozen like a snapshot. The father finally broke the silence. Did I hear you right? You're saying Bill doesn't have a problem? That's exactly what I'm saying, I replied. The father frowned. I don't understand. How can you say that? Because Bill can do pretty much whatever he wants without consequences. He doesn't have a problem, you do. You pay, you worry, you plan, you exert all this energy to keep him going. Those things should be his problems, but as it stands, they're yours. Would you like me to help you change that? Their confusion began to give way to curiosity. The mother tilted her head, cautiously intrigued. What do you mean, help him to have some problems? Well, I said, leaning forward, the solution lies in setting boundaries. Right now, Bill's actions don't cause him any trouble, they cause you trouble. If we clarify some boundaries, his actions will start affecting him instead of you. Boundaries? The father echoed, his voice uncertain. What do you mean by that? Think of it this way, I began. Imagine Bill is your neighbor and he never waters his lawn. But every time you turn on your sprinkler system, the water falls on his yard instead of yours. Your grass is turning brown, dying, but Bill looks down at his lush green lawn and thinks, my yard is doing fine. That's how Bill's life is right now. He doesn't study, plan, or work, but he still has a nice place to live, plenty of money, and all the privileges of a responsible family member. I paused, letting the image sink in before continuing. If you adjusted the sprinkler system so that it only watered your lawn, Bill would be left with dirt. And after a while he might decide he doesn't like that. As it stands, he's irresponsible and happy, while you're responsible and miserable. A little boundary clarification could change all that. You need some fences to keep his problems in his yard where they belong. The father frowned, his brow furrowed in thought. But isn't that cruel, to just stop helping him like that? I met his gaze and asked a simple question. Has helping him helped? He didn't answer right away, but the look on his face said everything. The gears were starting to turn, and for the first time they were beginning to see the problem and the solution. Invisible property lines and responsibility in the physical world, boundaries are easy to recognize. A fence, a hedge, or even a moat filled with alligators sends a clear message. This is where my property begins. These markers define ownership and responsibility. If a sprinkler breaks or the grass dies, it's the owner's problem, not the neighbor's. You can even visit a county courthouse to see the official records of property lines, ensuring there's no confusion about who is responsible for what. But in the spiritual world, boundaries are far less visible, though no less real. This chapter explores how to recognize these intangible boundaries and understand their critical role in your life. Spiritual boundaries define your soul, safeguarding your emotions, thoughts, and responsibilities. As Proverbs 4 verse 23 advises, guard your heart above all else, for it is the source of life. Understanding boundaries isn't just helpful, it can save your life. Me and not me boundaries are more than lines on a map. They define who we are. They show where we end and someone else begins, helping us take ownership of our lives. When we know what is ours, our thoughts, feelings, choices, and responsibilities, we gain freedom. Imagine being told, guard this property diligently because you're responsible for it, but no one shows you where the property begins or gives you the tools to protect it. It would be confusing, even dangerous. This is exactly what happens to many of us emotionally and spiritually. God designed a world where we live within ourselves. We inhabit our own souls, as Proverbs 14 verse 10 reminds us. The heart knows its own bitterness, and no one shares its joy. We are tasked with managing the contents of our own hearts, our feelings, choices, and behaviors. Boundaries help us define what's inside our yard and what isn't. Without them, life becomes painful and chaotic. Responsibility. 2 and 4 One of the greatest misunderstandings about boundaries is the distinction between being responsible to someone and being responsible for them. Galatians 6 verse 2 commands us to carry each other's burdens, demonstrating the sacrificial love of Christ. When someone is weighed down by burdens they cannot bear, grief, tragedy, or overwhelming circumstances, it's an act of love to step in and help. Jesus modeled this by doing what we could never do for ourselves, saving us. But just a few verses later, Galatians 6 verse 5 adds, each one should carry his own load. This refers to the daily responsibilities we each must bear. The Greek words used in these verses provide valuable insight. The word for burden refers to excessive weights like boulders that are too heavy for one person to carry alone. In contrast, the word for load refers to a knapsack, the manageable tasks and responsibilities that belong to each of us. Problems arise when we confuse the two. Some people refuse help with their boulders, pretending they can manage on their own, leading to pain and burnout. Others treat their daily loads as if they were boulders, shirking their responsibilities and expecting others to carry them. Both situations result in either perpetual pain or irresponsibility. Defining your boundaries are like invisible fences. They help us understand what belongs to us, our emotions, attitudes, and behaviors, and what belongs to others. They also clarify what we are not responsible for. For instance, we are not responsible for other people. The Bible never commands us to practice other control, though we often exhaust ourselves trying. When boundaries blur, life becomes messy. Sherry, for example, spends her energy managing her mother's loneliness, her boss's disorganization, her friend's endless crises, and her husband's immaturity, all while neglecting her own needs. Her inability to set limits not only harms her but also impacts her children. Her son Todd struggles with self-control and her daughter Amy withdraws into isolation. Understanding where your responsibility ends and someone else's begins is crucial. Boundaries allow us to live in alignment with God's design, freeing us from the chaos of misplaced ownership. Just as physical fences protect property, spiritual boundaries guard our souls. They ensure we are carrying what's ours, our knapsacks, and not someone else's boulders good in. Bad out boundaries are like the quiet guardians of our hearts. They mark where our responsibility begins and ends, helping us protect what is precious within and keep harmful things out. As Proverbs 4 verse 23 reminds us, guard your heart with all diligence, for from it flow the springs of life. These boundaries act like fences, ensuring that our treasures, our emotions, values, and relationships remain safe from harm. Picture them as gates surrounding a garden. They aren't walls that lock us away, but flexible structures with openings. This design is intentional, allowing us to let the good in while letting the bad out. Jesus spoke of this principle when he said, "Here I am. I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in." The gates of our boundaries invite healing, support, and love, both from God and others. Yet they also allow us to release the pain, sin, and harmful influences we carry inside. When boundaries break, sometimes the boundaries we need don't function as they should. Instead of keeping the bad out and the good in, they do the opposite. People who've suffered abuse often experience this reversal. Take Mary, for example. Growing up, Mary endured abuse from her father. She wasn't taught how to develop healthy boundaries, so her internal fences were broken. She bottled up her pain, refusing to open up and release it. Even worse, she wouldn't allow support to come in. Over time, her soul became a dumping ground for others' negativity, adding to the pain she already carried. When Mary sought help, she was overwhelmed, carrying years of hurt, and still trapped in abusive relationships. Her boundaries had become walls, shutting out love and keeping the wounds festering inside. She had to learn to reverse this pattern. With guidance, she began to build fences strong enough to block out harm and gates that could release her pain and let in the healing she desperately needed. God and boundaries. The concept of boundaries is rooted in the very nature of God. God defines himself as distinct and responsible for his own being. He tells us who he is and who he isn't, clearly outlining his thoughts, feelings, plans, and actions. For instance, he declares, "I am love and I am not darkness." Even within the Trinity, there are boundaries. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are united as one but remain distinct persons, each with their own roles and responsibilities. They demonstrate perfect harmony, where boundaries allow for connection, love, and mutual respect. God also limits what he allows in his yard. He confronts sin and lets consequences take their course. His boundaries ensure that only those who choose to love him are invited in, while his love flows outward to them. The gates of his boundaries open and close appropriately, balancing justice with grace. The gift of boundaries. In giving us his likeness, God also entrusted us with the responsibility to develop boundaries. Just as he set limits for himself and his creation, he calls us to do the same. Boundaries enable us to steward the life he has given us, ensuring we rule and subdue the earth responsibly while protecting our hearts, relationships, and souls. Examples of boundaries take many forms, but their purpose remains the same. They differentiate you from others and clarify where you begin and end. Here are some of the ways boundaries manifest in our lives, helping us navigate relationships, responsibilities, and personal growth. Skin, the most basic boundary. Our skin is the first boundary we encounter, a physical barrier that defines where we end and the world begins. It keeps the good inside, protecting our blood, bones, and organs, while keeping the harmful, like germs and toxins, out. Skin even has openings, allowing us to let in nourishment and expel waste, maintaining a healthy balance. For those who've experienced physical or sexual abuse, this basic boundary is often violated. They grow up believing their property begins and ends wherever others decide. This confusion can carry into adulthood, making it difficult to establish healthy boundaries later in life. Words, invisible fences. While physical boundaries are marked by fences or walls, spiritual boundaries are defined by words. The simplest and most powerful boundary-setting word is no. When you say no, you assert your independence, declaring that you exist apart from others and are in control of yourself. The Bible emphasizes the importance of clear communication. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Saying no can be confrontational, but it's necessary to protect yourself from harmful behavior. For example, no, that behavior is not okay. I won't participate in that. Scripture encourages us to say no to abusive treatment and warns against giving to others reluctantly or out of compulsion. Words also communicate your boundaries to others. Statements like, I don't like it when you yell at me, clearly define how you expect to be treated, establishing the rules of your yard, just as God says, I like this and I hate that. We use words to express what we will and won't accept. Truth. Anchoring in reality, truth is another essential boundary. Knowing God's truth as well as the truth about ourselves helps us live within the reality He created. For instance, Galatians 6 verse 7 reminds us, you will reap what you sow. Accepting this principle helps us define ourselves in relation to God's laws. However, Satan thrives on distorting truth. In the Garden of Eden, he tempted Eve to question God's boundaries, leading to devastating consequences. Truth provides safety, clarity, and integrity, a oneness that aligns us with God's design. Living outside our boundaries, denying who we truly are, creates turmoil. Honesty about ourselves fosters integrity and a better life. Geographical distance, creating space. Sometimes, physical distance is necessary to maintain boundaries. Proverbs 22 verse 3 advises, the prudent man sees the evil and hides himself. Stepping away can replenish your emotional, physical, and spiritual reserves, as Jesus often did. Distance can also protect you from harm. The Bible encourages separating from those who persist in abusive behavior. In some cases, creating space is the only way to demonstrate that your boundaries are real. It's not about abandoning relationships, but about limiting togetherness to bind evil and foster change. Time, a reset button time, is another boundary that can help us regain control over out-of-balance areas of our lives. Taking time off from a project or a person can provide the clarity needed to establish healthier boundaries. For example, adult children who haven't emotionally or spiritually separated from their parents may need time apart to build independence. Ecclesiastes 3 verses 5 and 6 reminds us that there is a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. This time away can feel alienating at first, but often leads to stronger, healthier relationships as new boundaries are established. Emotional distance, a temporary boundary. Sometimes the heart needs space to heal and emotional distance becomes necessary. This boundary isn't about shutting people out forever, but about creating a safe zone, a temporary refuge where you can begin to recover and rebuild. For those in abusive relationships, emotional distance can be vital. It provides the space to thaw out from years of hurt and disappointment. In abusive marriages, for example, the abused spouse may need to emotionally detach until the other partner starts addressing their behavior and rebuilding trust. This isn't about giving up on love, it's about protecting yourself. Continuing to open your heart to someone who hasn't shown real change can lead to more pain. Forgiveness is essential, but so is wisdom. As Luke 3 verse 8 reminds us, true repentance produces fruit in keeping with repentance. Until you see sustained change, it's important to guard your heart and avoid falling into the trap of misplaced trust. The role of others in building boundaries aren't built in isolation. Often, they're forged with the help of a strong support system. People who've endured years of abuse, addiction, or control often find the courage to set boundaries only through the strength of others. Support groups, trusted friends, or a church community can offer the reinforcement needed to say no for the first time. There are two key reasons we need others when establishing boundaries: the need for relationship. Human beings are wired for connection. Unfortunately, the fear of being alone often keeps people trapped in abusive or harmful patterns. They cling to toxic relationships, believing they'll have no love in their lives if they stand up for themselves. But when they open their hearts to supportive people, they discover something profound. The abusive person isn't the only source of love in the world. With this realization comes the strength to set limits and protect themselves. They're no longer alone. The body of Christ is there to shield them. The need for new perspectives. Many people have been taught that boundaries are unkind, selfish, or even unbiblical. These messages, often ingrained by family or church traditions, can make the idea of setting boundaries feel wrong. A good support system provides new biblical teaching that counters these harmful tapes and offers the encouragement needed to break free from guilt and fear. Boundaries aren't created in a vacuum. They grow in the context of healthy, supportive relationships. With the right network, even the most deeply entrenched patterns can be transformed. Consequences. Reinforcing boundaries. Boundaries without consequences are like fences without barbs. They don't send a strong message. Imagine a no trespassing sign with no consequences attached. It's easy to ignore. The same principle applies to our lives. The Bible is clear about consequences. In 2 Thessalonians 3 verse 10, Paul writes, "If anyone will not work, neither shall he eat." Similarly, Proverbs 16 verse 26 teaches that hunger is a natural consequence of laziness. God doesn't enable irresponsible behavior, and neither should we. Consequences give weight to our boundaries, showing others that we value ourselves and our principles. For example, a spouse might say, "If you don't stop drinking, I will leave until you get treatment." Following through on such a statement could save the marriage. Parents might tell their adult child, "No more money if you quit another job without securing a new one," or "No bed if you continue to smoke marijuana in my house." Enforcing these boundaries isn't about punishment, it's about teaching responsibility and respect. Consequences protect us and signal to others that our values are not negotiable. They remind people that while forgiveness is always available, trust and relationship require accountability. What's within my boundaries? The story of the Good Samaritan is often celebrated as a model of compassion, but it also teaches us about boundaries, when to observe them and when to carefully extend them. Imagine for a moment how the story might unfold if the Samaritan had no boundaries at all. As the familiar tale goes, a man traveling from Jerusalem to Jericho is attacked by robbers, beaten, and left for dead. A priest and a Levite pass by without helping, but a Samaritan takes pity on the man. He bandages his wounds, takes him to an inn, and pays for his care. Before leaving, the Samaritan tells the innkeeper, "Look after him, and when I return I will reimburse you for any extra expenses." But now imagine a twist. Suppose, as the Samaritan prepares to leave, the injured man wakes up and protests. "What? You're leaving?" he cries. "Yes," the Samaritan replies gently. "I have business to attend to in Jericho. Don't you think that's selfish? I'm still in bad shape. How can you abandon me like this? Aren't you supposed to deny yourself? Isn't that what a good person would do?" The Samaritan hesitates, guilt seeping into his heart. "I guess you're right," he says reluctantly. "I can stay a little longer." 3 days later, the Samaritan is still at the inn, attending to the man's every need. Then there's a knock at the door. A messenger arrives with a letter. "We waited as long as we could. We've sold the camels to another buyer. The next herd won't arrive for 6 months." The Samaritan's face flushes with anger. Turning to the injured man, he waves the letter in frustration. "Look what you've done. I missed my business deal because I stayed here with you. Now I can't deliver my goods and my livelihood is at risk. How could you do this to me?" At some level, this story might feel familiar. Perhaps you've been moved by compassion, only to end up giving more than you wanted or could afford. You find yourself resentful, having sacrificed something vital in your own life. Or maybe you've been on the other side, pressuring someone to meet your needs until they give in out of compliance rather than free will. In either case, the result is the same. Neither person walks away satisfied. Feelings, your internal compass feelings often get a bad reputation, particularly in Christian circles. They're dismissed as unimportant or even sinful. Yet feelings play a powerful role in our behavior and relationships. They act as an internal compass, pointing us toward what's working and what isn't. The Good Samaritan's pity moved him to help the injured man. The Father's compassion compelled him to embrace his prodigal son. And Jesus himself was often moved with compassion. Feelings, when owned and understood, can motivate us to do incredible good. However, feelings must neither be ignored nor placed in charge. They are signals, not solutions. If you feel angry, it's a sign something needs addressing. If you feel close and loving, it likely means things are going well. The key is to take responsibility for your feelings and use them to guide your actions constructively. Attitudes and beliefs, shaping your perspective. Your attitudes reflect your stance toward life, relationships, and God, while your beliefs represent the truths you accept. These are deeply personal and fall squarely within your boundaries, yet they shape every aspect of your life. Sometimes our attitudes and beliefs need reevaluating. For instance, people with boundary issues may believe it's unkind to hold others accountable. But Proverbs teaches that discipline saves lives. To grow, we must take ownership of our attitudes and beliefs, recognizing that they are ours to nurture or change. Behaviors, the law of sowing and reaping. Every action has consequences. Paul writes, "A man reaps what he sows." If we study, we reap good grades. If we work, we earn a paycheck. On the other hand, if we sow irresponsibility or idleness, we reap failure and frustration. Problems arise when the natural consequences of behavior are interrupted. For example, an abuser should face the consequences of their actions, yet their victim may shield them out of fear or misplaced loyalty. This dynamic often plays out in parenting, where parents yell and nag, instead of allowing their children to experience the consequences of their choices. Stern discipline awaits him who leaves the path. Healthy boundaries ensure that behaviors lead to appropriate consequences. When parents set limits with love and warmth, they raise confident children who understand their role in shaping their own lives. Choices, owning your decisions. Life is a tapestry woven from the choices we make. Each decision, no matter how small, shapes our path. Yet one of the most common boundary issues is disowning those choices, blaming others or circumstances for where we are. How often have we heard or even said phrases like, "I had no choice," or "they made me do it"? These words reflect a dangerous illusion, the belief that someone else holds the reins of our life. The truth is, we are in control of our choices even when it doesn't feel like it. Taking responsibility for those decisions leads to the fruit of self-control, freeing us from the compulsion to act out of guilt or obligation. As Paul writes in 2 Corinthians 9 verse 7, "Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver." Even in generosity, the motivation should come from joy, not coercion. The Bible consistently calls us to own our decisions. Joshua famously declared, "Choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve." Similarly, Jesus reminded the disgruntled worker in the parable of the vineyard that he had agreed to his wage willingly. Taking responsibility for our choices isn't always easy, but it is necessary. When we make decisions based on others' approval or out of guilt, we breed resentment. True freedom comes when we acknowledge that our choices and their consequences are ours to own. Values. What truly matters? What do you value most? Is it power, approval, wealth, or love? Often misplaced values lead us astray, leaving us chasing after things that cannot satisfy. John 12 verse 43 warns against valuing the approval of men rather than the approval of God. When we prioritize what the world offers over God's eternal love, we miss the fullness of life. Owning our values means confronting the things we've mistakenly held dear. It's an act of courage to admit that we've pursued fleeting pleasures or empty achievements. Yet, it's only through this acknowledgement that we can allow God to reshape our hearts, guiding us toward what truly matters. Limits. Protecting ourselves and others' boundaries often involve setting limits, both on others and ourselves. While we cannot control how others behave, we can control how we respond. This means limiting our exposure to destructive people or situations. As Scripture advises, if your brother sins, go and show him his fault. If he refuses to listen, treat him as you would a pagan or a tax collector. God Himself provides the ultimate model for boundaries. He sets standards for behavior but allows people the freedom to choose their path. Yet He also separates Himself from evil, demonstrating that love requires protecting what is good. In the same way, distancing ourselves from harmful relationships isn't unloving. It's a way to preserve love and protect our well-being. Internal limits are just as important. Boundaries within ourselves allow us to experience emotions, impulses, or desires without being ruled by them. Saying no to ourselves, whether to destructive urges or even good opportunities that aren't right for the moment, is an act of self-control. This internal structure helps us grow in responsibility and identity, shaping who we are. Talents, the gifts within us. The parable of the talents offers a profound lesson about responsibility and courage. In the story, servants are entrusted with different amounts of money, reflecting their master's confidence in their abilities. Those who invest and multiply their talents are praised. Well done, good and faithful servant. But the one who buries his talent out of fear is rebuked, not for being afraid, but for refusing to act despite his fear. Our talents, whether they are skills, abilities, or unique gifts, are part of our God-given identity. They fall within our boundaries and are our responsibility to nurture. Taking ownership of these gifts can be daunting, requiring effort, practice, and perseverance. Yet denying or neglecting them not only wastes the potential God has given us, but also disregards His grace to sustain us as we grow. Thoughts, owning the mind God gave you. Our minds are a remarkable gift, a reflection of God's own image. No other creature shares humanity's unique ability to think, reason, and imagine. This capacity is so vital that Jesus Himself commanded us to love God with all our minds. Paul also emphasized this power, urging us to take every thought captive to make it obedient to Christ. But establishing boundaries in our thoughts is no simple task. It requires us to take 3 key steps. First, we must own our own thoughts. Many of us don't. We echo the voices of others, parents, friends, or cultural norms without ever pausing to examine them. How often do we adopt someone else's opinions as our own without question? True ownership means engaging critically with the ideas we encounter, weighing them carefully, and deciding what aligns with God's truth. While the wisdom of others can sharpen us, as iron sharpens iron, we remain responsible for thinking independently. Second, we must grow in knowledge. God gave us minds not just to survive, but to thrive, to explore the depths of His Word and His creation. David, in awe of God's law, wrote, "Your statutes are my delight, they are my counselors." Whether we're solving complex problems, raising a family, or simply balancing a budget, learning equips us to steward God's gifts wisely. Finally, we must clarify distorted thinking. Our past experiences, relationships, and even our own biases often cloud how we see the world. Jesus highlighted this when He spoke of removing the log from our own eyes before addressing the speck in another's. Taking responsibility for our thoughts means checking our perceptions, challenging inaccuracies, and communicating our thoughts clearly to others. As Paul reminds us, who knows a person's thoughts except their own spirit within them? If we want others to understand us, we must share what's on our minds. Desires, the deep longing within our desires, our dreams, goals, and longings lie at the core of who we are. Yet so often they remain unfulfilled. Why? Part of the problem is that many of us don't truly understand what we desire. We chase after shadows, mistaking lusts or fleeting wants for the deeper needs of our hearts. James paints this picture vividly. You want something but don't get it. You kill and covet, but you cannot have what you want. You quarrel and fight. The truth is, we often don't ask God for what we need, or when we do, our motives are misguided. We ask for things to satisfy our pride or ego, rather than seeking what would truly nourish our souls. God, however, delights in fulfilling our genuine desires. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart, promises Psalm 37, verse 4. But God, as a wise parent, gives gifts that align with His perfect plan for us. To receive these blessings, we must align our desires with His will, allowing Him to shape our hearts and motives. Owning our desires means playing an active role in pursuing them. As Proverbs says, a desire fulfilled is sweet to the soul. But fulfilling those desires requires effort, reflection, and patience. Love. The greatest gift, love, is the heart of our existence. It is both the most profound gift we receive and the most transformative gift we can give. But love, like a muscle, must be used and nurtured, or it will weaken. Jesus commands us to love God with all our heart, soul, and mind, and to love our neighbors as ourselves. But love doesn't stop with outward expression, it also flows inward. Paul, writing to the Corinthians, said, "We have spoken freely to you and opened wide our hearts." Open wide your hearts also. Yet many of us struggle with love, whether giving or receiving it. Hurt, fear, or past rejection can cause to close ourselves off, leaving us feeling empty and isolated. We may even resist the love of those closest to us, blaming others for our loneliness while refusing to open our hearts. True healing begins when we take responsibility for how we give and receive love, working through our fears and weaknesses to embrace this divine gift. The hard work of boundaries, taking responsibility for our thoughts, desires, and ability to love, is no easy task. It requires intentional effort and a commitment to personal growth. But the rewards are immeasurable. As we learn to set and maintain boundaries, we begin to live in the freedom and purpose God intended for us. With clarity of mind, a heart attuned to our desires, and a spirit open to love, we become not just better stewards of our own lives, but also vessels of God's grace to others. Chapter 3: Boundary Problems. The seminar had been an intense day, diving into the complexities of biblical boundaries. As the session was wrapping up, a woman raised her hand, her expression a mix of frustration and exhaustion. "I understand now that I have boundary problems," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "But what about my estranged husband? He's the one who had the affair and took all our money. Doesn't he have boundary issues too?" The room fell silent as the weight of her words settled. It was an honest and vulnerable question, one that revealed a common misunderstanding about boundaries. At first glance, it often seems like the person who struggles to set limits is the one with the boundary problem. But boundaries aren't a one-sided issue. People who refuse to respect others' boundaries are just as much a part of the problem. This woman's pain was evident. While she had difficulty saying no, her husband's actions showed his blatant disregard for her limits. Both had boundary issues, though in very different ways. Compliance, saying yes to the bad. One of the clearest examples of boundary struggles came from a client named Robert. During one of our first sessions, he hesitated before asking, "May I tell you something embarrassing?" He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his nervous energy palpable. Robert was grappling with his inability to refuse his wife's constant and often unreasonable demands. The financial strain of keeping up with appearances was pushing him toward bankruptcy. "I was the only boy in my family," he began hesitantly, "the youngest of 4 kids. My sisters were older, much older, and bigger than me. When I was a kid, they'd gang up on me, hitting me until I was bruised." He paused, the memory still painful. "The worst part wasn't the hitting, it was my parents' reaction. They told me, 'Robert, you're the boy. Boys don't hit girls. It's bad manners.'" He let out a bitter laugh. Bad manners. I was getting beat up, and defending myself was considered bad manners. The shame in Robert's eyes was unmistakable, but he'd just revealed a crucial part of his struggle. His childhood had taught him a dangerous lesson: saying no was unacceptable. The consequences of yes, when children are raised to believe that setting boundaries is wrong. They grow into adults who are ill-equipped to protect themselves. They enter a world full of manipulative, controlling, and harmful people, yet they lack the tools to say stop. Instead, they learn to endure, to please, and to say yes even when it hurts. Children need the freedom and the power to say, "No, I disagree. Stop that. I don't like this. It's wrong." Without this freedom, they become adults like Robert, unable to stand up for themselves. This type of boundary problem is called compliance. Compliance are like chameleons, blending into their surroundings to avoid conflict. They'll say they like a certain movie or restaurant just to fit in, even if they don't. Over time, their true identity becomes buried, lost under layers of accommodation. Their inability to say no means they often find themselves in harmful or abusive situations, unable to recognize the danger until it's too late. Why no is so difficult, the no muscle for many feels paralyzed. When they need to protect themselves, the word catches in their throat, weighed down by fear. Fear of hurting someone's feelings, fear of abandonment, fear of anger or punishment, fear of being seen as selfish or unspiritual. For some, the fear stems from an overly critical conscience, a voice inside that condemns them for things even God does not. As Paul writes in 1 Corinthians 8 verse 7, since their conscience is weak, it is defiled. This internal critic keeps them trapped, afraid to stand up for themselves, afraid to confront. Biblical compliance, however, is different. In Matthew 9 verse 13, Jesus teaches that God desires compassion, not sacrifice. True compassion comes from a willing heart, not one coerced by guilt or fear. The weight of compliance like Robert carry the burden of too many responsibilities and too few boundaries. They don't say yes because they want to, they say it because they're scared. Scared of conflict. Scared of rejection. Scared of what might happen if they finally dared to say no. But as we'll see, learning to say no is essential, not just for setting boundaries, but for reclaiming the life God intended for us. The living room was quiet, almost reverent, as the Bible study group settled into a more intimate atmosphere. For 6 months, the couples had met at the Craig's home, sharing prayers and scripture. But tonight felt different. People were opening up, revealing real struggles, raw emotions. Tears were shed, and authentic support replaced the usual polite advice. All eyes eventually turned to Rachel Henderson, the hostess and driving force behind the group. Rachel had been instrumental in forming the Bible study, structuring its format, and inviting the couples. Yet despite her leadership and warmth, Rachel remained distant when it came to her own challenges. Clearing her throat, she finally broke the silence. After hearing all the struggles you've shared, I feel like mine pale in comparison. The Lord seems to be telling me that it would be selfish to take up your time with my small issues. So, who'd like dessert? Her attempt at deflection landed awkwardly, and disappointment flickered across the faces in the room. Rachel had missed a chance to be vulnerable, to allow others to love her as she had loved them. Avoidance, saying no to the good Rachel's behavior, reflected a specific boundary issue: avoidance. Avoidance struggled to ask for help, to let others in, and to recognize their own needs. While boundaries are meant to act like fences with gates, allowing the good in and keeping the bad out, avoidance often constructs white walls. These impermeable boundaries block not only harm but also love and support. Rachel's walls weren't unique. For many, avoidance, opening up to others, or even to God, feels impossible. They see their needs as shameful or unworthy of attention, leading them to withdraw further into isolation. Yet, as Scripture reminds us, God gently knocks on the doors of our hearts, inviting us to let Him in. A double burden, compliant avoidance. Some, like Marty, suffer from both compliance and avoidance. During a recent session, Marty shared her struggles with a rueful laugh. I'm starting to see a pattern, she confessed. When someone needs 4 hours of my time, I can't say no. But when I need 10 minutes of someone else's time, I can't ask for it. Is there a circuit in my brain I can fix? Marty's words reflected a common dilemma. She said yes to the bad and no to the good. This exhausting cycle left her drained, with no way to replenish her emotional reserves. Compliant avoidants live with reversed boundaries, none where they're needed and too many where they aren't. Controllers, not respecting others' boundaries. What do you mean, you're quitting? You can't leave now. Steve's voice was incredulous, his face flushed with frustration as he confronted his administrative assistant, Frank. Frank had been a reliable, hard-working employee for years. But Steve's constant demands, late nights, interrupted vacations, and dinnertime calls had pushed him to his limit. Frank had tried to set boundaries, explaining his need for personal time, but Steve dismissed them each time. To Steve, a no was simply an obstacle to overcome. Steve's behavior revealed a different boundary issue: control. Controllers struggle to respect others' limits, often using manipulation or aggression to get their way. They resist taking responsibility for their own lives, projecting their burdens onto others instead. Types of controllers come in two forms. 1. Aggressive controllers. These individuals steamroll over others' boundaries, oblivious to their existence. Like a tank, they plow through fences, ignoring the word no. Peter exemplified this when he rebuked Jesus for predicting his own suffering and death. Jesus firmly corrected Peter, reminding him to align with God's will, not man's. 2. Manipulative controllers. Unlike their aggressive counterparts, manipulators are subtler. They persuade, guilt trip, and maneuver others into compliance. Jacob, for example, used deception to obtain his brother Esau's birthright and blessing. It wasn't until Jacob wrestled with God that he confronted his manipulative ways and began to change. A hidden form of control, even compliance and avoidance, can exhibit controlling behaviors, though often in indirect ways. For instance, a compliant avoidant might do a favor for a friend, silently hoping for emotional support in return. When that support doesn't materialize, they feel hurt and resentful. True love, however, doesn't seek a return on its investment. As Paul writes, love is not self-seeking. When favors come with unspoken expectations, they become a form of control, a way of manipulating others to meet unacknowledged needs. Boundary injuries. At first glance, controllers may not seem like the ones to suffer injuries. They are, after all, the ones who often cause harm. Yet beneath their forceful exterior lies a profound struggle with boundaries. Controllers are often undisciplined, unable to curb their impulses or delay gratification. Their refusal to accept the word no stems from an internal conflict. They lack the tools to regulate their own desires. This inability to respect boundaries extends to their own lives. Controllers frequently project responsibility onto others, relying on manipulation or dominance to navigate the world. The result? A cycle of irresponsibility and avoidance of personal accountability. Only when consequences are allowed to take their course can controllers begin to take ownership of their lives. But perhaps the most poignant injury of all is isolation. Controllers often find that people remain in their lives out of fear, guilt, or dependency, not love. Deep down, they sense this, recognizing that their relationships are built on strings they pull, not genuine connection. The fear of abandonment becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. As Scripture reminds us, there is no fear in love, but perfect love drives out fear. Controllers must learn to release their grip on others if they wish to experience true love. Non-responsives, not hearing the needs of others, Brenda's hands trembled as she recounted her recent conversation with her husband, Mike. It wasn't the first time she'd felt the sting of his indifference, but this time it hurt differently. Vulnerable and overwhelmed by stress at work and home, she had confided her fears to him, only to be met with a cold response. If you don't like the way you feel, change your feelings. Life's tough. Just handle it. His words were a blow, cutting through her already fragile emotions. Brenda's effort to reach out had taken courage, especially given Mike's history of dismissiveness. Yet once again her needs were met with neglect. Mike's behavior highlights another type of boundary problem, non-responsiveness. These individuals fail to recognize their responsibility to others, particularly in the realm of love and connection. While Mike is not responsible for Brenda's emotional well-being, he is responsible to her as a husband. His inability to respond to her needs reflects a neglect of this responsibility, leaving her feeling unseen and unsupported. Non-responsives fall into two categories. 1. Critically spirited. These individuals project their own disdain for personal needs onto others, dismissing other struggles as unworthy of attention. 2. Self-absorbed. These individuals are so consumed with their desires that they exclude others entirely, operating from a place of narcissism. Both types neglect the biblical principle of offering help when it's within their power to do so. While it's important to take care of one's own needs, this should enable, not prevent, us from extending love and support to others. Controllers and non-responsives. The dynamic between controllers and non-responsives creates a distinct pattern in relationships. Both types of individuals struggle to look beyond their own desires and responsibilities. They often gravitate toward people with blurry boundaries, individuals who will absorb the burden of the relationship without complaint. This imbalance is common in marriages where one partner is overly compliant and the other overly controlling. The compliant partner continually sacrifices their needs to repair and maintain the relationship, while the controlling partner evades accountability. Together, they create a cycle of dysfunction. Understanding boundary problems, boundary injuries take many forms, from saying yes to the bad to no to the good, or even ignoring the needs of others. Recognizing these patterns in ourselves and our relationships is the first step toward healing. By addressing these boundary struggles, we can begin to foster healthier, more balanced connections rooted in mutual respect and love. Boundary problems can be categorized into functional and relational issues, as well as difficulties in saying no or yes. Understanding these categories helps clarify the types of struggles individuals may face in setting and respecting boundaries. 4 main boundary struggles. 1. Can't say no or feels controlled by others and struggles with guilt. Or unable to set boundaries, often saying yes out of fear, obligation, or an overactive conscience. 2. Can't hear no or violates others' boundaries, either aggressively or manipulatively. Struggles to take responsibility for their own lives, using control to avoid accountability. 3. Can't say yes to good or sets boundaries against receiving help or care from others, who avoids vulnerability and rejects support, often due to a fear of dependency or shame. 4. Can't say no to responsibility or sets boundaries against giving love and care to others, who either overly critical or self-absorbed, neglecting their responsibility to provide emotional support. Functional and relational boundary issues. Boundary struggles also manifest in 2 areas. Functional boundaries, the ability to complete tasks, plan, and perform with discipline. This relates to one's practical, Martha side. Relational boundaries, the ability to speak truthfully in relationships, expressing needs and feelings. This reflects the Mary side, valuing connection and emotional honesty. Some individuals excel at functional boundaries but struggle with relational ones, and vice versa. For instance, a person may be highly competent at work but avoid addressing personal conflicts. Conversely, someone may be honest in relationships but lack the discipline to handle daily responsibilities effectively. Key insights: boundary struggles are influenced by upbringing and family dynamics. Each category reflects a unique challenge in balancing responsibilities and personal limits. Growth involves recognizing these patterns and learning to establish boundaries in both functional and relational areas. Understanding these categories is the first step toward healthier relationships and personal growth. Chapter 4: How Boundaries Are Developed. Jim had always been the dependable one, the man who never said no. As operations manager in a large firm, he was known as Mr. Can-Do, a title earned through his unwavering commitment to solving problems, meeting demands, and exceeding expectations. But at home, his children called him the Phantom. He was a shadow in their lives, always absent, despite promises of fishing trips and visits to the zoo. Late nights at the office, business dinners, and weekend trips consumed his time, leaving little for his family. Jim convinced himself that his sacrifices were for them, that his relentless work ethic was a way of providing a better life. His wife Alice tried to believe it too, telling the kids, "This is Dad's way of showing he loves us." But deep down, she knew it wasn't enough. One evening, Alice reached her breaking point. Sitting Jim down in the family room, she spoke words that pierced through the walls of justification he had built around himself. "I feel like a single parent, Jim. I missed you for a while, but now all I feel is nothing." Jim couldn't meet her gaze. "Honey, I know," he murmured. "I'd like to say no more often, but it's just so hard to." "I found someone you can say no to," Alice interrupted sharply. "Me and the kids." Her words struck a chord Jim had long buried. An avalanche of emotions, guilt, shame, pain, and helplessness overwhelmed him. "Do you think I like being like this?" he burst out. "Do you think I enjoy letting my family down?" His voice faltered, and he took a moment to steady himself. "All my life, it's been this way, Alice. I've always feared disappointing people. I hate this part of me. I hate my life. How did I get like this?" Jim's question, "How did I get like this?" echoes the experience of many who struggle with boundaries. His love for his family was undeniable, but his inability to set limits was deeply ingrained, a result of patterns formed in his early relationships. Boundary development The roots of struggle boundaries are not inherited traits. They are built, shaped by our experiences and interactions from the earliest stages of life. The process of developing boundaries is a journey, one that begins in childhood and evolves through adulthood. Proverbs 22 verse 6 advises, "Train a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not turn from it." Yet this guidance is often misunderstood. It doesn't mean molding a child into a parental ideal, but rather nurturing the unique path God intends for each individual. Bonding, the foundation of boundaries. Wendy, another individual struggling with boundaries, exemplifies the importance of early attachments. Despite reading books on codependency and practicing assertiveness techniques, she couldn't confront her mother's controlling behavior. Wendy longed for an adult relationship with her mother, one built on mutual respect rather than compliance. Yet every conversation left her feeling small, silenced, and angry. Her struggle highlights a fundamental truth: boundaries cannot develop in isolation. They are forged within the context of supportive, loving relationships. Our need for connection is central to our existence, reflecting the very nature of God, who is love. Attachment is the foundation of the soul. A child's earliest task is to bond with caregivers, to learn that the world is a safe and welcoming place. This bonding process requires consistent, warm, and loving responses to the child's needs. Through countless experiences of being fed, held, and comforted, the child internalizes a sense of security and belonging. This emotional grounding, known as object constancy, allows the child to feel secure even when apart from the caregiver. Rooted and established in love, the child gains the confidence to explore the world and later to navigate the complexities of relationships and boundaries. The risk of isolation. Without this foundational sense of connection, boundary development becomes fraught with difficulty. A person who lacks security in relationships faces a stark choice: set limits and risk losing the relationship, or avoid limits and become a prisoner to the expectations of others. Wendy's fear of losing her mother's approval kept her trapped in a cycle of compliance, unable to assert her needs or desires. The path forward bonding lays the groundwork, but it is only the beginning. As children grow, they must learn to navigate separateness and conflict, to assert their individuality without fear of rejection. For Jim, Wendy, and countless others, the journey to healthy boundaries requires revisiting these early lessons, seeking healing in supportive relationships, and embracing the transformative power of love and grace. Separation and individuation, the construction of a soul. "It's like a switch was thrown," Millie shared with the moms gathered in her church's parenting group. The group, a haven for mothers of young children, provided a space for sharing struggles and triumphs alike. Millie's voice was a mix of exasperation and bewilderment. "On her first birthday, to the very day, my Hillary became the most difficult child I'd ever seen. Just yesterday she ate her spinach like it was her favorite meal. Today it's all over the floor." Her story was met with nods and knowing smiles. Every mother there had experienced a similar transformation. The sweet, agreeable babies they had nurtured had suddenly become willful, demanding toddlers, full of strong opinions and louder voices. What had happened? Pediatricians and child development experts know this shift well. Beginning in the first year of life and continuing until around age 3, a significant transition occurs, one that may feel chaotic, but is a natural and essential part of a child's growth. This process is what psychologists term separation and individuation. It is the beginning of the child's journey to autonomy, where they start to perceive themselves as individuals distinct from their parents. Separation and individuation define separation is the child's realization that they are not the same as their mother or caregiver, a not me experience. Individuation, on the other hand, is the discovery of their unique identity, a me experience. The two processes are inseparable. One must recognize what they are not before they can fully understand who they are. Like clearing land to build a home, the child must first create space to establish their individuality. Even Jesus demonstrated this dynamic during his childhood. When his parents found him teaching in the temple after a frantic search, his response was clear: "Why were you searching for me? Didn't you know I had to be in my Father's house?" In essence, Jesus was asserting his identity. I have values and priorities distinct from yours, mother. This transition, while vital, is rarely smooth. It unfolds in three distinct phases: hatching, practicing, and rapprochement, each critical in the development of healthy boundaries. Hatching, the beginning of discovery. It's not fair, a mother of a 5-month-old lamented. For the first 4 months, Eric needed me completely. I was his entire world. Now he's restless, distracted, and more interested in everything else, other people, toys, even the ceiling fan, than me. Her frustration was laced with bittersweet recognition. It feels like motherhood is just a process of letting go. She wasn't entirely wrong. Around 5 to 10 months, babies begin a significant shift in their development. The once passive union they shared with their caregiver, mommy and me are the same, transforms. Now they start to explore the world beyond their mother's arms. This phase, called hatching or differentiation, is characterized by wide-eyed curiosity. Babies begin to crawl, reach, and grab. They are captivated by the vibrant world around them. Though they remain dependent on their caregiver for security, they are no longer content to stay close. They want to taste, touch, and feel everything. You can see this wonder in their bright, inquisitive eyes. It's a reflection of humanity's innate desire to explore, as echoed in Job 11 verse 7. Can you discover the depths of God? Can you discover the limits of the Almighty? This drive to learn and uncover mirrors the spiritual yearning to know both the creation and the Creator. For some mothers, this phase can be a challenge, especially for those who find deep fulfillment in their child's dependency. Women who may not have fully experienced their own process of separation and individuation often struggle to embrace this new distance. They long for the closeness of infancy and may feel a profound sense of loss as their baby starts to venture into the world. Practicing, I can do anything. Derek was an anomaly in his age group. At 40-something, his youthful wardrobe and carefree attitude stood out among his peers. His tanned, wrinkle-free face suggested a man clinging to an earlier stage of life. Sitting across from his pastor, Derek passionately defended his lifestyle. "Life's too short to be boring," he exclaimed. "I'm all about roller coasters, late nights, and job hopping. It keeps me young." Derek's insistence on joining the younger singles group highlighted his struggle. He was stuck in the practicing stage of development. Practicing is a critical phase in childhood, usually spanning 10 to 18 months. It is when toddlers discover their autonomy, bolstered by newfound skills like walking and early speech. This stage is marked by boundless energy, curiosity, and the intoxicating thrill of independence. While hatching involves a child exploring the world with mother as their safety net, practicing sees the toddler venturing further, pushing boundaries and testing limits. Walking introduces a sense of omnipotence, an exhilarating belief that they can conquer anything. The practicing child becomes a tiny adventurer, fearlessly navigating stairs, experimenting with electric sockets, and chasing after the family pet. Adults like Derek, stuck in this phase, often exude charm and energy. They are the life of the party until their unchecked grandiosity is challenged. When confronted with responsibilities or limitations, they can lash out, branding others as wet blankets. Their refusal to embrace boundaries leaves a trail of chaos as their partners or co-workers often bear the brunt of their irresponsibility. The Bible offers insight into this stage's dangers. Proverbs 7 verse 7 warns of a youth who lacked judgment, describing the inevitable consequences of unrestrained passions, till an arrow pierces his liver, little knowing it will cost him his life. Proverbs 7 verse 23. Practicing adults believe they're invincible, but reality eventually catches up with them. For infants, this stage is not only normal but vital for growth. Parents play a crucial role in balancing their child's exploration with safe boundaries. A responsive parent delights in the child's newfound independence while setting limits that prevent harm. This delicate dance ensures that toddlers learn to channel their energy constructively without stifling their enthusiasm. The image of a mother witnessing her child's first steps often conjures a romanticized notion of the child walking eagerly into her waiting arms. In truth, many mothers observe this milestone from behind as the child ventures away toward discovery. This shift from safety to exploration underscores the importance of geographical and physical boundaries, teaching the child to act boldly but wisely. The practicing stage is a stepping stone, preparing the child for the next phase of development, rapprochement. Rapprochement, I can't do everything. From the high of omnipotence, the child enters rapprochement, a phase of reconnection and reality. Between 18 months and 3 years, the child's exuberant confidence wanes as they realize the world's challenges. The practicing child, once fearless, now grapples with vulnerability, anxiety, and the realization that they still need their caregiver. Rapprochement is a pivotal time of emotional growth. The child begins to reintegrate with mother, but does so as an emerging individual. Unlike the earlier dependency, this reconnection acknowledges the child's distinct identity. The relationship now involves two separate beings with unique thoughts and emotions. Parents often find this phase challenging. Rapprochement toddlers are notoriously oppositional and volatile. Their mood swings and frequent tantrums can test the patience of even the most understanding caregivers. However, these behaviors serve a purpose. They are tools for boundary development. Anger as a boundary tool. Anger is not merely a disruptive emotion, but a critical signal that something needs addressing. For toddlers, anger helps delineate where they end and others begin. Learning to express anger constructively equips them with the tools to resist control and advocate for themselves in later life. Ownership. This phase also introduces a child's fascination with possession. Words like mine and me dominate their vocabulary, marking the beginning of their understanding of stewardship. While some parents mistake this as selfishness, it reflects a divine principle of ownership. As stewards of their resources, time, talents, and values, children must first claim mine before they can learn to share selflessly. The power of no. Perhaps the most defining feature of rapprochement is the child's mastery of the word no. This single word becomes a cornerstone of their boundaries, empowering them to make choices and protect their autonomy. However, the constant no can be exhausting for parents, who must strike a balance between respecting their child's independence and teaching them to accept limits. Parents face two critical tasks during this stage. First, they must nurture their child's ability to say no without fear of rejection. This involves respecting the child's autonomy while providing consistent love and support. Second, they must teach the child to respect others' boundaries, emphasizing that no is a two-way street. Boundary construction peaks by age 3, when children ideally achieve 1. The ability to form attachments while maintaining individuality. 2. The courage to assert no without fear of losing love. 3. The maturity to accept others' no without emotional withdrawal. These foundational skills prepare the child for adolescence and adulthood, where the stakes of boundary setting and self-definition become even higher. These early years of boundary development are crucial. They set the stage for future growth, equipping individuals with the tools to navigate relationships, responsibilities, and their sense of self. Yet not everyone has the privilege of a healthy developmental process, leading to boundary challenges that echo into adulthood. Boundary injuries. What goes wrong? Boundary problems are rooted in thousands of encounters with others, as well in our own nature and personality. The most important boundary conflicts, however, occur in the crucial first few years of life. They may happen in any or all of the 3 phases of separation-individuation, hatching, practicing, or rapprochement. Generally, the earlier and more severe the injury, the deeper the boundary problem. Withdrawal from boundaries. I don't know why it happens, but it happens, mused Ingrid over coffee with her friend Alice. Every time I disagree with my mother, even on little things, I feel this terrible sense that she's not there anymore. It's like she's hurt and withdrawn, and I can't get her back. It's really a horrible feeling to think you've lost someone you love. Let's be honest, none of us enjoys being told no. It's difficult to accept another person's refusal to give support, to be intimate, or to forgive. Yet good relationships are built on the freedom to refuse and confront. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. Proverbs 27 verse 17. Not only good relationships, but also mature characters are built on appropriate no's. Developing children need to know their boundaries will be honored. It is crucial that their disagreements, their practicing, their experimentation not result in a withdrawal of love. Please don't misunderstand this. Parental limits are crucial. Children need to know behavioral lines that should not be crossed. They need to suffer biblical age-appropriate consequences for acting out. In fact, when parents do not set and maintain good boundaries with their children, the children suffer another type of boundary injury, which we will discuss shortly. What we're talking about here isn't allowing the child free rein. Parents need to stay attached and connected to their children even when they disagree with them. That doesn't mean they shouldn't get angry. It means they shouldn't withdraw. How often do we hear the statement that God loves the sinner but hates the sin? It's true. His love is constant and never fails, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 8. When parents detach from a misbehaving young child instead of staying connected and dealing with the problem, God's constant love is misrepresented. When parents pull away in hurt, disappointment, or passive rage, they are sending this message to their youngster: you're lovable when you behave. You aren't lovable when you don't behave. The child translates that message something like this: when I'm good, I am loved. When I'm bad, I'm cut off. Put yourself in the child's place. What would you do? It's not a difficult decision. God created people with a need for attachment and relationship. Parents who pull away from their child are, in essence, practicing spiritual and emotional blackmail. The child can either pretend to not disagree and keep the relationship, or he can continue to separate and lose his most important relationship in the world. He will most likely keep quiet. Children whose parents withdraw when they start setting limits learn to accentuate and develop their compliant, loving, sensitive parts. At the same time, they learn to fear, distrust, and hate their aggressive, truth-telling, and separate parts. If someone they love pulls away when they become angry, cantankerous, or experimental, children learn to hide these parts of themselves. Parents who tell their children, "It hurts us when you're angry," make the child responsible for the emotional health of the parent. In effect, the child has just been made the parent of the parent, sometimes at 2 or 3 years old. It's far, far better to say, "I know you're angry, but you still can't have that toy," and then to take your hurt feelings to a spouse, friend, or the Lord. By nature, children are omnipotent. They live in a world where the sun shines because they were good, and it rains because they were naughty. Children will give up this omnipotence gradually over time, as they learn that needs and events besides theirs are important. But during the early years, this omnipotence plays right into boundary injury. When children feel parents withdrawing, they readily believe that they are responsible for mom and dad's feelings. That's what omnipotent means. I am powerful enough to make mom and dad pull away. I'd better watch it. A parent's emotional withdrawal can be subtle, a hurt tone of voice, long silences for no reason. Or it can be overt, crying spells, illness, yelling. Children of parents like these grow up to be adults who are terrified that setting boundaries will cause severe isolation and abandonment. Hostility against boundaries. Do I understand why I can't say no? Larry chuckled. Why don't you ask me a hard one? I grew up in the military. Dad's word was law. And disagreeing was always rebellion. I contradicted him once when I was 9. All I remember is waking up on the other side of the room with a whopping headache. And lots of hurt feelings. The second boundary injury, easier to spot than the first, is a parent's hostility against boundaries. The parent becomes angry at the child's attempts at separating from him or her. Hostility can emerge in the form of angry words, physical punishment, or inappropriate consequences. Some parents will say to the child, "You'll do what I say." This is fair enough. God meant for parents to be in charge of children. But then they'll say, "And you'll like doing it." This makes a child crazy because it's a denial of the separate soul of the child. To make the child like it is to pressure the child into becoming a people pleaser, not a God pleaser. Galatians 1 verse 10. Some parents criticize the boundaries of their children. "If you disagree with me, you'll do it my way or else." Don't question your mother. You need an attitude adjustment. You've got no reason to feel bad. children need to be under the authority and control of their parents. But when parents punish their child for their growing independence, the child will usually retreat into hurt and resentment. This hostility is a poor counterfeit of God's program of learning discipline. Discipline is the art of teaching children self-control by using consequences. Irresponsible actions should cause discomfort that motivates us to become more responsible. The my way or else approach teaches children to pretend to be obedient, at least when the parent is in earshot. The you have a choice approach teaches children to be responsible for their own actions. Instead of saying, you'll make your bed or you'll be grounded for a month, the parent says, you have a choice, make your bed, and I'll let you play Nintendo. Don't make your bed and you lose your Nintendo privileges for the rest of the day. The child decides how much pain they are willing to endure to be disobedient. God's discipline teaches, not punishes. God disciplines us for our good, that we may share in His holiness. No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it. Hebrews 12 verses 10 and 11. When parents greet their children's disagreement, disobedience, or practicing with simple hostility, the children are denied the benefit of being trained. They don't learn that delaying gratification and being responsible have benefits. They only learn how to avoid someone's wrath. Ever wonder why some Christians fear an angry God, no matter how much they read about His love? The results of this hostility are difficult to see because these children quickly learn how to hide under a compliant smile. When these children grow up, they suffer depression, anxiety, relationship conflicts, and substance abuse problems. For the first time in their lives, many boundary-injured individuals realize they have a problem. Hostility can create problems in both saying and hearing no. Some children become pliably enmeshed with others, but some react outwardly and become controlling people, just like the hostile parent. The Bible addresses two distinct reactions to hostility in parents. Fathers are told not to embitter children, or they will become discouraged. Colossians 3 verse 21. Some children respond to harshness with compliance and depression. At the same time, fathers are told not to exasperate children. F 6:4. Other children react to hostility with rage. Many grow up to be just like the hostile parent who hurt them. Over-control occurs when otherwise loving parents try to protect their children from making mistakes by imposing excessively strict rules and limits. For instance, they may prevent their children from playing with other kids to shield them from potential harm or exposure to bad habits. They might insist on extreme precautions, like making their children wear galoshes on merely cloudy days, all in the name of safety. While control and protection are major parental responsibilities, the issue with over-control is that it leaves no room for children to learn from their own mistakes. It denies them the crucial experiences needed to develop maturity. As the Bible teaches, we learn maturity by constant use, Hebrews 5 verse 14. Over-controlled children often struggle with dependency, enmeshment conflicts, and difficulty in establishing and maintaining firm boundaries. They may also have significant problems with taking risks and being creative, as they have never been allowed to explore and learn independently. Lack of limits. Eileen sighed deeply. Her husband, Bruce, had once again entered his twice-a-week ritual of throwing fits whenever she dropped a ball. This time it was because she had forgotten to arrange a babysitter for their night out with the Billingses. Now their plans had to be rescheduled, and Bruce was furious. Eileen couldn't quite grasp why Bruce got so worked up over what seemed like minor slip-ups. Maybe he just needed some time off, she thought optimistically. A vacation would fix everything, she decided, momentarily forgetting that they had just returned from one a month ago. Eileen's struggles were deeply rooted in her upbringing. Her parents were extremely loving but utterly indulgent. They couldn't bring themselves to make her do anything unpleasant or to discipline her with timeouts, consequences, or spankings. Her parents believed that an abundance of love and forgiveness would naturally guide her into becoming a responsible adult. Whenever Eileen neglected to clean up after herself, her mother would step in and do it for her. When she wrecked the family car 3 times, her father bought her a new one. If she overdrew her checking account, her parents quietly replenished the funds. "Isn't love patient?" they would say, rationalizing their enabling behavior. This lack of boundaries in her upbringing hindered Eileen's character development. As an adult, she was a loving wife, mother, and worker, but her undisciplined and careless ways constantly frustrated those around her. The cost of being in a relationship with her was high, yet she was so endearing that her friends avoided confronting her for fear of hurting her feelings. Thus, the cycle continued, and the underlying problems remained unresolved. A lack of parental limits represents the opposite of hostility, yet it is equally harmful. Eileen's parents' permissiveness denied her the structure she needed to develop responsibility and maturity. Biblical discipline, which provides necessary boundaries and consequences, could have significantly helped her build character. Sometimes a lack of limits coupled with a lack of emotional connection can result in a child becoming an aggressively controlling individual. Consider the familiar scene in a supermarket, a 4-year-old in total control of a mother. The child throws a tantrum, screaming and demanding a candy bar. The mother, at her wits' end, pleads and threatens, only to finally give in and hand over the candy bar. "But this is the last one," she mutters, still hoping to salvage some semblance of authority. However, by that point, any sense of control is an illusion. Now imagine that same 4-year-old growing into a 40-year-old man. Though the setting and circumstances have changed, the behavior remains the same. When faced with limits or opposition, he erupts in similar tantrums, now with decades of entitlement reinforcing his reactions. Such individuals often require strong and consistent recovery programs to address their deeply ingrained issues. Recovery might come in the form of hospitalization, divorce, incarceration, or even disease. Life's natural disciplines are inescapable. Eventually, they catch up with everyone. However, the later these lessons are learned, the higher the stakes and the sadder the consequences. Inconsistent limits, sometimes due to their uncertainty about how to raise children or their own unresolved issues, parents set inconsistent limits, sending mixed signals to their children. This inconsistency creates confusion, leaving children unsure of the rules governing family life and relationships. In families with alcoholism, inconsistent limits are particularly prevalent. A parent might be warm and nurturing one day, but unreasonably harsh and punitive the next, behaviors often tied to the unpredictable nature of drinking. The effects of such inconsistent limits are profound. Children in these environments experience significant boundary confusion. They grow up feeling unsafe in relationships, constantly on guard for potential betrayal or unexpected outbursts. This leaves them perpetually defensive, unable to relax or trust others. For adult children of alcoholics, setting boundaries can be an excruciating process. The simple act of saying no is fraught with fear, as it might provoke either respect or rage. Their perception of responsibility becomes blurred, making them feel like the double-minded person described in James 1 verse 6, like a wave of the sea, blown and tossed by the wind. Trauma, while inconsistent or inappropriate limits reflect patterns of family interaction, specific traumatic events can also disrupt boundary development. A trauma is an intensely painful emotional experience that leaves lasting scars. Emotional, physical, and sexual abuse, accidents, severe illnesses, or significant losses like the death of a parent, divorce, or financial ruin all qualify as traumatic. To differentiate, consider a tree in a forest. Its health can be affected by the quality of the soil, sunlight, or water it receives. These are analogous to family relational patterns like withdrawal or hostility. Trauma, however, is akin to lightning striking the tree, sudden, shocking, and devastating. Trauma impacts two foundational beliefs essential to a child's growth. 1. The world is a reasonably safe place. 2. They have some control over their lives. Children subjected to trauma often find these foundations shaken. Their sense of safety is undermined, and they become terrified of their perceived helplessness in the face of danger. Take Jerry, for example. Abused physically by both parents, he left home early, joined the Marines, and endured several troubled marriages. In his 30s, therapy helped him uncover why he was drawn to controlling women. He was captivated by their strength and ability to handle him, but this led to a pattern of compliance where he always felt powerless. During one session, Jerry recalled a vivid memory of his mother slapping him across the face for a minor infraction. He remembered his futile attempts to protect himself, pleading, "Please, Mom, I'm sorry. I'll do anything you say. Please, Mom." The hitting would only stop when he promised total obedience. This childhood experience mirrored his relationships with women, where their anger would terrify him into instant compliance. Jerry's ability to set boundaries was deeply damaged by his mother's abuse. Traumatic experiences like his disrupt the healthy development of boundaries, leaving deep emotional wounds. The Bible emphasizes God's compassion for those who have suffered trauma. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, Isaiah 61 verse 1. God desires that the brokenhearted find healing through love and care. Trauma victims often experience poor relational patterns, such as withdrawal and hostility, as the backdrop for their suffering. These unhealthy dynamics form the fertile ground from which trauma arises, compounding its effects. Our own character traits, individual character traits, also play a role in boundary issues. Some people seem to have distinct personality styles from the womb. Perhaps you've always been adventurous and confrontational, eager to explore new horizons, or maybe you've been naturally quiet and reflective. These inherent traits influence how we approach boundaries. Those with higher levels of natural aggression might confront boundary issues head-on, while those who are less aggressive may shy away from setting or enforcing limits. Our own sinfulness, in addition to external influences like family dynamics and trauma, we play a role in our boundary development struggles through our own sinfulness. This sinfulness, referred to as depravity, is the legacy we've inherited from Adam and Eve. It manifests as a deep-seated resistance to being creatures under God, rejecting the humility required to accept our dependence on Him. Depravity is the defiance that whispers we should be omnipotent, in charge, and accountable to no one. It's the insatiable desire for autonomy, where we refuse to admit our need for others or accept the rightful authority of God in our lives. This resistance enslaves us to the law of sin and death, a condition from which only Christ can redeem us. For the law of the Spirit of life has set you free in Christ Jesus from the law of sin and death. Rom. 8:2. Recognizing this depravity within ourselves is essential for understanding the roots of our boundary problems. It reveals the ways in which our own pride and self-centeredness can distort our relationships and responsibilities. Chapter 5, 10 Laws of Boundaries. Imagine being transported to a world governed by unfamiliar principles, where gravity keeps you tethered to the ground, food must be earned, and interactions operate on a currency you don't understand. Such an experience would leave you bewildered, possibly hurt, and out of place. This analogy illustrates how people raised in dysfunctional families, where God's principles of boundaries are not taught, often feel as they transition into adult life. They face spiritual and relational realities without understanding the principles that govern them, making them prisoners of ignorance. God's creation operates on laws and principles that are as real and unchanging as gravity. These spiritual truths, though unseen, dictate the outcomes of our actions and relationships. Learning these laws helps us align our lives with God's design, freeing us from unnecessary suffering. Below are 10 essential laws of boundaries to help navigate life and relationships. Law number 1. The law of sowing and reaping. The Bible encapsulates the law of cause and effect in Galatians 6 verses 7 and 8. You reap whatever you sow. This law is not punitive but descriptive. It explains how life works. If you sow healthy habits like eating well and exercising, you'll likely enjoy better health. Conversely, if you engage in destructive behaviors like overspending, the consequences, such as debt and stress, are inevitable. However, this law can be interrupted when someone steps in to shield another from the consequences of their actions. For instance, a mother who repeatedly bails out her overspending child shields them from the pain of debt collectors or financial scarcity. Such interference disrupts the natural learning process, enabling irresponsible behavior to continue unchecked. This dynamic is what we often refer to as codependency. Boundaryless people co-sign the note of life for someone else, taking on their physical, emotional, or financial burdens. The result is that the irresponsible person remains shielded from the consequences of their actions, continuing to sow recklessly while the codependent person reaps the fallout. Establishing boundaries prevents this interruption, ensuring that the person sowing poor choices also reaps the corresponding outcomes. Simply confronting the irresponsible person is insufficient. Without experiencing pain or consequences, they see no reason to change. The Bible reflects this truth in Proverbs 9 verse 8. Do not rebuke a mocker, or he will hate you. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love you. Wise people may change their ways when confronted, but those entrenched in destructive patterns often require consequences to inspire change. Codependents, instead of nagging or enduring further insult, must allow the law of sowing and reaping to play out naturally. Only then can the irresponsible person feel the weight of their actions and find the motivation to change. Law number 2, the law of responsibility. Taking responsibility for your own life can sometimes be misunderstood. Many people believe that being responsible for oneself is selfish or contrary to the Christian call to selflessness. However, the biblical law of responsibility involves loving others while maintaining clear boundaries. Jesus emphasized the importance of love, declaring it the cornerstone of his commandment, "Love each other as I have loved you." However, love doesn't mean taking on another person's burdens in a way that removes their responsibility. The distinction lies in loving others while not living for them. You cannot feel, think, or act for someone else, just as they cannot do so for you. As Philippians 2 verses 12 and 13 teaches, we are each responsible for working out our own salvation with God's guidance. Responsibility also means helping others when they are in genuine need, as we would wish to be helped if the roles were reversed. However, it also requires setting limits on destructive or irresponsible behavior. Proverbs 19 verse 19 warns, "A hot-tempered person must pay the penalty. Rescue them, and you will have to do it again." Helping someone avoid the natural consequences of their actions doesn't aid their growth. Instead, it perpetuates a harmful pattern. By establishing boundaries, you balance responsibility to others with responsibility for yourself. Boundaries allow you to help others while encouraging them to face the results of their own choices, fostering maturity and accountability. Law number 3, the law of power. The idea of personal power often confuses people, especially those familiar with teachings from recovery movements like the 12 steps. How can one be powerless over their destructive behaviors, yet still hold responsibility? The Bible and recovery principles align in their acknowledgement of human powerlessness. We cannot, on our own, overcome sin or addiction. As Paul writes in Romans 7 verse 15, "I do not understand what I do. For what I want to do I do not do, but what I hate I do." Yet while we lack the power to overcome these patterns alone, we are not entirely powerless. There are key actions within our control that lead to transformation. 1. Confession. Admit the truth about your struggles. Agreeing with the reality of your problem is the first step to change. 2. Submission. Acknowledge your inability to change by yourself and surrender to God's help. As James 4 verses 7 and 10 emphasizes, humility before God opens the door to his grace and healing. 3. Self-awareness. Seek God's guidance and insight from others to uncover what lies within your boundaries. 4. Repentance. Turn away from known sins, even if the process isn't perfect. Recognize harmful aspects of your character and commit to growth. 5. Seeking help. Humble yourself to seek support from God and others to heal developmental wounds and fulfill unmet needs. 6. Making amends. Take responsibility for your wrongs by seeking reconciliation with those you've hurt, as outlined in Matthew 5 verses 23 and 24. While these actions are within your power, it's important to recognize what lies beyond your control, everything outside your boundaries. The Serenity Prayer captures this truth beautifully. God. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. You cannot change the weather, the past, or the behavior of others. Attempting to do so leads to frustration and harm. Instead, focus on influencing others through your own growth. When their old ways of relating to you no longer work, they may be inspired to change themselves. Law number 4. The law of respect. Many boundary issues arise from a single fear. People often worry about what others might think or do if they establish limits. They'll get angry if I say no. They won't speak to me for a week if I tell them how I really feel, or they'll think I'm selfish. This fear of others' reactions can cloud one's sense of self and make it difficult to set healthy boundaries. Sometimes the issue is reversed. We judge others for setting their own boundaries. Thoughts like, how could they say no to me? It's such a small favor, or after all I've done for them, they could at least do this for me, reflect a lack of respect for others' limits. This judgment stems from the expectation that others should behave as we want them to, ignoring their autonomy and individuality. The Bible warns against this kind of judgment, reminding us in Matthew 7 verses 1 and 2 that the standards we apply to others will be applied to us. When we condemn others for saying no, we inadvertently discourage ourselves from asserting our own boundaries, creating a cycle of compliance and resentment. Jesus offers an alternative in Matthew 7 verse 12. Do to others what you would have them do to you. Respecting others' boundaries fosters mutual respect. When we allow others the freedom to make choices, even if we disagree, we create space for our boundaries to be respected in return. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. Accepting others' boundaries also means letting go of anger, guilt, or withdrawal when they say no. Respecting their freedom to choose enables us to feel more secure in our own. Love thrives in this atmosphere of mutual respect and liberty. Law number 5. The law of motivation. Stan was a man who lived by the principle of giving, yet his life felt anything but blessed. Despite his best efforts to be loving and selfless, he often felt drained, unappreciated, and resentful. His generosity, rather than bringing joy, left him in a state of depression. When Stan sought help, he insisted he was loving too much. The truth, however, was that Stan's actions were driven by fear, not love. As a child, he learned that failing to meet his mother's expectations resulted in the withdrawal of her affection. This created a lifelong habit of saying yes to avoid rejection or anger from others. Stan confused his compliance with love, but true love brings joy, not fatigue or resentment. Stan's story highlights a key principle. The motivation behind our actions determines their fruit. Saying yes out of fear, guilt, or a need for approval isn't love, it's self-protection. These false motives keep us from setting boundaries. Here are some common motivations that interfere with healthy limits. 1. Fear of losing love or facing abandonment. People often say yes because they are afraid of being left behind. They give in hopes of securing love but often feel resentful when it doesn't come. 2. Fear of others' anger. Past experiences with angry confrontations can make some people overly accommodating. They avoid saying no to sidestep potential conflict. 3. Fear of loneliness. Some believe compliance will win them love and alleviate their loneliness. 4. Fear of losing a good self-image. Many struggle to reconcile love with saying no, believing love always requires saying yes. 5. Guilt. People may give to atone for their perceived shortcomings, trying to earn their sense of goodness. 6. Payback. Feeling indebted for past kindness, they may feel obligated to give, even at their own expense. 7. Need for approval. Seeking validation from symbolic authority figures, they confuse compliance with worthiness. 8. Over-identification with others' pain. Undealt losses can make people over-empathetic, causing them to avoid saying no because they feel others' disappointments too intensely. The law of motivation teaches that healthy giving must stem from freedom, not fear. True love arises from a place of gratitude and joy, not obligation or anxiety. As Galatians 5 verses 13 and 14 reminds us, you, my brothers and sisters, were called to be free. Serve one another humbly in love. Freedom must come first, service second. Without freedom, giving becomes an act of slavery rather than love. Letting God address these fears and setting healthy boundaries will lead to service that is truly fulfilling and rewarding. Law number 6, the law of evaluation. Jason faced a difficult dilemma. He knew his business partner was underperforming and wanted to take over some of the tasks to ensure the company's success. Yet the idea of confronting his partner filled him with dread. Wouldn't that hurt him? Jason asked, torn between his partner's feelings and his need to act. When asked to evaluate the situation, Jason admitted that avoiding the conversation wasn't a solution. However, he equated causing pain with cruelty, believing that any action that might upset someone should be avoided. This is where the law of evaluation comes into play, understanding the difference between hurt and harm. Hurt is not always harmful. Jason's hesitation stemmed from his fear of causing discomfort to his partner. But as his therapist pointed out, many painful experiences, like a dentist removing a cavity, can ultimately be beneficial. Conversely, what feels good in the moment, like eating sugary treats, can be harmful in the long run. Jason had to learn that addressing his partner's poor performance, though uncomfortable, was a necessary step for both their professional and personal growth. Evaluating boundaries requires empathy and wisdom. It involves acknowledging that others may feel pain when limits are set, but understanding that this pain can lead to growth rather than harm. For example, Sandy's decision to spend Christmas skiing with friends instead of visiting her family disappointed her mother. However, Sandy's mother's sadness didn't mean Sandy was wrong to prioritize her own plans. A loving response from her mother, such as, "I'll miss you, but I hope you have a great time," would respect Sandy's autonomy while expressing her feelings honestly. Similarly, addressing wrongdoing through confrontation can hurt, but it is often necessary. Avoiding difficult conversations leads to bitterness, resentment, and broken relationships. Speaking the truth, even when it stings, is vital for healthy connections. As Proverbs 27 verse 6 reminds us, wounds from a friend can be trusted. The law of evaluation challenges us to weigh the temporary pain of setting boundaries against the long-term harm of avoiding them. It teaches us to value honesty and growth over short-term comfort, ultimately fostering healthier and more authentic relationships. Law number 7, the law of proactivity. For every action, there is a reaction. Many people who have spent years complying with others' demands eventually reach a breaking point. After years of suppressing their needs and desires, their frustration boils over into anger or rebellion. This reactionary phase is often necessary, especially for those who have been victims of manipulation, abuse, or control. However, while essential, it is only a step toward healthy boundaries. Reactive behavior is often a response to years of feeling powerless. People who were controlled by others may lash out, asserting their newfound freedom in ways that seem excessive to those around them. For example, a child who was never allowed to make their own choices might become an adult who fiercely opposes any form of authority. This reaction, though initially empowering, can keep individuals stuck in a defensive mindset. The law of proactivity emphasizes the importance of moving beyond reaction. While reactive phases are necessary to reclaim autonomy, they are not the ultimate goal. True freedom comes when we stop defining ourselves by what we oppose and start living proactively, guided by love, purpose, and positive values. Proactive individuals are characterized by what they stand for, not against. They focus on their passions, goals, and relationships rather than dwelling on past grievances. For example, instead of constantly battling perceived injustices, they channel their energy into building meaningful connections and pursuing personal growth. Jesus' teaching in Matthew 5 verses 38 and 39 highlights the distinction between reactive and proactive behavior. You have heard that it was said, "Eye for eye and tooth for tooth." But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If someone strikes you on your right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also. This doesn't mean passivity, but rather a refusal to let others dictate your actions. Proactive individuals maintain their integrity and focus on their values, even in the face of provocation. While the reactive phase is essential for establishing boundaries, it is not the end. It is a transition, a time to find your voice and reclaim your identity. However, spiritual maturity calls for something greater, using your freedom to serve others, express love, and live with purpose. Proactivity means moving from a stance of defense to one of creation, building a life rooted in connection, respect, and intentionality. Law number 8, the law of envy. Envy, one of the most destructive emotions, finds its roots in dissatisfaction and comparison. It was the driving force behind Satan's rebellion and humanity's first sin. As James explains, you want something but don't get it. You kill and covet, but you cannot have what you want. You quarrel and fight. Envy defines goodness as what I do not possess, and blinds us to the blessings already in our lives. When envy controls us, it keeps us perpetually dissatisfied. This emotion often focuses on what lies beyond our boundaries, on what others have accomplished or acquired, while neglecting our own responsibilities. Instead of appreciating or cultivating what God has given us, envy traps us in a cycle of longing and resentment. As Paul advises in Galatians, each one should test his own actions. Then he can take pride in himself without comparing himself to somebody else. Galatians 6 verse 4. Envy doesn't just target material possessions. It often extends to relationships, careers, or even personality traits. For example, a lonely person envies the close friendships others have but takes no steps to connect with others. A single woman resents her friends' marriages while avoiding social situations that could lead to her own relationships. A middle-aged professional envies those who have pursued fulfilling careers yet finds endless excuses for not taking similar risks. A religious individual begrudges those enjoying worldly pleasures, questioning their own commitment to a righteous life. The antidote to envy lies in action. Envy signals a lack in our lives, something we desire but haven't pursued. Instead of lamenting what others have, we can take proactive steps to understand and address our own shortcomings. The lonely person can seek counseling or join a group to improve their social skills. The single woman can explore why she struggles with relationships and take practical steps such as joining a dating service or meeting new people. The dissatisfied professional can confront their fear of change and take small, manageable steps toward a more fulfilling career. The envious believer can examine their spiritual life and ask why they feel like a slave rather than someone who has freely chosen their path. Envy is a signpost. When you find yourself envying others, ask God to reveal what you're missing and what steps you can take to fill that void. Envy should motivate self-reflection, not resentment. Law number 9, the law of activity. Human beings are designed to be initiators, not just responders. Many boundary problems arise from passivity, a failure to take action or responsibility for one's life. God created us with the ability to propel ourselves into action, yet many people remain stuck, waiting for life to happen to them. The parable of the talents provides a stark illustration of this principle. The servants who actively used their talents were rewarded, while the one who buried his out of fear was rebuked as wicked and lazy. Matt 25:26. Passivity, while not inherently evil, becomes an ally of destruction by failing to resist it. Evil is active, and without action it will triumph. God does not tolerate passivity because it is spiritually and emotionally destructive. In Hebrews we are warned, "But my righteous one will live by faith. And if he shrinks back, I will not be pleased with him." Hebrews 10 verse 38. Shrinking back or failing to act leads to destruction, while faith propels us toward life and growth. Passivity often stems from fear of failure, rejection, or the unknown. However, God matches our effort. He doesn't do the work for us, but He empowers and strengthens us when we take initiative. Like a baby bird pecking its way out of its shell, the struggle itself strengthens us for the challenges of life. Consider this analogy. If a baby bird's shell is broken for it, the bird will die because it hasn't developed the strength needed to survive. Similarly, when we avoid effort or expect others to rescue us, we fail to grow. God designed us to seek, knock, and ask. Matt 7:7-8. This active participation in life builds our boundaries and preserves our souls. To live within the law of activity means rejecting passivity and taking responsibility for your life. It's not about avoiding failure, it's about trying, failing, and learning. The sin lies not in failing, but in failing to try. Through effort, we grow stronger, wiser, and more capable of living out the life God intends for us. Law number 10, the law of exposure boundaries are like invisible property lines. They define where you begin and end in relation to others. However, these boundaries cannot remain hidden or unspoken. They need to be visible and communicated clearly within the context of relationships. This is the essence of the law of exposure. Boundaries must be exposed to others to function effectively. Boundaries exist within relationships because relationships are where we live, love, and grow. Yet, fears of rejection, disapproval, guilt, or anger often prevent us from expressing our boundaries openly. Instead of communicating honestly, we hide our boundaries, leading to resentment, passive withdrawal, or even manipulation. Consider how these hidden boundaries affect relationships. A person may quietly endure the pain of another's irresponsibility, never sharing how it affects them, missing the opportunity to help the other grow. A spouse may silently comply for years, hiding their true feelings and opinions, only to abruptly express their boundaries through actions like filing for divorce. Parents may overindulge their children, thinking they are showing love, but their lack of honest boundaries leaves their children feeling unloved and the parents resentful. Unexpressed boundaries don't disappear, they manifest indirectly, often damaging relationships. Like the alien who suffered by not knowing Earth's laws, we suffer when we fail to communicate our boundaries. The Bible underscores the importance of truth and honesty in relationships. Paul writes, "Therefore each of you must put off falsehood and speak truthfully to his neighbor, for we are all members of one body." Ephesians 4 verse 25. He also warns against letting anger fester, urging, "Do not let the sun go down while you are still angry." Ephesians 4 verse 26. When boundaries are brought into the light, spoken openly and honestly, they become tools for growth and healing. The Bible emphasizes this in passages like, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, for it is light that makes everything visible." Ephesians 5 verses 13 and 14. Living in the light, where boundaries are clearly communicated, fosters real relationships and personal integration. David captures this idea in Psalm 51 verse 6. "Surely you desire truth in the inner parts. You teach me wisdom in the inmost place." God calls us to real, honest relationships both with Him and with others. This means bringing our boundaries into the light, even when it's challenging. Boundaries affected by sin must also be exposed for healing, allowing God to transform them into tools for love and connection. The story of the alien illustrates this principle well. When God leads us out of a dysfunctional past, whether it's from a broken family, unhealthy habits, or spiritual confusion, He doesn't leave us to navigate blindly. He teaches us His principles and guides us in living according to His ways. Like the Israelites learning to live in the promised land, we must internalize God's truths through practice and perseverance. Chapter 6, Common Boundary Myths. In the journey of understanding and setting boundaries, myths often cloud the truth. These myths, though they appear to be true, are rooted in family upbringing, church teachings, or personal misunderstandings. They prevent individuals from fully embracing boundaries as a healthy and necessary part of life. Let's explore some of these common myths. Myth number 1. If I set boundaries, I'm being selfish. Teresa, like many Christians, wrestled with the idea that setting limits might contradict the commandment to live for others. She feared that boundaries were inherently self-centered, an obstacle to loving others as Christ commands. However, the truth is that boundaries are not selfish, they are an act of stewardship. Selfishness involves prioritizing personal desires while neglecting the responsibility to care for others. Stewardship, on the other hand, means taking care of the gifts God has given, including our lives, resources, and time. God calls us to take responsibility for our needs while trusting Him to meet them. Paul's words in Philippians highlight this balance. "I can do everything through Him who gives me strength." Phil 4:13. While God provides for us, we are responsible for our choices. Jesus Himself instructed us to ask, seek, and knock, Matthew 7:7, emphasizing active participation in meeting our needs. Stewardship reminds us that saying no to harmful or unnecessary demands is a way to protect God's investment in us. It's not selfishness, but a way to honor the life He entrusted to us. Myth number 2, boundaries are a sign of disobedience. In religious circles, setting boundaries is sometimes seen as rebellious or uncooperative. For example, Barry, a churchgoer, felt pressured to join a Bible study group he had no interest in. Out of fear of disappointing a group leader, he reluctantly agreed, even though his heart said no. Barry's situation highlights an essential biblical principle. An external yes paired with an internal no is disobedience. God values honesty and a cheerful heart over reluctant compliance. As Hosea reminds us, "For I desire mercy, not sacrifice, and acknowledgement of God rather than burnt offerings," Hosea 6 verse 6. When we say yes out of fear, guilt, or obligation, our obedience becomes tainted. True obedience stems from love and a sincere desire to honor God, not from compulsion. As Paul teaches, "Each of you must give as you have made up your mind, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver." 2 Corinthians 9 verse 7. If we cannot say no, our yes loses its authenticity. Boundaries allow us to clarify our motives and respond to God and others from a place of genuine love, rather than fear. Myth number 3. If I begin setting boundaries, I will be hurt by others. Debbie, usually a quiet member of her Bible study group, voiced her concern during a session on conflict resolution. She explained her fear of setting boundaries with her husband. "I know how to present my opinion in a caring way, but he'll walk out on me if I disagree. What should I do?" Debbie's fear is common. Many people hesitate to set boundaries because they are terrified of the consequences, anger, rejection, or abandonment. And it's true, setting boundaries can sometimes provoke negative reactions. Jesus himself faced this when he told the rich young man that eternal life required him to give away his wealth. The man left, saddened by the truth he couldn't accept. Matt 19:22. Boundaries act as a litmus test for relationships. People who respect boundaries appreciate the separateness of others, their individuality, their right to say no. These individuals, called wise or righteous in the Bible, value truth and mutual respect. On the other hand, those who resist boundaries often try to manipulate or control. When you set a boundary, their reaction reveals the quality of the relationship. For Debbie, the question isn't whether her husband will leave, it's whether their marriage can survive without honest boundaries. If compliance is the only glue holding the relationship together, is it truly a partnership? Setting boundaries might bring short-term conflict, but it also provides an opportunity for real growth. As issues surface, couples can work together to rebuild their relationship on healthier terms. Boundaries don't isolate us, they connect us to those who respect and value us. If someone reacts negatively to your boundaries, it's a chance to reassess the relationship and seek support from a spiritual community or trusted network. Myth number 4. If I set boundaries, I will hurt others. Barbara, another participant in the Bible study, shared her struggle. "The hardest part about telling my mother no is the hurt silence. It lasts about 45 seconds and ends only when I apologize and agree to visit her. I'll do anything to avoid that silence." Barbara's experience highlights the fear that setting boundaries might harm someone emotionally. This fear is common, especially when dealing with loved ones. Whether it's a friend asking for a favor, a relative in financial trouble, or someone seeking emotional support, people often feel that saying no is a form of attack or neglect. However, boundaries are not weapons. They are defensive tools designed to protect your resources, time, and emotional well-being. Saying no doesn't harm others, it simply redirects them to find alternative solutions. Even Jesus set boundaries, withdrawing from the crowds to spend time in prayer and rest. Matt 14:22-23. That doesn't mean setting boundaries is easy. In some cases, others may feel disappointed or inconvenienced. But adults are responsible for their own emotional and practical needs. The Bible emphasizes personal responsibility. Each one should carry their own load. Galatians 6 verse 5. Boundaries help others learn to take ownership of their lives instead of relying excessively on you. Barbara's story also underscores the importance of cultivating a supportive network. Relying too heavily on one person, whether it's a parent, friend, or spouse, creates an unhealthy dependency. A robust community allows you to hear no without feeling abandoned because other relationships provide balance and support. Boundaries teach others how to handle life's disappointments while encouraging them to grow. Just as God said no to Paul about removing his thorn in the flesh, 2 Corinthians 12 verses 7 and 9, sometimes a no is what others need to learn resilience and self-reliance. Myth number 5, boundaries mean that I am angry Brenda had finally summoned the courage to confront her boss about working weekends without pay. She carefully outlined her concerns during the meeting, presenting her issues clearly and offering suggestions for change. To her relief, the meeting went well and her boss was understanding. Yet, despite the positive outcome, Brenda left the meeting feeling unsettled. Inside her, a storm of anger and frustration was brewing. As Brenda reflected on her feelings, she grew increasingly confused. The anger had come out of nowhere, catching her off guard. She even recalled making a few sarcastic remarks during the meeting about her boss's leisurely golfing Fridays, comments she had never intended to voice. Sitting at her desk, she couldn't help but wonder, where had this anger come from? Was this what boundaries were doing to her? Was she becoming that kind of person? This experience is not uncommon. Many people, when they first begin setting boundaries, are surprised by the anger that surfaces. They might notice themselves becoming more easily offended or quicker to react. Friends or family members might even comment, "You're not as nice as you used to be." Such feedback can lead to guilt and confusion, making it harder for new boundary setters to navigate their emotions. Contrary to what Brenda feared, boundaries don't cause anger. Instead, anger is a natural emotion that serves a vital purpose. Like a warning signal, anger alerts us when something is wrong, when our boundaries have been crossed, or we're in danger of being controlled. For example, Jesus displayed righteous anger when he drove the money changers out of the temple, confronting the violation of a sacred space. Carl, another boundary setter, realized this when he found himself getting hostile toward pushy salespeople. He couldn't understand why he disliked them so much until he recognized that his anger was a response to their refusal to respect his financial boundaries. His anger was doing its job, signaling a need to protect his resources. Anger can also energize us, giving us the strength to confront threats and protect ourselves or our loved ones. It's a tool for addressing danger, much like a bull in a ring, snorting and preparing to charge. However, anger doesn't always dissipate on its own. If left unresolved, it can linger, especially when it's tied to past experiences of boundary violations. For many, the anger they feel when setting boundaries isn't new, it's old anger. This type of anger often stems from years of unspoken no's and unacknowledged boundary violations. It's the bottled up frustration of past injustices finally finding a voice. Take Nathan, for instance. He grew up in a family admired by the community, often praised as ideal. Yet beneath the surface, his family carefully controlled any disagreements or expressions of individuality. Nathan never learned to set limits or say no, fearing it would disrupt the harmony his parents valued so deeply. As an adult, he entered a marriage where his wife manipulated and controlled him, leaving him feeling powerless. It wasn't until his marriage began to falter that Nathan started questioning his upbringing. The realization of how his family's lack of boundary teaching had shaped his struggles ignited a deep anger, not just at his wife, but at his parents too. Nathan's story highlights a crucial aspect of boundary work. The anger that surfaces is often a reaction to past pain. But it doesn't have to define your journey. As Nathan began to process his feelings and take responsibility for his healing, his anger lessened. By developing healthier boundaries, he created a sense of safety and autonomy in his life. The good news is that the more we develop and strengthen our boundaries, the less anger we'll experience. When boundaries are clear and respected, we don't need anger to signal a violation. We've already put measures in place to prevent it. Tina, for example, used to feel frustrated and angry when her husband came home late for dinner every night, disrupting their family routine. But instead of stewing in resentment, she decided to set a boundary. She would serve dinner on time, with or without him. After a few evenings of reheating leftovers and eating alone, her husband began making an effort to come home earlier. By setting a simple limit, Tina resolved the issue without letting anger fester. Boundaries, when used effectively, reduce the need for anger. They empower us to protect our emotional and physical well-being proactively rather than reacting defensively. Myth number 6. When others set boundaries, it injures me, Randy. I'm sorry, but I can't lend you the money, Pete said. This is just a bad time for me. My best friend, Randy thought to himself. I come to him in need and he refuses me. What a blow! I guess that shows me what kind of friendship we really have. Randy is preparing to embark on a life of boundarylessness with others. Why? Because being on the receiving end was hurtful to him. He even made an emotional vow never to put anyone else through his experience. Many of us are like Randy. Having someone say no to our request for support leaves a bad taste in our mouths. It feels hurtful, rejecting, or cold. It becomes difficult to conceive of setting limits as being helpful or good. Having to accept the boundaries of others is certainly not pleasant. None of us enjoys hearing the word no. Let's look at why accepting others' boundaries is such a problem. First, having inappropriate boundaries set on us can injure us, especially in childhood. A parent can hurt a child by not providing the correct amount of emotional connection at the appropriate time. Children's emotional and psychological needs are primarily the responsibility of the parents. The younger the child, the fewer places he or she can go to get those needs met. A self-centered, immature, or dependent parent can hurt a child by saying no at the wrong times. Robert's earliest memories were of being in his crib, alone in the room, for hours at a time. His parents would simply leave him there, thinking he was fine if he wasn't crying. Actually, he had moved past crying to infant depression. Their no created a deep sense of being unwanted, which followed him into adulthood. Second, we project our own injuries onto others. When we feel pain, one response is to disown the bad feeling and to throw it onto others. This is called projection. Quite often, people who have been hurt by inappropriate childhood boundaries will throw their fragility onto others. Sensing their own pain in others, they will avoid setting limits on others as they imagine how devastating it would be to them. Robert had extreme difficulty setting nighttime limits with his 3-year-old daughter, Abby. Whenever she would cry about having to go to bed, he would panic inside, thinking, I'm abandoning my daughter, she needs me, and I'm not there for her. Actually, he was a wonderful father who read stories at night, prayed, and sang songs with his little girl. But he read his own pain in her tears. Robert's injuries kept him from setting the correct limits on Abby's wish to keep him singing songs and playing until sunrise. Third, an inability to receive someone's boundary may mean there is an idolatrous relationship. Kathy felt wounded and isolated when her husband wouldn't want to talk at night. His silence resulted in severe feelings of alienation. She began wondering if she were being injured by her husband's boundaries. The real problem, however, lay in Kathy's dependence on her husband. Her emotional well-being rested on his being there for her at all times. He was to have provided everything that her own alcoholic parents hadn't. When he had a bad day and withdrew, her own day was a disaster. Though we certainly need each other, no one but God is indispensable. When a conflict with one significant person can bring us to despair, it is possible that we are putting that person on a throne that should only be occupied by God. We should never see one other person as the only source of good in the world. It hurts our spiritual and emotional freedom and our development. Ritual and emotional freedom and our development. Ask yourself, if the person I can't hear no from were to die tonight, to whom would I go? It's crucial to develop several deep, significant relationships. This allows those in our lives to feel free to say no to us without guilt because we have somewhere else to go. When we have a person we can't take no from, we have, in effect, handed over the control of our lives to them. All they have to do is threaten withdrawal, and we will comply. This occurs quite often in marriages, where one spouse is kept in emotional blackmail by the other's threat to leave. Not only is this no way to live, it doesn't work either. The controller continues withdrawing whenever he or she is displeased, and the boundaryless person continues frantically scrambling to keep him or her happy. Dr. James Dobson's Love Must Be Tough is a classic work on this kind of boundary problem. Fourth, an inability to accept others' boundaries can indicate a problem in taking responsibility. Randy, who needed a loan from his best friend, is an example of this problem. He was making Pete responsible for his own financial woes. Some people become so accustomed to others rescuing them that they begin to believe that their well-being is someone else's problem. They feel let down and unloved when they aren't bailed out. They fail to accept responsibility for their own lives. Paul strongly confronted the Corinthians in a letter that has since been lost. He set limits on their rebelliousness. Thankfully, they responded well. Even if I caused you sorrow by my letter, I do not regret it. Though I did regret it, I see that my letter hurt you, but only for a little while. Yet now I am happy, not because you were made sorry, but because your sorrow led you to repentance. The Corinthians took, accepted, and responded well to Paul's boundaries, whatever they were. That's a sign of taking responsibility. It's helpful to remember Jesus' golden rule here. In everything, do to others what you would have them do to you. Apply it to setting limits. Do you want others to respect your boundaries? Then you must be willing to respect the boundaries of others. Myth number 7. Boundaries cause feelings of guilt. Myth number 7. Boundaries cause feelings of guilt. Edward shook his head. There's something not right about all this for me, he said. My folks were always so caring and concerned about me. It's been such a great relationship. And then, he paused, groping for words. And then I met Judy and we got married. And that was wonderful. We saw my folks every week, sometimes more. Then the kids came along. Everything was fine. Until I got the job offer from across the country. It was the position of my dreams. Judy was excited about it too. But as soon as I told my parents about the offer, things changed. I started hearing them talk about Dad's health. I hadn't realized it was that bad. About Mom's loneliness, about how we were the only bright spots in their lives. And about all the sacrifices they'd made for me. What do I do? They're right. They've given their lives to me. How can I leave them after all that? Edward isn't alone in his dilemma. One of the major obstacles to setting boundaries with others in our lives is our feelings of obligation. What do we owe not only our parents but anyone who's been loving toward us? What's appropriate and biblical, and what isn't? Many individuals solve this dilemma by avoiding boundary setting with those to whom they feel an obligation. In this sense, they can avoid the guilty feelings that occur when they say no to someone who has been kind to them. They never leave home, never change schools or churches, and never switch jobs or friends, even when it would be an otherwise mature move. The idea is that because we have received something, we owe something. The problem is the non-existent debt. The love we receive, or money, or time, or anything which causes us to feel obligated, should be accepted as a gift. Gift implies no strings attached. All that's really needed is gratitude. The giver has no second thought that the present will provide a return. It was simply provided because someone loved someone and wanted it to do something for him or her. Period. That is how God views his gift of salvation to us. It cost him his son. It was motivated out of love for us. And our response is to receive it and to be grateful. Why is gratitude so important? Because God knows that our gratitude for what he has done for us will move us to love others as you were taught and overflowing with thankfulness. Colossians 2 verse 7. What do we owe those who are kind to us, who have genuinely cared for us? We owe them thanks, and from our grateful heart we should go out and help others. We need to distinguish here between those who give to get and those who truly give selflessly. It's generally easy to tell the difference. If the giver is hurt or angered by a sincere thanks, the gift was probably a loan. If the gratitude is enough, you probably received a legitimate gift with no feelings of guilt attached. God does an instructive job of keeping the issue of gratitude and boundaries separate. In the letters to the 7 churches in Revelation, 3 churches, Ephesus, Pergamum, and Thyatira, are addressed in a way that highlights this separation. 1. He praises their accomplishments. 2. He then tells them that even so he has something against them. 3. He finally confronts their irresponsibilities. God doesn't allow gratitude for what's been done well to obscure the need to address areas of fault or irresponsibility. Similarly, neither should we confuse these issues in our own lives. Myth number 8, boundaries are permanent and I am afraid of burning my bridges. But what if I change my mind? Carla asked. I'm scared that I'll set a boundary with my best friend and then she'll leave and forget about me. It's important to understand that your no is always subject to you. You own your boundaries, they don't own you. If you set limits with someone and they respond maturely and lovingly, you can renegotiate the boundary. Additionally, boundaries can change as you find yourself in safer or different circumstances. The Bible offers several examples of changing and renegotiating boundaries. For instance, God chose not to destroy Nineveh when the city repented. Similarly, Paul initially rejected John Mark for a mission trip due to his earlier desertion. However, later Paul requested John Mark's companionship, showing that the boundary had shifted as the situation and timing became appropriate. Boundaries are not set in stone. They are tools for guiding and protecting relationships, but they can evolve as trust circumstances and needs change. As you reflect on this, consider which myths about boundaries have held you back. Whether they stem from distorted teachings or fears of standing up for yourself, prayerfully review these misconceptions. Study the scriptures mentioned and ask God for confidence in understanding that He values healthy boundaries even more than you do. Part 2, Boundary Conflicts, Chapter 7, Boundaries and Your Family. Susie had a problem that I had seen countless times before. This 30-year-old woman would return from a visit to her parents' home and suffer a deep depression. When she described her problem to me, I asked her if she noticed that every time she went home to visit, she came back extremely depressed. "Why, that's ridiculous," she said. "I don't live there anymore. How could the trip affect me this way?" When I asked her to describe the trip, Susie told of social gatherings with old friends and family times around the dinner table. "These were fun," she said, "especially when it was only family." "What do you mean only family?" I asked. "Well, other times my parents would invite some of my friends over, and I didn't like those dinners as well." "Why was that?" Susie thought for a minute and then replied, "I guess I start to feel guilty." She began to recount the subtle remarks her parents would make, comparing her friends' lives to hers. They would talk of how wonderful it is for grandparents to have a hands-on role in raising the children. They would talk of the community activities her friends were doing and how wonderful she would be at those activities if she only lived there. The list went on and on. Susie soon discovered that, when she returned home, she felt as if she were bad for living where she lived. She had a nagging sense that she really should do what her parents wanted her to do. The real problem Susie had a common problem. She had made choices on the outside. She had moved away from the family she grew up in to pursue a career on her own. She had been paying her own bills. She had even gotten married and had a child. But on the inside, things were different. She did not have emotional permission to be a separate person, make free choices about her life, and not feel guilty when she did not do what her parents wanted. She could still yield to pressure. The real problem is on the inside. Remember, boundaries define someone's property. Susie and others like her do not really own themselves. People who own their lives do not feel guilty when they make choices about where they are going. They take other people into consideration, but when they make choices for the wishes of others, they are choosing out of love, not guilt, to advance a good, not to avoid being bad. Signs of a lack of boundaries, catching the virus. A common scenario is this. One spouse does good emotional boundaries with the family he grew up in, his family of origin. Then, when he has contact with them by phone or in person, he becomes depressed, argumentative, self-critical, perfectionistic, angry, combative, or withdrawn. It is as though he catches something from his family of origin and passes it on to his immediate family. His family of origin has the power to affect his new family in a trickle-down effect. One sure sign of boundary problems is when your relationship with one person has the power to affect your relationships with others. You are giving one person way too much power in your life. I remember one young woman who made steady gains in therapy until she talked to her mother. After each conversation, she would withdraw for 3 weeks, saying things like, "I'm not changing at all. I'm not getting any better." Fusing with many of her mother's ideas about her, she wasn't able to stay separate. This fusion with her mother affected her other relationships. She virtually shut everyone out of her life after an interaction with her mother. Her mother owned her life, she was not her own. Second fiddle. "You wouldn't believe how she is with him," Dan said. "She totally focuses on his every wish. When he criticizes her, she tries harder, and she practically ignores me. I'm tired of being the second man in her life." Dan wasn't talking about Jane's lover. He was talking about her father. Dan was tired of feeling like Jane cared more about her father's wishes than his. This is a common sign of a lack of boundaries with the family of origin. The spouse feels like he gets leftovers. He feels as if his mate's real allegiance is to her parents. This spouse hasn't completed the leaving before cleaving process. She has a boundary problem. God has designed the process whereby a man shall leave his father and his mother and shall cleave to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Genesis 2 verse 24 NSB. The Hebrew word for leave comes from a root word that means to loosen or to relinquish or forsake. For marriage to work, the spouse needs to loosen her ties with her family of origin and forge new ones with the new family she is creating through marriage. This does not mean that husbands and wives shouldn't have a relationship with their extended families, but they do need to set clear boundaries with their families of origin. Many marriages fail because one partner fails to set clear boundaries with the family of origin, and the spouse and children get leftovers. "May I have my allowance, please?" Terry and Sherry were an attractive couple. They owned a big house and went on lavish vacations. Their children took piano lessons and ballet, and they had their own skis, rollerblades, ice skates, and windsurfers. Terry and Sherry had all the trappings of success. But there was one problem. This lifestyle was not supported by Terry's paycheck. Terry and Sherry received much financial help from his family. Terry's family had always wanted the best for him, and they had always helped him get it. They had contributed to the house, the vacations, and the children's hobbies. While this allowed Terry and Sherry to have things they could not otherwise have, it cost them dearly as well. The periodic bailouts from his parents cut into Terry's self-respect. And Sherry felt as if she couldn't spend any money without consulting her in-laws, since they contributed the funds. Terry illustrates a common boundary problem for young adults today, both married and single. He was not yet an adult financially. He could not set boundaries on his parents' desire for him and Sherry to have everything we have. He also found that he had so fused with their ideas of success that he had trouble saying no to these wishes in himself. He wasn't sure he wanted to forsake the gifts and handouts for a greater sense of independence. Terry's story is the upside of the financial boundary problem. There is also the I'm in trouble side. Many adult children perpetually get into financial messes because of irresponsibility, drug or alcohol use, out of control spending, or the modern "I haven't found my niche" syndrome. Their parents continue to finance this road of failure and irresponsibility, thinking that this time they'll do better. In reality, they are crippling their children for life, preventing them from achieving independence. An adult who does not stand on his own financially is still a child. To be an adult, you must live within your means and pay for your own failures. "Mom, where are my socks?" In the perpetual child syndrome, a person may be financially independent but allows their family of origin to perform certain life management functions. This adult child often hangs out at mom and dad's house, vacations with them, drops off laundry, and eats many meals there. He is mom or dad's closest confidant, sharing everything with them. At 30-something, he hasn't found his career niche, has no savings, no retirement plan, and no health insurance. On the surface, these things may not appear to be serious problems. However, mom and dad are symbolically keeping their adult child from emotionally leaving home. This often happens in friendly, loving families where things are so nice it's hard to leave. Psychologists often refer to this as the enmeshed family, one in which the children do not separate with clear boundaries. It may not seem like a problem because everyone gets along so well. The family is very happy with one another. However, the adult children's other adult relationships may be dysfunctional. They may choose black sheep friends and lovers. They may be unable to commit to a member of the opposite sex or to a career. Often their finances are problematic. They may carry large and multiple credit card balances and are often behind on their taxes. Although they may be earning their own way daily, they never think about the future. This is essentially an adolescent financial life. Adolescents make enough money to buy a surfboard, stereo, or dress, but do not think beyond the immediate present. Adolescents and adult children who have not separated from their parents are still under parental protection. It's a parent's job to think about the future. Three's a crowd. Dysfunctional families are known for a certain type of boundary problem called triangulation. It goes something like this. Person A is angry at person B. Person A does not tell person B. Instead, person A calls person C and gripes about person B. Person C enjoys person A's confidence and listens whenever A wants to play the triangle game. By this time, person B, feeling lonely, calls C and in passing mentions the conflict with A. Person C becomes the confidant of both A and B. Persons A and B have not resolved their conflict, and person C now has two friends. Triangulation is the failure to resolve a conflict between two people and the pulling in of a third person to take sides. This is a boundary problem because the third person has no business in the conflict, but is used for comfort and validation by the ones afraid to confront each other. This is how conflicts persist, people don't change, and enemies are unnecessarily created. In the triangle, people often speak falsely, covering up their hatred with nice words and flattery. Person A is usually very cordial, nice, and even complimentary to B in person, but when A talks to C, the anger comes out. This is a clear lack of boundaries because person A is not owning their anger. The person with whom A is angry deserves to hear it directly from A. How many times have you been hurt by do you know what John said about you? Only to remember that the last time you talked to John, everything seemed fine. Additionally, person C is drawn into the conflict, and their knowledge of the situation gets in the way of their relationship with person B. Gossip gets between people, affecting their opinions of the person being gossiped about without giving that person a chance to defend themselves. Many times, what we hear from a third person is inaccurate. This is why the Bible commands us to listen to at least 2 or 3 witnesses, not just one. Triangulation is a common boundary problem with families of origin. Old patterns of conflict between a parent and a child or between 2 parents result in one family member calling another family member to talk about a third family member. These extremely destructive patterns keep people dysfunctional. The scripture is very serious about dealing with conflict directly with the one you are angry with. He who rebukes a man will in the end gain more favor than he who has a flattering tongue. Do not hate your brother in your heart. Rebuke your neighbor frankly, so you will not share in his guilt. Therefore, if you are offering your gift at the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift there in front of the altar. First go and be reconciled to your brother, then come and offer your gift. If your brother sins against you, go and show him his fault, just between the 2 of you. These scriptures show that a simple way to avoid triangulation is to always talk to the person with whom you have a conflict first. Work it out with them, and only if they deny the problem, talk to someone else to gain insight into resolving it, not to gossip or vent anger. Then you and the third person should both go to talk to the individual together to try to solve the problem. Never say to a third party something about someone that you do not plan to say to the person themselves. Who's the child here anyhow? Children should not have to save up for their parents, but parents for their children. Some people were born to take care of their parents. They didn't volunteer for this responsibility, they inherited it. Today we call these individuals codependent. From an early age, they learned that they were responsible for their parents, who remained stuck in childish patterns of irresponsibility. When these children became adults, they struggled to set boundaries between themselves and their irresponsible parents. Every time they tried to create separate lives, they felt selfish. Indeed, the Bible does teach that adult children should care for their elderly parents. Give proper recognition to those widows who are really in need. But if a widow has children or grandchildren, these should learn first of all to put their religion into practice by caring for their own family and so repaying their parents and grandparents, for this is pleasing to God. It is good to feel gratitude toward our parents and repay them for what they've done for us. But two issues often arise. One, parents may not truly be in need. Instead, they may be irresponsible, demanding, or acting like martyrs. In these cases, they may need to take responsibility for their own knapsacks. 2. When parents are really in need, adult children may lack clear boundaries to determine what they can give and what they can't. Without limits, the parents' inability to adjust to old age may dominate the family. This kind of domination can damage marriages and harm children. A family must decide together what they can and cannot give, ensuring they continue to love and appreciate the parent without becoming resentful. Good boundaries prevent resentment. It's important to give generously, but only in a way that fits your situation and resources. But I'm your brother. Another common dynamic occurs in grown sibling relationships. An irresponsible adult child relies on a responsible adult sibling to avoid growing up and taking responsibility. The irresponsible sibling continues playing old family roles well into adulthood. The challenge here is the guilt and pressure you may feel because the person is your brother or sister. Many people engage in unhelpful and even damaging behaviors for a sibling, behaviors they would never tolerate or consider for their closest friends. Families can easily dismantle even the strongest boundaries simply because they're family. But why do we do that? Why do we persist in these patterns? One reason is that we didn't learn the laws of boundaries in our family of origin. Our adult boundary problems are often rooted in unresolved boundary issues from childhood. Another reason is that we may not have transitioned into biblical adulthood or fully embraced our spiritual adoption into the family of God. Let's explore both of these aspects further. Continuation of old boundary problems. Remember the story of the alien. Growing up on another planet, he was unfamiliar with Earth's laws, such as gravity and the concept of money as a medium of exchange. Similarly, the patterns you learned at home growing up often carry into adulthood with the same players. These patterns include lack of consequences for irresponsible behavior, lack of confrontation, lack of limits, taking responsibility for others instead of yourself, giving out of compulsion and resentment, envy, passivity, secrecy. These patterns aren't new, they've just never been confronted or repented of. They run deep. Your family members are the ones you learn to organize your life around, so their very presence can send you back to old habits. Without realizing it, you may act automatically out of memory instead of growth. To change, you must identify these sins of the family and turn away from them. This process involves confessing them as sins, repenting of them, and changing how you handle them. The first step in establishing boundaries is becoming aware of old family patterns that you're still continuing in the present. Examine the struggles you're facing with boundaries in your family of origin, identify which laws are being broken, and pinpoint the resulting negative consequences in your life. Adoption. While this isn't a book about spiritual development, boundaries are an essential aspect of growing up. One key step in maturity is transitioning from parental authority to God's authority. The Bible teaches that children are under their parents' authority until they reach adulthood. During childhood, parents are responsible for their children. However, when adulthood and the age of accountability arrives, individuals come out from under guardians and managers and become responsible for themselves. As Christians, this transition involves moving into a new parental relationship with God as Father. God does not leave us as orphans. Instead, He adopts us into His family. Numerous New Testament passages emphasize the importance of forsaking allegiance to our earthly family and embracing our adoptive relationship with God. God calls us to view Him as our ultimate Father without parental intermediaries. Adults who continue to hold undue allegiance to their parents may not fully understand their new status as adopted children of God. Often, we fail to obey God's word because we haven't spiritually left home. We feel bound to please our parents or follow their traditional ways instead of obeying our Heavenly Father, Matthew 15 verses 1 and 6. When we join God's family, living by His ways can sometimes cause conflict or even separation from our earthly families. Jesus teaches that our spiritual ties are the closest and most significant. Our true family is the family of God. In this family, which should be our strongest bond, there are clear principles. Telling the truth, setting limits. Taking and requiring responsibility. Confronting one another, forgiving one another, these strong standards and values are what make God's family thrive. And He won't allow it to function any other way. Balancing ties with earthly and spiritual families. This doesn't mean cutting off other relationships. We are still called to maintain friendships outside God's family and strong ties with our family of origin. However, we must ask two critical questions. 1. Do these relationships prevent us from doing what is right? 2. Have we truly become adults in relation to our family of origin? When our ties are grounded in true love, we can be separate and free, giving out of love and purpose. We'll avoid resentment, love with limits, and refuse to enable harmful behavior. If we're no longer under guardians and managers as adults, we can make mature decisions, having control over our own will while remaining subject to our true Father. Resolution of boundary problems with family. Establishing boundaries with your family of origin can be challenging but incredibly rewarding. It's a gradual process with clear, distinguishable steps to help you regain control and establish healthier relationships. Identify the symptom, examine your current life situation, and identify where boundary problems exist with your parents and siblings. Ask yourself, where have I lost control of my property? Pinpoint the areas where you feel stuck or overburdened. Look for connections to the family dynamics you grew up with. Recognizing these patterns is the first step toward change. Identify the conflict, uncover the dynamics at play in your relationships. Reflect on which law of boundaries you might be violating. Ask yourself questions like, do I participate in triangulation? Am I taking responsibility for someone instead of being responsible to them? Do I fail to enforce consequences, ultimately enabling poor behavior? Am I passive and reactive in conflicts instead of addressing them directly? Before addressing the issues with family members, take a moment to evaluate your own role. As Scripture advises, take the log out of your own eye so you can see clearly to deal with others. Identify the need that drives the conflict. Inappropriate behaviors often stem from unmet needs. Reflect on whether your actions are rooted in an underlying desire for love, approval, or acceptance that wasn't fulfilled by your family of origin. Recognize that these unmet needs can only be truly satisfied in your new family of God. Your spiritual family, those who do God's will, can provide the love and support you need. Take in and receive the good. Understanding your need is only part of the solution. You also need to fulfill it. God is willing to meet your needs through His people, but this requires action on your part. Humble yourself and reach out to a supportive group of people who can provide love, encouragement, and guidance. Be open to receiving this love, even if it feels uncomfortable or awkward at first. Practice boundaries, skills boundaries. Like any new skill, take practice. Start small. Begin by setting limits in situations where your boundaries will be respected and honored. For example, practice saying no to people in your supportive group who genuinely care for and respect your decisions. Think of this process as physical therapy for your emotional well-being. Don't try to tackle the most challenging situations right away. Instead, build up your skills gradually until you're ready for the more difficult tasks. Say no to the bad. As you develop healthier boundaries, it's crucial to steer clear of hurtful situations, especially in the early stages of your recovery. Avoid people who have abused or controlled you in the past. When you feel ready to re-establish a relationship with someone who previously caused harm, take precautions. Bring a trusted friend or supporter along to ensure you have the tools and protection necessary. Be mindful of your vulnerability. Your desire for reconciliation may tempt you to re-enter harmful dynamics. Protect yourself from falling back into a controlling relationship by setting firm boundaries. Forgive the aggressor. Forgiveness is a powerful tool for clarifying boundaries. To forgive means to let go of the debt someone owes you. By refusing to forgive, you keep seeking something from that person, whether it's an apology, acknowledgement, or revenge. This attachment keeps you tied to them, preventing true freedom. Refusing to forgive family members often traps people in dysfunction for years. They remain emotionally connected to the hope of repayment or validation that may never come. Instead, seek grace from God, who can truly fulfill your needs. Forgiving allows you to release the desire for something that can't be repaid, freeing your heart from disappointment. When you forgive, you cut ties with the expectations holding you back. Letting go of a dysfunctional family's hold on you grants you freedom and peace. Respond, don't react. Reacting to others often signals a loss of control and weakened boundaries. If someone's words or actions provoke an immediate emotional response, they hold power over you in that moment. When you respond instead of react, you remain in control. If you catch yourself reacting, step back. Take a moment to regain your composure and evaluate your options. By doing so, you maintain your boundaries and avoid saying or doing something against your will. Remember, reacting gives control to others, but responding keeps the choice in your hands. Learn to love in freedom and responsibility, not in guilt. Healthy boundaries create space for genuine love. Living in constant defense mode to protect yourself can rob you of love and freedom. Boundaries don't block love, they enhance it by giving you the freedom to choose when and how to give of yourself. Sacrificing for others can be a beautiful act of love, but only when it's done freely, not out of guilt or compulsion. Purposeful giving strengthens boundaries because it comes from a place of choice, not fear. Chapter 8, Boundaries and Your Friends. Marcia switched on the television, not even noticing which show was on. Her mind was preoccupied with the phone call she had just had with her best friend, Tammy. She had invited Tammy to go to a movie, but Tammy already had plans. Once again, Marcia had taken the initiative. Once again, she was disappointed. Tammy never called her. Marcia wondered if this was what friendship was supposed to be. Friendship conjures images of intimacy, fondness, and a mutual bond between two people. Friends symbolize the meaning in our lives. The saddest people are those who end their days without relationships where they are truly known and truly loved. Friendship can cover many types of relationships, but for the sake of this discussion, friendship is defined as a non-romantic relationship that is attachment-based rather than function-based. This excludes task-oriented relationships such as those at work or in ministry. Friendship is about enjoying someone for who they are, not what they do. Boundary conflicts with friends come in many forms. To understand them better, let's explore some examples and how boundaries can help resolve them. Conflict number 1, compliant. In some ways, Sean and Tim's friendship was great. In other ways, it was problematic. They enjoyed the same sports, activities, and restaurants. They attended the same church. However, they were overly polite and had trouble saying no to each other. The issue came to a head one weekend when both a whitewater rafting trip and a 60s concert were scheduled on the same day. Sean and Tim liked both activities, but they couldn't do both. Sean called Tim to suggest rafting. Absolutely, Tim replied. Secretly, though, neither Sean nor Tim wanted to go rafting. They both preferred the concert. Halfway down the river, tired and wet, Tim finally admitted, "It was your big idea to come on this trip." Sean, surprised, responded, "Tim, I thought you wanted to go rafting." "Oh, no," Tim said. "Since you called me, I figured that's what you wanted. Maybe it's time we stopped treating each other like China dolls." The result of two compliant personalities interacting is that neither person does what they truly want. Both are so afraid of hurting the other's feelings that they avoid telling the truth. Applying a boundary checklist. The following checklist helps identify and address boundary issues. 1. What are the symptoms? One symptom of a compliant conflict is dissatisfaction, a feeling that you allowed something you didn't want. 2. What are the roots? Compliance often come from environments where they learn to avoid saying no to keep others happy. With such similar backgrounds, two compliant people often struggle to help each other. 3. What is the boundary conflict? Compliant individuals deny their own boundaries to maintain peace. 4. Who needs to take ownership? Each person must take responsibility for their tendency to appease the other. Sean and Tim both need to acknowledge that they control each other by being overly accommodating. 5. What do they need? Compliant individuals need supportive relationships, such as support groups, Bible studies, or counseling. Their fear of hurting others makes it difficult to set boundaries independently. 6. How do they begin? Compliance can start by setting limits on minor issues like preferences in restaurants, music, or church liturgies. 7. How do they set boundaries with each other? Sean and Tim should have an honest, face-to-face conversation. They need to express their true feelings and commit to setting healthier boundaries. 8. What happens next? Sean and Tim may discover their interests aren't as aligned as they thought. This might lead to spending less time together or finding different friends for different activities. This doesn't diminish their friendship, it may even strengthen it in the long run. Conflict number 2, compliant aggressive controller. The compliant aggressive controller conflict is one of the most identifiable friendship dynamics. In this relationship, the compliant often feels intimidated and inferior, while the aggressive controller grows irritated by what they perceive as nagging from the compliant. The compliant's catchphrase is often, "Well, all right if you insist." Meanwhile, the aggressive controller feels entitled to use the compliant's time, talents, or possessions. They might take what they need without asking, justifying it with a simple, "I needed it." In this dynamic, the compliant is typically unhappy and must take action to address the imbalance. Let's break this situation down using the boundary checklist. 1. What are the symptoms? The compliant feels controlled and resentful. The aggressive controller, on the other hand, feels satisfied but irritated by the compliant's nagging. 2. What are the roots? The compliant likely grew up in a family that taught them to avoid conflict at all costs, while the aggressive controller may have never learned to delay gratification or take responsibility for themselves. 3. What is the boundary conflict? The compliant struggles to set clear limits, and the aggressive controller fails to respect the boundaries of others. 4. Who needs to take ownership? The compliant must recognize that they are not a victim. By constantly pleasing the aggressive controller, they are attempting to control the situation indirectly, hoping to change the other's behavior. 2. The aggressive controller must acknowledge their difficulty in accepting limits and their tendency to dominate the relationship. 5. What is needed? The compliant, as the unhappier party, needs to connect with a supportive group to help them address their boundary issues. 6. How do they begin? The compliant should practice setting limits in a safe environment, such as a support group. Similarly, the aggressive controller could benefit from honest feedback about their controlling tendencies from friends who care about them. 7. How do they set boundaries? The compliant uses biblical principles, such as those found in Matthew 18, to confront their friend about the control and intimidation. They explain how the behavior hurts them and damages the friendship. For example, the compliant might say, "When you try to control me, it feels hurtful. If it happens again, I will need to step away." Oh, the goal is not to control the aggressive controller, but to protect oneself from harm. 8. What happens next? The aggressive controller experiences the natural consequences of their behavior. If the compliant leaves the situation, the aggressive controller might miss the attachment and begin reflecting on their actions. If both parties are open, they can renegotiate their relationship and establish healthier ground rules. Conflict number 3. Compliant manipulative controller Kathy often found herself in situations like this. "Kathy, I'm in a real jam, and you're the only one I can depend on," Sharon would say. Sharon always had a good reason for her requests, like an unexpected church meeting or a sudden need for childcare. Kathy felt stuck. Sharon wasn't doing it intentionally, but her lack of planning left Kathy feeling exploited and used. This interaction is a common dynamic between a compliant and a manipulative controller. Sharon didn't set out to manipulate Kathy, but her poor planning and assumptions placed Kathy in difficult positions. Let's analyze this using the boundary checklist. 1. What are the symptoms? Kathy feels resentment and frustration over Sharon's last-minute requests. She begins to avoid her friend to escape these feelings. 2. What are the roots? Oh, Sharon grew up in a forgiving environment where her parents always bailed her out, never requiring her to face the consequences of her irresponsibility. Kathy, in contrast, learned early on to avoid hurting others, especially through conflict, which makes her reluctant to say number 3. What is the boundary conflict? Sharon doesn't take responsibility for her schedule and assumes Kathy will always rescue her. Kathy, in turn, enables this behavior by consistently saying yes. 4. Who needs to take ownership? Kathy must acknowledge how her consistent yes reinforces Sharon's poor planning. Sharon must take responsibility for her tendency to rely on others instead of planning ahead. 5. What does Kathy need? Kathy needs support from others as she begins addressing her boundary issues with Sharon. 6. How does she begin? Kathy practices saying no in a supportive setting, learning to express disagreement and confront others respectfully. 7. How does she set boundaries? During their next conversation, Kathy explains her feelings of being used and her desire for a more balanced friendship. She sets a clear limit, stating that she will no longer take on last-minute babysitting jobs. Oh, for instance, Kathy might say, I care about you, but I've been feeling taken for granted. I need to focus on my own responsibilities and can't help with last-minute requests anymore. 8. What happens next? Sharon, unaware of how her behavior affected Kathy, feels sorry and begins to take responsibility for her schedule. After missing a few meetings due to lack of planning, Sharon starts organizing her time better. Over time, Kathy and Sharon's friendship deepens as they learn to respect each other's boundaries. Conflict number 4, compliant non-responsive. The dynamic between Marcia and Tammy illustrates the compliant non-responsive conflict, a situation where one friend does all the work while the other passively coasts along. This creates frustration and resentment for the compliant, while the non-responsive friend often remains oblivious to the underlying issues. Let's analyze the situation. 1. What are the symptoms? Marcia feels depressed, resentful, and unimportant. Tammy, on the other hand, may feel overwhelmed by Marcia's needs or guilty without fully understanding why. 2. What are the roots? Marcia learned early on that controlling her relationships by doing all the work was the only way to avoid abandonment. She has become the classic Martha, prioritizing work over connection. Tammy, accustomed to being popular and sought after, has never had to work hard to maintain friendships. She takes them for granted, assuming others will do the heavy lifting to keep her close. 3. What is the boundary conflict? Marcia assumes too much responsibility for the friendship, trying to maintain it single-handedly. Tammy avoids responsibility, trusting Marcia to initiate and manage their connection. 4. Who needs to take ownership? Marcia must recognize how her over-involvement makes it easy for Tammy to disengage. She must understand that her constant efforts to organize and sustain the friendship are, in essence, an attempt to control love and avoid rejection. 5. What do they need? Both women need support from others. They need relationships outside of their dynamic that provide unconditional love and perspective. 6. How do they begin? Marcia practices setting limits in safer, supportive relationships. She reminds herself that she can have meaningful friendships with people who carry their share of the emotional and relational load. Tammy, if she becomes aware of the issue, can reflect on her passive role and consider how it impacts others. 7. How do they set boundaries? Marcia can openly share her feelings with Tammy and explain how the one-sided nature of their friendship makes her feel unimportant. She can set clear expectations for mutual responsibility, such as alternating who initiates plans. For instance, Marcia might say, I've noticed that I've been the one making most of the plans and calls in our friendship. I really value our connection, but I feel it's important that we both take equal responsibility for keeping it alive. After reaching out, Marcia should wait for Tammy to reciprocate and take initiative. 8. What happens next? The outcome depends on Tammy's response. If Tammy values the friendship, she may recognize her passivity and start contributing more. If Tammy remains unresponsive, the friendship might atrophy. While this might be painful for Marcia, it provides clarity. She can grieve the loss and move forward to invest in relationships that are reciprocal and fulfilling. Questions about friendship boundary conflicts. Question number 1. Aren't friendships easily broken? Many people fear that setting boundaries will end a friendship, as these relationships often lack external commitments like marriage, work, or shared institutions. However, this assumption is flawed. 1. Attachments, not obligations. Sustained friendships, healthy relationships aren't maintained by sheer willpower or obligation, but by genuine connection. True friendships are built on mutual love and respect, not guilt or forced commitment. Imagine your closest friend saying, "The only reason I'm still your friend is that I'm committed to this relationship." I don't particularly enjoy your comment. Question number 2. How can I set boundaries in romantic friendships? Single Christians often struggle with setting boundaries in romantic relationships. A common concern is the fear of losing the relationship. There's someone in my life whom I like a lot, but I'm afraid if I say no to him, I'll never see him again. Key principles for romantic boundaries. 1. Romantic relationships are risky by nature. Romantic relationships come with an inherent level of uncertainty. Many people who haven't developed good boundaries or healthy attachments mistakenly hope that dating will provide the safety and connection they need to heal emotional wounds. However, dating isn't designed to fulfill these needs. The purpose of dating is to explore compatibility, spiritual alignment, and emotional suitability for marriage. It's a training ground, not a therapy session. Those with unhealed emotional wounds often bring undeveloped aspects of their character into dating. They may entrust themselves too quickly, seeking safety and bonding prematurely. When the relationship ends, as dating relationships often do, they feel devastated. Dating requires a level of emotional maturity. It's crucial to separate the purposes of romantic relationships from those of non-romantic friendships or support groups. The best place to heal and learn boundaries is in safe, non-romantic environments where attachments are deeper and commitments are stronger. Once someone has practiced recognizing and setting boundaries in supportive relationships, they are better equipped to apply these skills in dating. 2. Setting limits in romance is essential. In the early stages of a romantic relationship, people sometimes suspend their boundaries to please their partner. However, truth-telling and setting limits are crucial for defining the relationship and understanding where each person stands. A lack of boundary clarity is a red flag in dating. For example, couples who claim they never disagree often reveal deeper issues. In premarital counseling, they may be asked, "Where do you lock horns? Where do you disagree?" If the couple answers, "We don't really have differences," they are often then given homework to uncover areas where they've been withholding truth. Learning to communicate honestly and set limits strengthens the foundation of the relationship. Question number 3. What if my closest friends are my family? Some individuals feel their parents, siblings, or other family members are their best friends. While it's natural to feel close to family, relying exclusively on them for friendship can hinder personal growth. The biblical role of family. God designed families as incubators for maturity. Families provide a nurturing environment where children develop the skills, values, and tools they need to become independent adults. Once this purpose is fulfilled, the adult child is meant to leave home, establish their own identity, and connect with the broader world. Genesis 2 verse 24 illustrates this process. A man shall leave his father and his mother and shall cleave to his wife. This separation allows individuals to build new emotional and spiritual families and spread God's love to others. Staying emotionally entangled with one's family of origin can prevent this growth, limiting one's ability to form a unique identity or fulfill God's purpose. Balancing family and friendships. While family can absolutely remain close and loving, healthy boundaries are essential. If you've never questioned your family's ideas, set limits, or had conflicts, it may indicate an adult-to-child dynamic rather than an adult-to-adult relationship. Building friendships outside your family circle helps establish autonomy and enriches your emotional and spiritual life. If your family members are your only best friends, it's worth examining whether fear of separation or individuation is holding you back. But I'll keep trying. Would that make you feel valued? Probably not. Friendships thrive on attachment and genuine affection, not obligation. 2. Even institutional relationships or attachment-based commitments, like marriage or work, are not immune to breakdowns. A wedding vow doesn't guarantee a lifelong bond without emotional connection. Similarly, a job contract doesn't ensure perfect attendance or loyalty. Strong attachments are essential for maintaining any relationship, formal or informal. Question number 4. How can I set limits with needy friends? During a counseling session, a woman shared how overwhelmed and isolated she felt. She was surrounded by friends constantly in crisis, and setting boundaries with them seemed impossible. When I asked her to describe her relationships, she enthusiastically replied, "Oh, I've got lots of friends. I volunteer at the church 2 nights a week, teach a Bible study once a week, serve on a couple of church committees, and sing in the choir." Listening to her, I could feel the exhaustion. "That sounds like a packed schedule," I said. "But what about the quality of these relationships?" "They're great," she said. "People are being helped. They're growing in their faith, and troubled marriages are getting healed." Her response revealed an important misunderstanding. "I'm asking about friendships," I clarified, "but you're describing ministries. They're not the same thing." This realization struck her. She had always equated friendship with meeting others' needs. Her relationships were entirely one-sided, focused on giving, with no space for her own needs to be met. She didn't know how to ask for support, which had led to her boundary conflicts and ultimately burnout. Understanding the difference between friendship and ministry, while both valuable, serve different purposes. Ministry involves serving and helping others, often addressing their spiritual or emotional needs. Friendship, on the other hand, is about mutual support and connection. For this woman, the inability to set boundaries stemmed from her fear of isolation. Without these ministry relationships, she felt she'd have nothing. This fear of loneliness trapped her in a cycle of overcommitment and exhaustion. The importance of being nurtured, the Bible offers a helpful perspective. Comfort with the comfort with which we are comforted. 2 Corinthians 1 verse 4. This verse reminds us of a fundamental truth. We cannot give to others from an empty cup. To truly support and care for others, we first need to be comforted and nurtured ourselves. Setting boundaries with needy friends. Take a prayerful look at your relationships. Ask yourself, are these friendships mutual or are they one-sided? Am I constantly giving without receiving support in return? Am I confusing ministry with friendship? If you identify boundary issues, consider building healthier limits. This might mean stepping back from certain relationships or setting clear expectations about what you can and cannot provide. A prayerful look at your friendships will determine whether you need to begin building boundaries with some of your friends. By setting boundaries, you may save some important ones from declining. And when romantic, dating relationships lead to marriage, you will still need to remember how to build and maintain boundaries, even in this most intimate of human relationships. Chapter 9: Boundaries and Your Spouse. If any relationship challenges boundaries, it's marriage. The very design of marriage, as described in Scripture, involves two people becoming one flesh, Ephesians 5 verse 31. While marriage fosters unity, boundaries promote individuality and separateness. This creates potential confusion, especially for those who struggle with unclear boundaries. In fact, poor boundaries contribute to more marital failures than any other issue. Understanding and applying the principles of boundaries can strengthen a marriage and prevent common pitfalls. Yours, mine, or ours, marriage reflects the relationship between Christ and his bride, the church. In this divine relationship, Christ has responsibilities only he can fulfill. The church has duties only it can perform. Together, they work toward shared goals, such as saving the lost. Similarly, in marriage, there are tasks each spouse takes on individually and responsibilities they share. Becoming one in marriage does not erase individual identities. Each person remains a unique individual while contributing to the union. It's usually clear who wears the dress and who wears the tie, but other roles, like balancing the checkbook or mowing the lawn, require negotiation. These duties are best divided based on individual skills, interests, and agreements. Where boundaries often blur, however, is in the realm of personhood, the internal aspects of the soul. Feelings, attitudes, behaviors, choices, values, these elements belong solely to each individual. Problems arise when one spouse crosses boundaries and attempts to control the other's inner world. For example, trying to dictate how the other should feel or behave, forcing changes in their values or choices. Such actions violate the autonomy of the other person. This boundary violation not only disrespects individuality, but also undermines the freedom essential for a healthy relationship. The foundation of a successful marriage, like our relationship with Christ, is freedom. Each spouse must feel free to express themselves without fear of control or coercion. Boundaries in marriage allow couples to honor each other's personhood, foster mutual respect, create a safe and loving environment for growth. Let's look at some common examples. Feelings. One of the most important elements that promote intimacy between two people is the ability of each to take responsibility for their own feelings. In a counseling session with a couple struggling due to the husband's drinking, the wife was asked to share how she felt about her husband's behavior. Initially, she evaluated his actions rather than expressing her emotions. "I feel like he doesn't think about what he's doing. I feel like he doesn't care." The counselor gently corrected her. "No, that's what you think about him. How do you feel when he drinks?" At that moment she broke into tears and admitted, "I feel very alone and afraid." Her vulnerability brought a breakthrough. The husband, moved by her admission, reached out and said, "I never knew you were afraid. I would never want to make you feel that way." This interaction was pivotal. For years, their conversations had been unproductive, filled with blame and justifications. They had talked past each other because neither had taken responsibility for their feelings nor communicated them effectively. Key lesson: we communicate feelings by sharing emotions like sadness, hurt, loneliness, or fear, not by evaluating someone else's behavior. This vulnerability fosters intimacy and understanding. Feelings as warning signals. Feelings also act as internal warning signals, prompting us to take constructive action. For example, anger signals a need for change. Hurt indicates that a boundary has been crossed. It is our responsibility to address these feelings directly. Waiting for someone else to fix the issue often leads to unresolved anger and bitterness. Take Susan and Jim's story. Susan became angry when Jim came home late, but instead of addressing her feelings, she withdrew and became silent for the evening. Jim, frustrated by her pouting, distanced himself further. This avoidance eroded their connection. Susan needed to express her emotions openly rather than expecting Jim to decipher her feelings. By taking responsibility for her hurt and anger, she could have prevented their disconnection. Desires are another personal element that each spouse must take ownership of. Susan blamed Jim for being late because she wanted him home. However, the counselor challenged this perspective. People don't make others angry. Anger comes from within, often when a desire isn't met. Through discussion, Susan realized her anger stemmed from her unmet desire for Jim's presence. For example, if she had plans with friends that evening, Jim's tardiness wouldn't have upset her. Key realization: disappointments in unmet desires are natural, but making someone else responsible for fulfilling them is unfair. Each spouse must take responsibility for their own wants. In counseling, Susan and Jim's conversation highlighted an important truth. Jim wanted to work late. Susan wanted him home. Both had legitimate needs. Neither was selfish, they simply had conflicting desires. Marriage often involves navigating such conflicts. Problems arise when we hold others responsible for meeting our needs or blame them for our disappointments. This dialogue underscored the importance of acknowledging personal desires, grieving unmet expectations, and working together to resolve conflicts without assigning blame. limits on what I can give as finite creatures. We are called to give as we decide in heart to give. 2 Corinthians 9 verse 7. Ensuring that our giving flows from love rather than resentment. Problems arise when we overextend ourselves and then blame others for not stopping us from doing so. The responsibility for setting limits on what we give lies with us, not others. Bob's story, Overgiving and Resentment. Bob found himself in a cycle of resentment toward his wife, Nancy. She frequently wanted improvements for their home, from handmade patios to landscaping and remodeling projects. Though Bob complied with her requests, he was beginning to resent her. When Bob sought counseling, he expressed his frustration. Well, because she wants so much. I can't find any time for myself, he said. The counselor challenged him. What do you mean can't? Don't you mean won't? Bob hesitated. No, I can't. She would be angry if I didn't do the work. Well, that's her problem. It's her anger, the counselor replied. Yes, but I have to listen to it, Bob argued. The counselor pointed out an important truth. No, you don't. You are choosing to do all of these things for her, and you are choosing to take the tongue lashings that happen if you don't. Any time you spend doing things for her is a gift from you. If you do not want to give it, you don't have to. Stop blaming her for all of this. Bob wanted Nancy to stop wanting so much rather than learning to set boundaries himself. The counselor encouraged him to decide how much time he was willing to devote to her home improvement projects. Bob considered this and determined he was comfortable giving her 4 hours a week. Establishing limits with love, the counselor suggested Bob approach Nancy with clarity and kindness. Tell her that you have been thinking about your time and that with all the other things you are doing for the family, you would like to give her 4 hours a week to work around the house. She is free to use that time any way she chooses. Bob was concerned. But what if she says that 4 hours is not enough? The counselor explained, let her know that you understand that this may not be enough time to complete all the jobs she wants done, but those are her wants, not yours. She is responsible for her own wants. She could hire someone, learn to do them herself, ask a friend for help, or cut down on her wants. You are going to give as you choose, and she is responsible for the rest. The outcome, Bob implemented this plan, and though Nancy initially resisted, having never heard no before, she eventually adapted. Over time, she learned an important life lesson. The world does not exist solely to fulfill her desires. Others have their own wants and needs, which must be respected. Through negotiation and mutual respect, their relationship improved. Bob stopped resenting Nancy because he took responsibility for setting his limits, rather than wishing she would change her wants. Applying the laws of boundaries to marriage. In Chapter 5, we talked about the 10 laws of boundaries. Let's apply a few of those laws to troubled marital situations. The law of sowing and reaping. Many times, one spouse may be out of control and may not suffer the consequences of this behavior. The husband yells at his wife, and she tries to be more loving. In effect, the evil produces good things for him. Or a wife overspends and her husband pays the consequences. He gets a second job to cover the mound of bills. Natural consequences are needed to resolve these problems. A wife needs to tell her overly critical husband that if he continues to berate her, she will go into another room until he can discuss the problem rationally. Or she could say something like, I will not talk about this issue with you anymore alone. I will only talk in the presence of a counselor. Or, if you start yelling at me again, I will go to Jane's house to spend the night. The husband with the spendthrift wife needs to cancel the credit cards or tell her she needs to get a second job to pay the bills. These spouses all need to let the out-of-control spouses suffer the consequences of their actions. A friend of mine decided to let his wife suffer the consequences of her chronic lateness. He had nagged and nagged his wife about her tardiness, to no avail. Finally, he realized he could not change her. He could only change his response to her. Tired of suffering the consequences of her behavior, he decided to give them back to her. One night they had plans to go to a banquet, and he did not want to be late. In advance he told her that he wanted to be on time, and that if she were not ready by 6 p.m., he would leave without her. She was late, and he left. When he came home that night, she screamed, How could you leave without me? He let her know that her lateness was what caused her to miss the banquet and that he was sad to have to go alone, but he did not want to miss the dinner. After a few more incidents like this, she knew that her lateness would affect her and not him, and she changed. These moves are not manipulative, as the other spouse will accuse. They are examples of someone limiting how they will allow themselves to be treated and exhibiting self-control. The natural consequences are falling on the shoulders of the responsible party. The law of responsibility. We talked earlier about taking responsibility for ourselves and having responsibility to others. The above examples show that people who set limits exhibit self-control and show responsibility for themselves. They act responsibly to their partner by confronting him or her. Setting limits is an act of love in the marriage. By binding and limiting the evil, they protect the good. Taking responsibility for someone's anger, pouting, and disappointments by giving in to that person's demands or controlling behavior destroys love in a marriage. Instead of taking responsibility for people we love or rescuing them, we need to show responsibility to them by confronting evil when we see it. This is truly loving our partner and the marriage. The most responsible behavior possible is usually the most difficult. The law of power. We have examined our fundamental inability to change another person. A nagging spouse often perpetuates the problem. Instead of attempting to control someone, a better approach is to accept the person as they are, respect their choice to remain that way, and then provide appropriate consequences. This approach allows you to exercise the power you do have while relinquishing the power no one possesses. Consider the following contrasts. Before boundaries. 1. Stop yelling at me, you must be nicer. 2. You've just got to stop drinking. It's ruining our family. Please listen. You're wrecking our lives. 3. You are a pervert to look at pornography. That's so degrading. What kind of a sick person are you anyway? After boundaries. 1. You can continue to yell if you choose to, but I will choose not to be in your presence when you act that way. 2. You may choose not to deal with your drinking if you want, but I will not continue to expose myself and the children to this chaos. The next time you are drunk, we will go to the Wilsons for the night and we will tell them why we are there. Your drinking is your choice. What I will put up with is mine. 3. I will not choose to share you sexually with naked women in magazines. It's up to you. I will only sleep with someone who is interested in me. Make up your mind and choose. These examples demonstrate taking control of what you do have power over, yourself, and relinquishing the futile effort to control someone else. The law of evaluation. When you confront your spouse and establish boundaries, it's possible they may feel hurt. In evaluating the pain caused by your boundaries, remember that love and limits must coexist. Setting boundaries responsibly and lovingly is key. Wise and loving spouses will respect boundaries and respond responsibly. In contrast, controlling and self-centered partners may react with anger. Keep in mind that a boundary is always about yourself, not the other person. You are not demanding that your spouse do something, even respect your boundaries. Instead, you are defining what you will or will not do. Only these types of boundaries are enforceable because you have control over yourself. Boundaries are not a way to control your spouse, but rather a way to relinquish control and foster love. By setting boundaries, you allow your spouse to take responsibility for their own behavior. The law of exposure. In marriage, revealing and communicating your boundaries is essential. Passive approaches such as withdrawal, triangulation, pouting, affairs, or passive-aggressive behavior can severely damage the relationship. These methods do not foster intimacy or understanding, but rather create distance and misunderstanding. Boundaries must first be communicated verbally and then reinforced through actions. They should be expressed clearly, firmly, and without apology. Below are examples of different types of boundaries and how they apply in marriage. Skin respect for each other's physical boundaries is fundamental. Physical violations can range from inappropriate displays of affection to physical abuse. The Bible emphasizes mutual authority over each other's bodies within marriage, 1 Corinthians 7 verses 4 and 6 and SSB. And this authority must be given freely. Always remember the principle, treat others as you would want to be treated. Words: use clear and loving communication. Confront your spouse directly and avoid passive resistance. Instead of pouting or withdrawing, articulate your needs and limits with phrases like, "I do not feel comfortable with that," or "I won't." Truth Paul advises putting off falsehood and speaking truthfully. F. 425. Honest communication involves expressing your feelings, needs, and hurts openly. It may also involve pointing out when your spouse's actions are inconsistent with God's standards. This truth must be conveyed with love. Physical space. When you need personal space, communicate your reasons clearly. Whether it's for nourishment or setting limits, your spouse should understand why you are taking this time apart. Explain so that your spouse does not feel punished, but understands this as a consequence of behavior or as your need for self-care. Matt. 1817. 1 Corinthians 5 verses 9 and 13. Emotional distance. In troubled marriages, such as after an affair, emotional space may be necessary. Trust takes time to rebuild, and your partner needs to see that their behavior has consequences. While this may feel like punishment to them, it is essential for healing and for demonstrating repentance. If you are hurting, communicate and own that pain instead of suppressing it. Time. Each spouse requires time apart, not just for setting limits, but also for self-nourishment. Proverbs 31 illustrates a wife who has her own life and pursuits, as should her husband. Spouses need independent time to pursue their interests and relationships. This independence enhances appreciation for the time spent together and strengthens the bond. Other people, sometimes external support is necessary to establish boundaries. Friends, counselors, or support groups can provide the encouragement and tools needed to stand firm. However, avoid seeking support from someone of the opposite sex, as this could lead to complications or even an affair. Always seek help within relationships that naturally enforce boundaries. Consequences. Clearly communicate the consequences of specific behaviors and enforce them as stated. By outlining consequences in advance, you allow your spouse to choose their actions and accept responsibility for the outcomes. People have control over their behavior, and with it, control over the resulting consequences. But that doesn't sound submissive. Whenever we talk about a wife setting boundaries, someone asks about the biblical idea of submission. What follows is not a full treatise on submission, but some general issues you should keep in mind. First, both husbands and wives are supposed to practice submission, not just wives. Submit to one another out of reverence for Christ, Ephesians 5 verse 21. Submission is always the free choice of one party to another. Wives choose to submit to their husbands, and husbands choose to submit to their wives. Christ's relationship with the church is a picture of how a husband and wife should relate. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their husbands in everything. Husbands, love your wives, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her to make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with water through the word, and to present her to himself as a radiant church, without stain or wrinkle or any other blemish, but holy and blameless. Ephesians 5 verses 24 and 27. Whenever submission issues are raised, the first question that needs to be asked is, what is the nature of the marital relationship? Is the husband's relationship with his wife similar to Christ's relationship with the church? Does she have free choice, or is she a slave under the law? Many marital problems arise when a husband tries to keep his wife under the law, and she feels all the emotions the Bible promises the law will bring: wrath, guilt, insecurity, and alienation. Romans 4 verse 15, James 2 verse 10, Gal 5 4. Freedom is one issue that needs to be examined. Grace is another. Is the husband's relationship with his wife full of grace and unconditional love? Is she in a position of no condemnation as the church is? Romans 8 verse 1. Or does her husband fail to wash her of all guilt? Usually, husbands who quote Ephesians 5 turn their wives into slaves and condemn them for not submitting. If she incurs wrath or condemnation for not submitting, she and her husband do not have a grace-filled Christian marriage. They have a marriage under the law. Often, in these situations, the husband is trying to get his wife to do something that either is hurtful or takes away her will. Both of these actions are sins against himself. Husbands ought to love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. After all, no one ever hated his own body, but he feeds and cares for it, just as Christ does the church, Ephesians 5 verses 28 and 29. Given this, the idea of slave-like submission is impossible to hold. Christ never takes away our will or asks us to do something hurtful. He never pushes us past our limits. He never uses us as objects. Christ gave himself up for us. He takes care of us as he would his own body. We have never seen a submission problem that did not have a controlling husband at its root. When the wife begins to set clear boundaries, the lack of Christ-likeness in a controlling husband becomes evident because the wife is no longer enabling his immature behavior. She is confronting the truth and setting biblical limits on hurtful behavior. Often, when the wife sets boundaries, the husband begins to grow up. A question of balance. I can't get him to spend any time with me. All he wants to do is go with his friends to sporting events. He never wants to see me, Meredith complained. What do you say to that? I asked her husband. That's not true at all, Paul replied. It feels like all we have is togetherness. She calls me at work 2 or 3 times a day. She is waiting at the door when I get home and wants to talk. She has our evenings and weekends all planned out. It drives me crazy, so I try to get away and go to a game or to play golf. I feel smothered. How often do you try to get out? Any time I can, probably about 2 nights a week and 1 afternoon on the weekend. What do you do at those times? I asked Meredith. Well, I wait for him to come home. I miss him very much. Don't you have something you want to do for yourself? No. My family is my life. I live for them. I hate it when they are gone and we can't have time together. Well, it's not like you never have time together, I said, but it is true that you don't have all the time together. And when that happens, Paul seems to be relieved and you are distressed. Can you explain that imbalance? What do you mean, imbalance? She asked. Every marriage is made up of 2 ingredients, togetherness and separateness. In good marriages, the partners carry equal loads of both of those. Let's say there are 100 points of togetherness and 100 points of separateness. In a good relationship, one partner expresses 50 points of togetherness and 50 points of separateness, and the other does the same. They both do things on their own, and that creates some mutual longing for the other, and the togetherness creates some need for separateness. But in your relationship, you have divided the 200 points differently. You are expressing all of the 100 together points, and he is expressing the 100 points of separateness. If you want him to move toward you, I continued, you need to move away from him and create some space for longing. I don't think Paul ever gets a chance to miss you. You're always pursuing him, and he is turning away to create space. If you would create some space, he would have some space to long for you in, and then he would pursue you. That's exactly right, Paul broke in. Honey, it's like when you were getting your graduate degree and were gone so much. Remember, I used to long to see you. I don't get a chance to miss you now. You're always around. Meredith was reluctant to concede my point, but eager to explore with Paul ways to bring balance to their marital relationship. Balance. It's something that God has wired into every system. Every system tries to find balance in any way it can. And many dimensions need to be balanced in a marriage: power, strength, togetherness, sex, and so on. Problems come when, instead of trading places in these areas, one spouse is always powerful and the other powerless. One spouse is always strong and the other weak. One spouse always wants togetherness and the other wants separateness. One spouse always wants sex and the other doesn't. In each case, the couple has struck a balance, but it is not a mutual balance. Boundaries help create mutual balance instead of split balance. They help couples keep each other accountable. If someone does not have boundaries and begins to do another's work for him, such as creating all the togetherness in the relationship, that person is on the road to codependency or worse. The other partner will live out the opposite side of the split. Boundaries keep partners accountable through consequences and force the balance to become mutual. The preacher in Ecclesiastes says, "There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under heaven." There are balanced polarities in life and relationship. When you find yourself in an unequal relationship, you may lack boundaries. Setting boundaries may correct the imbalance. For example, when Paul sets boundaries on Meredith's demands, he forces her to become more independent. Resolution. It is often easy to see problems, but difficult to make the hard choices and take the risks required for change. Here are the steps toward personal change in a marital relationship. 1. Inventory the symptom, recognize the problem, and commit to taking action to solve it. Wishing will not resolve the issue. Own the problem, whether it involves sex, disciplining children, lack of togetherness, or unfair spending of money. 2. Identify the specific boundary problem. Go beyond identifying the symptom and pinpoint the specific boundary issue. For example, if one person does not want sex, the boundary problem may stem from not saying no often enough in other areas of the relationship. This might be the one place where they feel they have some power. Alternatively, they might feel powerless or believe their choices are not honored in the sexual arena. 3. Find the origins of the conflict. This is likely not the first relationship where this boundary issue has surfaced. You may have learned to relate this way in your family of origin. Fears developed in those earlier relationships may still be at play. Name these original issues and stop confusing your parent with your spouse. No other relationship repeats parental conflicts as often as marriage does. 4. Take in the good, establish a support system. Boundaries are not built in isolation. Bonding and support are essential before building boundaries, as fear of abandonment often prevents people from setting limits. Develop a support system that encourages boundary setting in your marriage. This could include a codependency group, Al-Anon, a therapist, a marriage counselor, or a pastor. Boundaries are like muscles. They need to grow in a safe environment. Avoid trying to handle too much weight too quickly. Get help. 5. Practice setting new boundaries in safe relationships where people love you unconditionally. Tell a trusted friend no when you can't do lunch, express your differing opinion, or give without expecting anything in return. Practicing boundaries in safe situations helps you grow and prepares you to set limits in your marriage. 6. Say no to the bad. Set limits on destructive behaviors in your marriage. Stand up to abuse and say no to unreasonable demands. Like the parable of the talents, growth requires risk and confronting fear. Success isn't as important as stepping out and trying. 7. Forgive. Unforgiveness reflects a lack of boundaries. By not forgiving, you allow others to control you. Forgiveness frees you from past debts and enables proactive behavior in the present rather than passive wishing for the past to change. 8. Become proactive. Take control of your life. Decide what your limits are, what behaviors you will no longer tolerate, and what consequences you will enforce. Define yourself proactively so you are ready to maintain your boundaries when the time comes. 9. Learn to love in freedom and responsibility. The goal of boundaries is love rooted in freedom. This reflects the true self-denial of the New Testament. When you are in control of yourself, you can give and sacrifice for loved ones in meaningful ways rather than enabling destructive behavior. This kind of freedom allows giving that leads to fruitful outcomes. Chapter 10. Boundaries and Your Children. Shannon couldn't stop crying. A young mother of 2 preschool children, she couldn't imagine herself being angry, out of control, and certainly not abusive. Yet a week ago, she had picked up 3-year-old Robbie and shaken him hard. She had screamed at him loudly, and it wasn't the first time. She had done it numerous times over the past year. The only difference this time was that Shannon almost physically injured her son. She was frightened. The experience had shaken Shannon and her husband, Gerald, so deeply that they called and made an appointment with me to discuss what had happened. Her shame and guilt were intense. She avoided eye contact with me as she told her story. The hours leading up to Shannon's loss of control with Robbie had been horrible. Gerald and Shannon had argued over breakfast, and he had left for work without saying goodbye. Then 1-year-old Tanya spilled cereal all over the floor. Meanwhile, Robbie chose that morning to do everything he'd been told not to do for the past 3 years. He pulled the cat's tail. He figured out how to open the front door and ran outside into the yard and into the street. He smeared Shannon's lipstick all over the white dining room wall and pushed Tanya to the floor. This last incident was the straw that broke Shannon's back. Seeing Tanya lying on the floor, crying with Robbie standing over her with a defiantly pleased look was too much. Shannon saw red and impulsively ran to her son. You know the rest of the story. After she had calmed down a little, I asked Shannon how she and Gerald normally disciplined Robbie. Well, we don't want to alienate Robbie or quench his spirit, Gerald began. Being negative is so negative. So, we try to reason with him. Sometimes we'll warn him that you won't get ice cream tonight. Sometimes we try to praise the good things he does. And sometimes we try to ignore the bad behavior. Then maybe he'll stop it. Doesn't he push the limits? Both parents nodded. You wouldn't believe it, Shannon said. It's like he doesn't hear us. He keeps on doing what he jolly well pleases. And generally, he'll keep it up until one of us explodes and yells at him. I guess we just have a problem child. Well, there's certainly a problem, I replied. But perhaps Robbie has been trained to not respond to anything but out-of-control rage. Let's talk about boundaries and kids. Of all the areas in which boundaries are crucially important, none is more relevant than that of raising children. How we approach boundaries and child-rearing will have an enormous impact on the characters of our kids, on how they develop values, on how well they do in school, on the friends they pick, on whom they marry, and on how well they do in a career. The importance of Family God at his deepest level is a lover. He is relationally oriented and relationally driven. He desires connection with us from womb to tomb. I have loved you with an everlasting love. God's loving nature isn't passive, it's active. Love multiplies itself. God the relational lover is also God the aggressive creator. He wants to fill up his universe with beings who care for him and for each other. The family is the social unit God invented to fill up the world with representatives of his loving character. It's a place for nurturing and developing babies until they're mature enough to go out of the family adults and to multiply his image in other surroundings. God first chose the nation of Israel to be his children. After centuries of resistance by Israel, however, God chose the church. Because of transgression, salvation has come to the Gentiles to make Israel envious. The body of Christ has the same role Israel had to multiply God's love and character. The church is often described as a family. We are to do good, especially to those who belong to the family of believers. Believers are members of God's household. We are to know how people ought to conduct themselves in God's household. These and many other powerful passages show us how God thinks family. He explains his heart as a parent would. He's a daddy. He likes his job. This biblical portrayal of God helps show us how parenting is such a vital part of bringing God's own character to this planet in our little ones. Boundaries and responsibility. God, the good parent, wants to help us, his children, grow up. He wants to see us become mature, attaining to the whole measure of the fullness of Christ. Part of this maturing process is helping us know how to take responsibility for our lives. It's the same with our own flesh and blood kids. Second only to learning how to bond and form strong attachments, the most important thing parents can give children is a sense of responsibility. Knowing what they are responsible for and what they aren't, knowing how to say no and knowing how to accept no. Responsibility is a gift of enormous value. We've all been around middle-aged people who have the boundaries of an 18-month-old. They have tantrums or sulk when others set limits on them, or they simply fold and comply with others just to keep the peace. Remember that these adult people started off as little people. They learned long ago to either fear or hate boundaries. The relearning process for adults is laborious. Instilling versus repairing boundaries. A wise mother once watched her younger friend struggle with her child. The child was refusing to behave, and the mother was losing her patience. Affirming the mother's decision to discipline the child, the older woman said, "Do it now, dear. Discipline him now, and you might survive adolescence." Developing boundaries in young children is preventive. Teaching responsibility, limits, and delayed gratification early makes later years smoother. The later we start, the harder it becomes. If you're a parent of older children, don't lose hope. It just means boundary development will face more resistance. They don't see much to gain from learning boundaries. You'll need to work harder, get support, and pray. Age-appropriate boundary tasks will be reviewed later. Boundary development in children. Boundary development is about learning responsibility. By teaching responsibility, we prepare children for adulthood. The scriptures emphasize boundary setting in parenting, often referred to as discipline. The Hebrew and Greek words for discipline mean teaching, which includes both positive and negative aspects. Positive discipline involves proactive training. Fathers raise children in the training and instruction of the Lord. Ephesians 6 verse 4. Negative discipline involves correction and consequences. Stern discipline awaits him who leaves the path. Proverbs 15 verse 10. Good parenting combines proactive teaching and corrective actions. For instance, setting a 10 o'clock bedtime for a teenager ensures enough sleep for school. If she stays up past the limit, the consequence might be losing phone privileges the next day. This balance of instruction and consequence helps children grow. Both encouragement and correction are essential because we learn through practice, trial, and error. Mistakes teach us. Whether it's learning to ski, write, or operate a computer, practice is key. It's the same with boundaries. Solid food is for the mature, who by constant use have trained themselves to distinguish good from evil. Hebrews 5 verse 14. Discipline acts as an external boundary until children develop internal ones. It provides structure until they have enough self-discipline to manage themselves. Good discipline fosters independence and responsibility. Discipline differs from punishment. Punishment is payment for wrongdoing, often severe. The wages of sin is death. Romans 6 verse 23. It leaves little room for learning. Discipline, however, is about natural consequences, actions leading to results. God finished punishing us through Christ. He himself bore our sins in his body on the tree. Discipline looks forward, teaching lessons to avoid future mistakes. God disciplines us for our good, that we may share in his holiness. Hebrews 12 verse 10. This frees us to make mistakes without fear of judgment or losing relationships. There is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. Rom. 8:1. The cross allows safe practice without terrible penalties, only consequences, not isolation or judgment. For example, a mother telling her child, "Smart off again and I won't love you anymore," creates a no-win situation. The child can either rebel and lose love or comply and lose self-expression. Contrast this with, "I'll never stop loving you. But if you smart off again, you'll lose your boombox for 3 days." The relationship remains intact, and the child learns responsibility through consequences without risking love or safety. This is the way to maturity, discipline, safe practice. The boundary needs of children. What needs do boundaries meet in our kids? Limit setting has essential roles that yield lifelong benefits. Self-protection. Have you ever seen anything more helpless than a human infant? Babies depend entirely on caregivers for survival. This intense care fosters a deep attachment, helping the child feel safe in the world. However, parents can't always be there to protect their children. Eventually, the responsibility of self-protection must pass to the child. Boundaries safeguard our souls, keeping the good in and the bad out. Skills like saying no, telling the truth, and maintaining distance need to develop within the family to prepare children for self-protection. Consider these two 12-year-old boys. Jimmy talks with his parents at dinner. "Some kids wanted me to smoke pot. I told them no, and they called me a sissy. I told them that was dumb. I like some of them, but if they can't like me for who I am, they're not my friends." Paul comes home with red eyes, slurred speech, and poor coordination. When his concerned parents ask what's wrong, he denies everything until he bursts out, "Everyone's doing it." "Why do you hate my friends?" Both boys come from loving, Christian homes. Why the difference? Jimmy's parents allowed disagreements and encouraged boundary setting. As a toddler, Jimmy could say down when he wanted space, and his mom would set him down, respecting his limits. When playing with his dad, he could say, "Stop, Daddy," and his dad would stop. These moments taught Jimmy he could set boundaries without fear of anger or manipulation. His family valued his opinions. He had a voice in family decisions, like choosing activities for family nights. Disagreeing with his parents about bedtime didn't lead to punishment or withdrawal. His reasoning was heard, though his parents maintained boundaries when necessary. This gave Jimmy practice resisting pressure while feeling secure in their love. So, when friends pressured Jimmy to take drugs, he could refuse without fear. Years of safely disagreeing with his family prepared him to stand up for himself. Paul's experience was different. In his family, saying no had consequences. His mom would pout or guilt him, saying, "How can you say no to your mom who loves you?" His dad responded with anger, threats, or dismissal. Paul quickly learned that resisting led to conflict or emotional withdrawal. He became outwardly compliant, suppressing his own thoughts to avoid conflict. For example, when he resisted a hug from his mother, she withdrew, saying, "Someday you'll regret hurting me." Over time, Paul learned not to set limits. On the surface, Paul seemed respectful and content, but his lack of boundaries became evident during adolescence. He gave in to his friends' pressure. The first people he truly resisted were his parents, fueled by years of buried resentment. Boundaries are essential for teaching self-protection. They allow children to practice independence and resist pressure while feeling secure in their relationships. Without them, children may appear compliant but lack the inner strength to stand firm when it matters most. Taking responsibility for one's needs, the group therapy session was quiet. I had just asked Janice a challenging question: "What do you need?" She looked confused, thoughtful, and sat back in her chair. Janice had described a week of painful loss. Her husband was moving toward separation, her kids were out of control, and her job was in jeopardy. The concern on the group members' faces was evident, but no one knew how to help. When I asked the question, it was for all of us, but Janice couldn't answer. This was typical of Janice's background. She had spent her childhood taking responsibility for her parents' feelings. As the family peacemaker, she often smoothed conflicts with words like, "Mom, I'm sure Dad didn't mean to blow up at you." Over time, this led to an over-responsibility for others and a lack of awareness of her own needs. Janice didn't understand her legitimate needs or have the language to express them. The story has a happy ending. A group member empathized, "If I were you, I'd need to know this group cared for me, didn't see me as a failure, and would support me with prayer and calls." Janice's eyes filled with tears. Her friend's words touched a place in her that she couldn't reach herself, allowing comfort to take root. 2 Corinthians 1 verse 4. Janice's story illustrates the second benefit of boundary development in children, taking responsibility for one's own needs. God wants us to recognize when we're hungry, lonely, or overwhelmed and take initiative to meet those needs. Jesus exemplified this when he left a crowd to rest and eat during a busy ministry period. Boundaries create emotional and spiritual space, allowing us to separate our needs from others. Without them, it's hard to discern our own needs amidst relational static. Helping children identify needs, teaching children to recognize their own needs gives them a lifelong advantage. Encouraging verbal expression of needs, even when it disrupts the family flow, is key. For example, allow them to express anger or sadness without dismissing their feelings. Let them question decisions instead of treating your words as final. Help them articulate emotions when they're upset. The first step is helping children identify their needs. Janice's radar for her needs was broken. She had to relearn this skill. The second step is teaching them to take responsibility for their needs without shifting the burden to others. This involves experiencing consequences for irresponsibility. Hebrews 5 verse 14 and 12 describe this as training and discipline. By adulthood, children should internalize responsibility with convictions like, "My success or failure depends on me. I can't blame others for my problems. I need to take ownership of my mistakes and not rely on others to bail me out." This sense of responsibility aligns with God's expectation for us to use our talents wisely, Matt 25:14-30. Excuses like "I had a dysfunctional family" won't hold up before God. While we're shaped by our pasts, we are responsible for our actions. Safe suffering and consequences. Wise parents allow safe suffering, where children face age-appropriate consequences. For instance, a 6-year-old isn't mature enough to make decisions about staying out after dark, so they shouldn't face such situations. Pat's parents allowed her to manage her finances at the start of high school. They gave her a semester's allowance for meals, clothes, and activities. Pat spent much of it quickly, leaving her short for the remaining months. By the next semester, she budgeted better, even opening a bank account. Through this, Pat learned to manage her needs responsibly, avoiding the dependence that hinders many young adults. Tying consequences to actions prepares children for real life. For example, if a child procrastinates on a school report, they might earn a bad grade instead of being rescued by a parent. While it's tempting to help, allowing them to face the results of their choices teaches valuable lessons. God allows us to experience the consequences of our failures to help us grow. Similarly, parents must sometimes let their children face discomfort to foster responsibility and independence. Having a sense of control and choice. I won't go to the dentist and you can't make me go. Pamela stamped her 11-year-old feet and scowled at her father, Sal, who was waiting at the front door. There had been a time when Sal would have reacted impulsively to Pamela's power move. He would have said something like, "Well, we'll see about that," and physically dragged the screaming child into the car. However, family counseling and reading had prepared Sal for this inevitable moment. Calmly, he said, "You're absolutely right, honey. I can't make you go to the dentist. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. But remember our rule, if you choose not to go, you're also choosing not to go to the party tomorrow night. I'll certainly respect either decision. Shall I cancel your appointment?" Pamela looked perplexed and thought for a minute. Then slowly she replied, "I'll go, but I'm not going because I have to." Pamela was right. She chose to go to her appointment because she wanted to attend the party. Children need a sense of control and choice in their lives. They need to see themselves not as helpless pawns of their parents, but as agents of their own lives, choosing and taking initiative. Children begin life helpless and dependent. Godly parenting helps children learn to think, make decisions, and master their environment. This includes everything from choosing what to wear to deciding which courses to take in school. Learning to make age-appropriate decisions gives children a sense of security and control. Anxious, well-meaning parents often shield their children from making painful decisions. They try to decide everything for them, saying, "Here, let me handle it." This stifles the development of an important aspect of God's image in them, their ability to assert and make changes. Children need to sense that their lives and destinies are largely theirs to determine within God's sovereignty. This helps them weigh and appreciate choices rather than avoid or resent them. Delaying gratification of goals. The word now is made for young children. It's where they live. Try telling a 2-year-old she can have dessert tomorrow. To her, that means never. Newborns don't even understand later. That's why a 6-month-old panics when mom leaves the room. They think she's gone forever. Eventually, we learn the value of later or delaying gratification. This is the ability to say no to impulses for a greater gain in the future. The scriptures emphasize this skill. Jesus exemplifies it. For the joy set before him, he endured the cross. Teaching this skill can begin as early as the 2nd year of life. For example, dessert comes after carrots, not before. Older children need to learn this too. Certain clothes or items can't be bought until later in the year. This boundary setting prevents children from becoming impulse-driven adults enslaved to consumerism. Delaying gratification helps children develop a goal orientation. They learn to save time and money for important things, valuing their choices. One family had their son save for his first car starting at age 13. By 16, he treated that car with the utmost care because he had earned it. Respecting the limits of others, from an early age, children need to accept the limits of parents, siblings, and friends. They need to know that others won't always want to play, watch the same TV shows, or eat at the same restaurant. This is important for 2 reasons. First, accepting limits teaches responsibility. Knowing others aren't always available helps children become self-reliant instead of dependent. Have you ever seen a child who can't take no for an answer, whining, cajoling, or throwing tantrums? The longer we resist limits, the more dependent we become on others. God designed life to teach this law. Sooner or later, someone will say no in a way we can't ignore. Second, respecting others' boundaries teaches children to love. Empathy is built on the idea of respecting others' needs as we want ours respected. For example, if a child carelessly hits you with a softball, ignoring it teaches them nothing. But calmly explaining, "That really hurt, please be more careful," helps them understand the impact of their actions. Without this lesson, children may grow up self-centered or controlling. Teaching boundaries early fosters empathy, maturity, and love for others. Seasonal boundaries, age-appropriate limits training. If this was the first chapter you turned to, when you glanced over the table of contents, chances are you're a parent. Chances are also that you may be experiencing boundary difficulties with your children. Perhaps you're reading this simply in an effort to prevent problems. But more likely you're in some pain from which you need relief. Your newborn won't stop shrieking. Your toddler runs the household. Your elementary school student has behavioral problems at school. Your junior high kid smarts off. Your high schooler is drinking. All of these issues indicate possible boundary problems. This section provides an outline of the age-appropriate boundary tasks your children should be learning. As parents, we need to consider our children's developmental needs and abilities to avoid asking them to do something they can't do, or to avoid asking too little of them. Below are the basic tasks for the different stages of childhood. For more detailed information on birth to age 3, refer to Chapter 4 on how boundaries are developed in childhood. Birth to 5 months. At this stage, the newborn needs to establish an attachment with mother, dad, or the primary caregiver. A sense of belonging, of being safe and welcome, is the task the child needs to accomplish. Setting limits is less of an issue here than providing security for the infant. The only real boundary here is the soothing presence of the mother. She protects the infant. Mom's job is to help her newborn contain intense, frightening, and conflicting feelings. Left by themselves, infants are terrorized by their aloneness and lack of internal structure. For centuries, mothers, including Mary, Jesus' mother, have swaddled their babies or wrapped cloths tightly around them. While swaddling regulates the baby's body heat, the tight wrappings also help the infant feel safe, a sort of external boundary. The baby knows where they begin and end. When newborns are undressed, they often panic about the loss of structure around them. Some well-meaning Christian teachers call for infant training theories that schedule the feeding and holding of infants. These techniques try to teach an infant not to cry or demand comfort because the child is in control instead of the parent, or because that demand is evidence of the child's selfish, sinful nature. These theories can be destructive when not understood biblically or developmentally. The screaming 4-month-old is trying to find out whether the world is a reasonably safe place. She is in a state of deep terror and isolation, not having learned to feel comfort when no one is around. To put her on the parent's schedule instead of her own for holding and feeding is to condemn the innocent, as Jesus said, Matt 12:7. Some say their programs are biblical because they work. For instance, when I stopped picking her up from her crib at night, my 4-month-old stopped crying. While this may be true, another explanation is infant depression, a condition in which the child gives up hope and withdraws. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, Proverbs 13 verse 12. Teaching delay of gratification shouldn't begin until after the first year of life, when a foundation of safety has been established between baby and mother. Just as grace always precedes truth, attachment must come before separation. 5 to 10 months. As we learned in Chapter 4, children in the last half of the first year are in the hatching phase. They are learning that mother and I aren't the same. There's a scary, fascinating world out there that babies literally crawl toward. Though they have tremendous dependency needs, infants are beginning to move out of their oneness with their mom. To help their children develop good boundaries during this stage, parents need to encourage attempts at separateness while still being the anchors the child clings to. Allow your child to be fascinated with people and objects other than you. Make your home a safe place for your baby to explore. Helping your children hatch doesn't mean neglecting the deep attachment necessary for their internal foundation, their rootedness and groundedness. You need to carefully tend to your child's needs for bonding and emotional safety while allowing the child to look outward. Many mothers find this transition from their child's love affair with them to the big wide world difficult. The loss of such deep intimacy is great, especially after the time spent in pregnancy and childbirth. A responsible mother, however, will strive to get her own closeness needs met by other adults in her life. She will encourage the hatching of her baby, preparing him or her to leave and cleave. At this point, most infants don't yet have the ability to understand and respond appropriately to the word no. Keeping them out of danger by picking them up and removing them from unsafe places is the best route. 10 to 18 months. At this practicing stage, your baby begins not only talking but also walking, and the possibilities stretch out before her. The world is this child's oyster, and she spends a lot of time finding ways to open it up and play with it. Now she has the emotional and cognitive ability to understand and respond to the word no. Boundaries become increasingly important during this stage, both having and hearing limits. Allowing the no muscle to develop is crucial. No is your child's way of learning whether taking responsibility for her life has good results or whether no causes someone to withdraw. As parents, learn to rejoice in your baby's no. At the same time, you have the delicate task of helping your child see that she is not the center of the universe. There are limits in life. There are consequences for scribbling on doors and screaming in church. Yet you need to do this without quenching her sense of excitement and interest in the world. 18 to 36 months. The child is now learning the important task of taking responsibility for a separate yet connected soul. The practicing child gives way to a more sober child who is realizing that life has limits, but that being separate doesn't mean losing attachment. In this phase, the following abilities are goals. 1. The ability to be emotionally attached to others without giving up a sense of self. 2. The ability to say appropriate no's to others without fear of losing love. 3. The ability to accept appropriate no's from others without withdrawing emotionally. At this stage, the child needs to be autonomous. She wants freedom from parental rule, yet she remains deeply dependent on her parents. Wise parenting will help her gain a sense of individualism and accept her limits without losing attachment. To teach boundaries, respect her no when appropriate, but maintain your own firm no. Pick battles carefully and focus on important ones. Wise parents rejoice in fun times but consistently keep solid limits. 3 to 5 years. During this phase, children move into a period of sex role development. Each child identifies with the same-sex parent. Little boys want to be like dad, and little girls like mom. They also develop competitive feelings toward that same parent, wishing to marry the opposite sex parent, defeating the same-sex parent in the process. They are preparing for adult sex roles later in life. Boundary work by parents is important here. Gently but firmly, mothers need to allow their daughters to identify and compete. They must also deal with the possessiveness of their sons, letting them know, I know you'd like to marry mom, but mom's married to dad. Fathers have to do the same job with their sons and daughters. This helps children learn to identify with the opposite sex parent and take on appropriate characteristics. Parents who fear the budding sexuality of their children will often become critical of these intense longings. Their own fear may cause them to attack or shame their child, causing her to repress her sexuality. At the other extreme, the needy parent will sometimes emotionally, or even physically, seduce the child of the opposite sex. The mother who tells her son, Daddy doesn't understand me, you're the only one who can, is ensuring years of confusion about sex roles for her son. Mature parents need to keep a boundary between allowing sex role typing to emerge and keeping the lines between parent and child clear. 6 to 11 years. During what is called latency or the years of industry, the child is preparing for the upcoming thrust into adolescence. These years are the last true years of childhood. They are important for learning task orientation through schoolwork and play, and for learning to connect with same-sex peers. An extremely busy time for work and friends, this period carries its own boundary tasks for parents. Here, you need to help your kids establish the fundamentals of tasks, doing homework, house chores, and projects. They need to learn planning and the discipline of keeping at a job until it's finished. They need to learn such boundary work as delay of gratification, goal orientation, and budgeting time. 11 to 18 years adolescence, the final step before adulthood, involves important tasks such as sexual maturation, a sense of solidifying identity in any surrounding career leanings and love choices. It can be a frightening yet exciting time for both child and parents. By this point, the deparenting process should have begun. Things are beginning to shift between you and your youngster. Instead of controlling your child, you influence her. You increase her freedom as well as responsibility. You renegotiate restrictions, limits, and consequences with more flexibility. All of these changes are like the countdown of a NASA space shuttle. You are preparing for the launching of a young adult into the world. Wise parents keep the imminent catapulting of their teens into society in the back of their minds at all times. The question they must always struggle with is no longer, how can I make them behave, but rather, how can I help them survive on their own? Teens need to be setting their own relational, scheduling, values, and money boundaries as much as possible. And they should suffer real-life consequences when they cross their boundaries. The 17-year-old who is still disciplined with TV and phone restrictions may have real problems at college in 1 year. Professors, deans, and residence hall assistants don't impose these kinds of restrictions. They resort to tactics such as failing grades, suspension, and expulsion. If you are the parent of a teen who hasn't had boundary training, you may feel at a loss about what to do. You need to begin at whatever point your teens are. When their ability to say and hear no is deficient, clarifying house rules and consequences can often help in the last few years before the youth leaves home. Symptoms such as the following, however, may indicate a more serious problem. Isolation of the teen from family members, depressed mood, rebellious behavior, continual conflict in family, wrong type of friends, school problems, eating disorders, alcohol use, drug use, suicidal ideas or behavior. Many parents observing these problems react with either too many boundaries or too few. The too strict parent runs the risk of alienating the almost adult from the home connection. The too lenient parent wants to be the child's best friend at a time the teen needs someone to respect. At this point, parents should consider consulting a therapist who understands teen issues. The stakes are simply too high to ignore professional help. Types of discipline. Many parents are confused by how to teach children to respect boundaries. They read countless books and articles on spanking, timeouts, restrictions, and allowances. While this question is beyond the scope of this book, a few thoughts may help organize the searching parent. 1. Consequences are intended to increase the child's sense of responsibility and control over his life. Discipline that increases the child's sense of helplessness isn't helpful. Dragging a 16-year-old girl to class doesn't build the internal motivation she'll need in 2 years when she's in college. A system of rewards and consequences that help her choose school for her own benefit has much better possibilities for success. 2. Consequences must be age appropriate. You need to think through the meaning of your discipline. Spanking, for example, humiliates and angers a teenager. However, administered correctly, it can help build structure for a 4-year-old. 3. Consequences must be related to the seriousness of the infraction. Just as the penal system has different prison stays for different crimes, you must be able to distinguish between minor and severe infractions. Otherwise, severe penalties become meaningless. A client once told me, I got whippings for little things and for big things. So I started getting more involved in big things. It just seemed more efficient. Once you've been sentenced to death, you don't have much to gain by being good. 4. The goal of boundaries is an internal sense of motivation, with self-induced consequences. Successful parenting means that our kids want to get out of bed and go to school, be responsible, be empathic, and be caring because that's important to them, not because it's important to us. It's only when love and limits are a genuine part of the child's character that true maturity can occur. Otherwise, we are raising compliant parrots who will in time self-destruct. Parents have a sober responsibility, teaching their children to have an internal sense of boundaries and to respect the boundaries of others. It's sober because the Bible says it's sober. Not many of you should presume to be teachers, my brothers, because you know that we who teach will be judged more strictly. There are certainly no guarantees that our training will be heeded. Children have the responsibility to listen and learn. The older they are, the more responsibility they have. Yet as we learn about our own boundary issues, take responsibility for them, and grow up ourselves, we increase our kids' chances to learn boundaries in an adult world in which these abilities will be sorely needed every day of their lives. Chapter 11, Boundaries and Work. In Sunday school, we were studying Adam and Eve and the fall. I learned that the fall was the beginning of everything bad. That day I went home and said to my mother, I don't like Adam and Eve. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have to clean up my room. Work at age 8 wasn't fun, and because it wasn't fun, it was bad. Because it was bad, it was Adam's fault. A simple theological theory for a youngster, but it was youthful heresy. Work existed before the fall. It was always part of God's plan for humanity. He planned for people to do two things. They would subdue and they would rule, Genesis 1 verse 28. They would bring the earth under their domain, and they would manage it. That sounds a lot like work. But because Eden was paradise, our difficulties with work came later, after the fall. God said to Adam, Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat of it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return. Genesis 3 verses 17 and 19. Other aspects of the fall also affected our work. The first is the tendency toward disownership. We talked in earlier chapters about the boundary problem of not taking responsibility for what is ours. This started in the garden when Adam and Eve tried to pass the blame on to another for their original act of sinning. Adam blamed Eve. Eve blamed the serpent. Genesis 3 verses 11 and 13. They were disowning their responsibility and blaming another. Their theme was, get the attention off of me. This tendency to blame another is a key problem. The fall also divided love from work. Before the fall, Adam was connected to the love of God, and from that loved state he worked. After the fall, he was not motivated out of perfect love. Instead, he had to work as part of the fallen world's curse and the law. The love-motivated want to became a law-motivated should. Paul tells us the law's should increases our wish to rebel, Romans 5 verse 20. It makes us angry at what we should do, Romans 4 verse 15, and it arouses our motivations to do the wrong thing, Romans 7 verse 5. All of this adds up to the human race being unable to take responsibility and work effectively by owning its behaviors, talents, and choices. No wonder we have work problems. In this chapter, we want to look at how boundaries can help resolve many work-related problems, as well as how they can help you to be happier and more fulfilled at the work you do. Work and character development Christians often have a warped way of looking at work. Unless someone is working in the ministry, they see his work as secular. However, this view of work distorts the biblical picture. All of us, not only full-time ministers, have gifts and talents that we contribute to humanity. We all have a vocation, a calling into service. Wherever we work, whatever we do, we are to do unto the Lord, Colossians 3 verse 23. Jesus used parables about work to teach us how to grow spiritually. These parables deal with money, completing tasks, faithful stewardship of a job, and honest emotional dealings in work. They all teach character development in the context of relating to God and others. They teach a work ethic based on love under God. Work is a spiritual activity. In our work, we are made in the image of God, who is himself a worker, a manager, a creator, a developer, a steward, and a healer. To be a Christian is to be a co-laborer with God in the community of humanity. By giving to others, we find true fulfillment. The New Testament teaches that jobs offer more than temporal fulfillment and rewards on earth. Work is the place to develop our character in preparation for the work that we will do forever. With that in mind, let's look at how setting boundaries in the workplace can help us grow spiritually. Problems in the workplace. A lack of boundaries creates problems in the workplace. In consulting for corporations, I have seen a lack of boundaries as the major problem in many management squabbles. If people took responsibility for their own work and set clear limits, most of the problems for which I get consulted would not exist. Let's see how applying boundaries can solve some common problems in the workplace. Problem number 1. Getting saddled with another person's responsibilities. Susie is an administrative assistant in a small company that planned training sessions for industry. She's responsible for booking the training sessions and managing the speakers' schedules. A co-worker, Jack, is responsible for the training facilities. He takes the materials to the site, sets up the equipment, and orders the food. Together, Susie and Jack make the events happen. After a few months of really liking her work, Susie began to lose energy. Eventually, her friend and co-worker, Linda, asked her what was wrong. Susie couldn't put her finger on the problem at first. Then she realized the problem was Jack. Jack had been asking Susie to pick this up for me while you're out, or please bring this box of materials to the workshop. Slowly, Jack was shifting his responsibilities onto Susie. You have to stop doing Jack's work, Linda told Susie. Just do your own work and don't worry about him. But what if things go wrong? Susie asked. Linda shrugged. Then they'll blame Jack. It's not your responsibility. Jack will be angry with me for not helping, Susie said. Let him, said Linda. His anger can't hurt you as much as his poor work habits can. So Susie began to set limits on Jack. She told him, I will not have time to bring the materials for you this week. And when Jack ran out of time to do things himself, Susie said, I'm sorry that you have not done that before now, and I understand that you are in a bind. Maybe next time you will plan better. That's not my job. Some trainers were angry that their equipment was not set up, and customers were angry that no food was provided for the break. But the boss tracked down the problem to the person who was responsible, Jack, and told him to shape up or find another job. In the end, Susie began to like work again, and Jack began to get more responsible. All because Susie set boundaries and stuck to them. If you are being saddled with another person's responsibilities and feel resentful, you need to take responsibility for your feelings and realize that your unhappiness is not your coworker's fault, but your own. In this, as in any other boundary conflict, you first must take responsibility for yourself. Then you must act responsibly toward your coworker. Go to your coworker and explain your situation. When he asks you to do something that is not your responsibility, say no and refuse to do whatever it is that he wants you to do. If he gets angry at you for saying no, be firm about your boundaries and empathize with his anger. Don't get angry back. To fight anger with anger is to get hooked into his game. Keep your emotional distance and say, I am sorry if this upsets you, but that job is not my responsibility. I hope you get it worked out. If he continues to argue, tell him that you are finished discussing it. He can come and find you when he is ready to talk about something else. Do not fall into the trap of justifying why you can't do his work for him. You will be slipping into his thinking that you should do his work if you are able to, and he will try to find a way that you can. You owe no one an explanation about why you will not do something that is not your responsibility. Many over-responsible people who work next to under-responsible people bear the consequences for their co-workers. Always covering for them or bailing them out, they are not enjoying their work or their relationships with these people. Their lack of boundaries is hurting them as well as keeping the other person from growing. If you are one of these people, you need to learn to set boundaries. Sometimes, however, a coworker will genuinely need some extra help. It is perfectly legitimate to bail out a responsible coworker or to make special concessions to a colleague who uses those concessions responsibly to get well. This is love, and good companies operate lovingly. In our work as psychologists at the same hospital, we often cover hospital duty for each other or take each other's on-call time. But if one of us started taking advantage of the other, we would need to stop that. Covering for the other at that point would not be helpful, but would enable a bad pattern. Favors and sacrifices are part of the Christian life. Enabling is not. Learn to tell the difference by seeing if your giving is helping the other to become better or worse. The Bible requires responsible action out of the one who is given to. If you do not see it after a season, set limits. Problem number 2, working too much overtime. When I first went into practice, I hired a woman for 20 hours a week to run my office. On her second day, I gave her a pile of tasks. About 10 minutes later, she knocked at my door with a stack of papers in hand. "What can I do for you, Laurie?" I asked. "You have a problem," she told me. "I do. What is it?" I asked, not having the vaguest idea what she was talking about. "You hired me for 20 hours a week and you have just given me about 40 hours of work. Which 20 would you like done?" She was right. I did have a problem. I had not managed my workload very well. I was either going to have to spend more on help, cut back on projects, or hire someone else. But she was right. It was my problem, not hers. I had to take responsibility for it and fix it. Laurie was telling me what that ever-present sign says. Poor planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on my part. Many bosses aren't so lucky. Their employees take responsibility for their lack of planning and never set limits. They are never forced to look at their lack of boundaries until it's too late, until they have lost a good employee to exhaustion or burnout. Such bosses need clear limits, but many employees are afraid to set them, as Laurie did, because they need the job or fear disapproval. If you are in a situation in which you're doing lots of extra work because you need the job and are afraid of being let go, you have a problem. If you are working more overtime than you want to, you are in bondage to your job. You are a slave, not an employee under contract. Clear and responsible contracts tell all parties involved what is expected of them, and they can be enforced. Jobs should have clear descriptions of duties and qualifications. As hard as it sounds, you need to take responsibility for yourself and take steps to change your situation. Here are some suggested steps. 1. Set boundaries on your work. Decide how much overtime you are willing to do. Some overtime during seasonal crunches may be expected. 2. Review your job description if one exists. 3. Make a list of the tasks you need to complete in the next month. Assign your own priority to each item and indicate any tasks that are not part of your job description. 4. Discuss your workload with your boss. Together, review the list of tasks you need to complete. Ask your boss to prioritize them. If all the tasks must be done and you cannot complete them in the time you are willing to give, your boss may need to hire temporary help or reallocate resources. If your boss still has unreasonable expectations, consider bringing a coworker to a second meeting or discussing the issue with the personnel department. If nothing changes, you may need to look for other opportunities within or outside your company. You might need to pursue additional training or start an emergency fund to bridge the gap between jobs. Whatever steps you take, remember, your job overload is your responsibility. Stop being a victim of an abusive situation and start setting limits. Problem number 3, misplaced priorities. We've discussed setting limits on others, but you also need to set limits on yourself. Recognize how much time and energy you have and manage your work accordingly. Know your limits and enforce them. For example, you might tell your boss, "If I am going to do task A today, I will not be able to do task B until Wednesday." Is that okay, or do we need to rethink priorities? Effective workers do 2 things: strive to do excellent work and focus on the most important tasks. Many people do excellent work on unimportant things, leaving critical goals unmet. This can lead to frustration and resentment. To avoid this, say no to the unimportant and commit to doing your best work on what matters most. Additionally, plan your work and set boundaries around your tasks. For instance, limit the number of hours you commit to work each week. This forces you to prioritize and use your time wisely. A man in ministry decided to spend no more than 100 nights a year traveling for work. This plan helped him focus on meaningful travel opportunities and save time for other priorities. Similarly, a company president committed to a 40-hour work week, which initially was challenging, but ultimately helped him accomplish more by working smarter. Work expands to fill the time you allow. Set time limits, stick to them, and you'll find you work more efficiently and enjoy your work more. Take a lesson from Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, who warned Moses about overworking, Exodus 18 verses 14 and 27. Even good work can become harmful if there are no boundaries. Limits keep good things from becoming overwhelming. Problem number 4. Difficult co-workers' stress at work often stems from a challenging colleague. In such cases, remember the law of power. You only have the power to change yourself. Seeing the other person as the problem gives them power over your well-being. Instead, focus on changing your reactions to the person. Refuse to let them affect you emotionally. This shift in perspective can be life-changing, leading to true self-control. Problem number 5. Critical attitudes. Working with a highly critical person can lead to stress. Some people try to win the approval of such individuals, while others become angry or internalize the criticism. All these reactions reflect a lack of boundaries. Allow critical people to be who they are, but maintain emotional separation. Have an accurate view of yourself and internally disagree with their judgments. You might also confront them directly. If they listen, great. If not, limit your interactions. Follow company grievance policies if necessary, but avoid seeking their approval or engaging in fruitless arguments. Keep your boundaries and don't let their negativity control you. Whoever corrects a mocker invites insult. Whoever rebukes a wicked man incurs abuse. Proverbs 9 verses 7 and 8. Maintain your boundaries and stay separate from their toxic games. Problem number 6. Conflicts with authority. If you are struggling to get along with your boss, you might be experiencing a transference feelings. Transference occurs when you feel emotions in the present that actually stem from unresolved issues in the past. This often happens with bosses because they are authority figures, which can trigger authority conflicts from earlier in life. For instance, suppose your supervisor gives you feedback on how to do something differently, and you immediately feel put down. You might think, he never thinks I do anything right. I'll show him. Even if the comment was casual, it could trigger strong emotional reactions rooted in past experiences with parents or teachers. When transference occurs, you may begin to act out old patterns, essentially becoming a child on the job. To set boundaries is to take responsibility for these feelings. If you find yourself reacting strongly to someone, take a step back and ask yourself, do these feelings seem familiar? Do they remind me of someone from my past? Did a parent or teacher treat me similarly? You are responsible for working through these emotions. Until you address them, you cannot see others clearly, but instead view them through the lens of unresolved past issues. When you let go of transference, you will better understand how to relate to the people around you in the present. Similarly, strong feelings of competition with a co-worker may represent unresolved sibling rivalry or other past conflicts. Recognizing and dealing with these emotions will help you avoid acting irrationally in your workplace relationships. Problem number 7. Expecting too much of work. Many people look to their workplace for the emotional support traditionally provided by family, church, or community. They may view their colleagues as a substitute family. While the workplace can and should be supportive, this support is work-related, helping employees learn, improve, and achieve goals. Problems arise when people expect their job to fulfill unmet childhood needs, such as nurturing, self-esteem, or approval. Work is not structured for this purpose. Jobs require adult functioning, while unmet childhood needs pull in the opposite direction. To stay healthy, you must own and address these unmet needs outside of work. Seek out healing and supportive networks where you can grow emotionally. By meeting your relationship needs outside the office, you will be able to approach your job with clear boundaries and function effectively in the adult world. Protect your vulnerabilities from workplace demands, as the job may unintentionally exacerbate old wounds. Problem number 8. Taking work-related stress home. Just as personal issues should not interfere with work, work issues should not intrude on your home life. This boundary has two components. 1. Emotional boundaries. Work conflicts must be addressed so they don't spill over into other areas of your life. Unresolved issues can lead to depression or other illnesses that affect personal relationships and well-being. Examine why certain co-workers or situations upset you, or why your successes and failures at work impact your overall mood. Address these underlying character issues to prevent the job from controlling your emotional life. 2. Practical boundaries. Work is literally never done, but it should not dominate your personal time and resources. Limit overtime and ensure special projects don't become habitual. Some companies even discourage excessive overtime to promote family life. Understand your limits and respect them. Work-life balance requires recognizing that personal time is equally important. By establishing boundaries, you can preserve relationships and enjoy a healthier, more fulfilling life. Problem number 9. Disliking your job boundaries define what is me and what is not me, including in our work. A job that aligns with your gifts, talents, and passions becomes a reflection of your identity. However, many people struggle to find this connection. They drift from job to job, unable to discover work that feels right. This often stems from a lack of boundaries. If you allow others, such as parents, friends, or societal expectations, to define your career, you may end up in a job that doesn't align with your true self. For example, a pastor once admitted during a meeting, "I never wanted to be a pastor anyway. It was my mother's wish, not mine." His inability to set boundaries with his mother led him to a career that made him miserable. To prevent this, establish strong boundaries that allow you to discover who you are and what work suits you best. Romans 12 verse 2 advises, "Do not conform any longer to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will." Understand your unique gifts and desires. Stand firm against others' expectations and work with God to discern your true calling. Healthy boundaries enable you to say, "This is me and that is not me," empowering you to pursue work that aligns with your identity. Finding your life's work involves taking risks. First, you need to firmly establish your identity, separating yourself from those to whom you are attached and following your own desires. This means taking ownership of how you feel, how you think, and what you want. You must assess both your talents and limitations, stepping out as God leads you. God wants you to discover and use your gifts for His glory. He asks that you include Him in the process. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will do this. Psalms 37 verses 4 and 5. However, God also calls you to be accountable for your actions. Follow the ways of your heart and whatever your eyes see. But know that for all these things, God will bring you to judgment. Ezekiel 11:9. As you develop your talents, view your work as a partnership with God. He has given you gifts and wants you to nurture and use them. Commit your way to the Lord, and you will discover your work identity. Ask Him to help guide you in this journey, trusting that as you align your efforts with His will, you will uncover the path He has set for you. Chapter 12, Setting Boundaries on Ourselves. Sarah heaved a long sigh. She'd been working on major boundary issues in her therapy for a while now. She was seeing progress in resolving responsibility conflicts with her parents, her husband, and her kids. Yet today she introduced a new issue. "I haven't told you about this relationship before, though I guess I should have. I have tremendous boundary problems with this woman. She eats too much and has an attacking tongue. She's undependable, lets me down all the time. And she spent money of mine and hasn't paid me back in years. Why haven't you mentioned her before?" I asked. "Because she's me," Sarah replied. Sarah was echoing the conflict most of us have. We learn that boundaries are biblical. We begin setting limits on others. We begin moving from taking too much responsibility to taking just enough. But how do we begin to set limits on ourselves? As Pogo Possum cartoonist Walt Kelly's popular swamp character says, "We have met the enemy and he is us." In this chapter, instead of looking at the control and manipulation of others, we'll be looking at our responsibility to control our own bodies. 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 4. Instead of examining outer boundary conflicts with other people, we will be looking at our own internal boundary conflicts. This can get a little touchy. As the disgruntled country church member told his pastor as he left after the Sunday sermon, You done stopped preaching, and you done started meddling. Instead of this defensive posture, we are much better off to look humbly at ourselves, to ask for feedback from others, to listen to people we trust, and to confess, I was wrong. Our out-of-control soul-eating Teresa's secret shame was becoming more difficult to keep a secret. Her 5'4" frame could hide a little extra weight, but over the past few months she'd gradually moved into the mid-100 mark. She hated it. Her dating life, her stamina, and her attitude toward herself were all affected. She was out of control. In her successful but stressful career as an attorney, cookies and candy were the only place she could go when everything was falling down around her. 12-hour days meant lots of isolation, and absolutely nothing filled the void like fatty foods. No wonder they call it comfort food, Teresa would think. What makes overeating especially painful is that overweight is visible to others. The overweight person feels enormous self-hate and shame about her condition. And like others who suffer from out-of-control behaviors, the overweight person feels overwhelming shame for her behavior, which drives her away from relationship and back to food. Both chronic and binging overeaters suffer from an internal self-boundary problem. For overeaters, food serves as a false boundary. They might use food to avoid intimacy by gaining weight and becoming less attractive. Or they might binge as a way to get false closeness. For bingers, the comfort from food is less scary than the prospect of real relationships where boundaries would be necessary. Money, a now famous bumper sticker reads, I can't be overdrawn, I still have checks left. People have tremendous problems in many different areas dealing with money, including the following: impulse spending, careless budgeting, living beyond one's means, credit problems, chronically borrowing from friends, ineffectual savings plans, working more to pay all the bills, enabling others God intended for money to be a blessing to us and others. Give, and it will be given to you. In fact, the Bible says that the problem isn't money, it's the love of money that is a root of all kinds of evil, 1 Timothy 6 verse 10. Most of us would certainly agree that we need to be in control of our finances. Saving money, keeping costs down, and shopping for discounts are all good things. It's tempting to see money problems as simply a need for more income. However, the problem often isn't the high cost of living, it's the cost of high living. The problem of our financial outgo exceeding our input is a self-boundary issue. When we have difficulty saying no to spending more than we should, we run the risk of becoming someone else's servant. The rich rule over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. Proverbs 22 verse 7. Time. Many people feel that their time is out of control. They are 11th hour people, constantly on the edge of deadlines. Try as they might, they find the day, every day, getting away from them. There just aren't enough hours to accomplish their tasks. The word early doesn't seem to be part of their personal experience. Some of the time binds these strugglers deal with are these: business meetings, luncheon appointments, project deadlines, church and school activities, holiday mailings. These people breeze into meetings 15 minutes late and breathlessly apologize, talking about traffic, overwhelming job responsibilities, or kid emergencies. People whose time is out of control inconvenience others whether they mean to or not. The problem often stems from one or more of the following causes. 1. Omnipotence. These people have unrealistic, somewhat grandiose expectations of what they can accomplish in a given amount of time. No problem, I'll do it, is their motto. 2. Over-responsibility for the feelings of others. They think that leaving a party too early will cause the host to feel abandoned. 3. Lack of realistic anxiety. They live so much in the present that they neglect to plan ahead for traffic, parking the car, or dressing for an outing. 4. Rationalization. They minimize the distress and inconvenience that others must put up with because of their lateness. They think, they're my friends, they'll understand. The person with undeveloped time self-boundaries ends up frustrating not only others, but himself. He ends the day without the sense that a desire realized is sweet to the soul, Proverbs 13 verse 19 NASB. Instead, he is left with unrealized desires, half-baked projects, and the realization that tomorrow will begin with him running behind schedule. Task completion. A first cousin to the time boundary problem, task completion deals with finishing well. Most of us have goals in the love and work areas of life. We may wish to be a veterinarian or a lawyer. We may wish to own our own business or own a home in the country. We may wish to start a Bible study program or an exercise regimen. We all would like to say about our tasks, whether large or small, what Paul said, "I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness." 2 Timothy 4 verses 7 and 8. More eloquent in their simplicity are Jesus' words on the cross, "It is finished." Though they may be great starters, many Christians find themselves unable to be good finishers. For one reason or another, creative ideas don't pan out. A regular schedule of operations becomes bogged down. Success looms, then is suddenly snatched away. The problem with many poor finishers lies in one of the following causes. 1. Resistance to structure. Poor finishers feel that submitting to the discipline of a plan is a put-down. 2. Fear of success. Poor finishers are overconcerned that success will cause others to envy and criticize them. Better to shoot themselves in the foot than to lose their buddies. 3. Lack of follow-through. Poor finishers have an aversion to the boring nuts and bolts of turning the crank on a project. 4. Distractibility. Poor finishers are unable to focus on a project until it's done. They have often never developed competent concentration skills. 5. Inability to delay gratification. Poor finishers are unable to work through the pain of a project to experience the satisfaction of a job well done. They want to go directly to the pleasure. 6. Inability to say no to other pressures. Poor finishers are unable to say no to other people and projects. They don't have time to finish any job well. Those with task completion problems often feel like 2-year-olds in their favorite toy area. They'll bang a hammer for a bit, vroom with a toy car, talk to a puppet, and then pick up a book. All in 2 minutes or less. It's easy to see the boundary problems inherent in those with task completion problems. Their internal no hasn't been developed enough to keep them focused on finishing things. The tongue in a therapy group I was leading, a man held the floor for some time. He'd go off on tangents, change the subject, and spend inordinate amounts of time on irrelevant details. He couldn't seem to get to the point. Other members were spacing out, dozing off, or becoming restless. Just as I was about to speak to the man's struggle with getting to the point, a woman in the group spoke up, saying bluntly, "Bill, talk net, will ya?" Talking net, putting a net or boundary on their words, can be a struggle for many. How we use language can deeply affect the quality of our relationships. The tongue can be a source of both blessing and curse. It can be a blessing when we use our tongue to empathize, identify, encourage, confront, and exhort others. It can be a curse when we use it to talk non-stop to hide from intimacy, dominate conversations to control others, gossip, make sarcastic remarks expressing indirect hostility, threaten someone expressing direct hostility, flatter instead of authentically praise, seduce. Many people who have difficulties setting verbal boundaries on themselves aren't really aware of their problem. They are often genuinely surprised when a friend says to them, "Sometimes it seems like you interpret my commas as periods." I knew a woman who was desperately afraid that others would get to know her. She asked questions and talked quickly so that no one could turn the conversation toward her. She had only one problem. She had to take breaths to continue talking, and the breath created a space for someone else to say something. The woman resolved her problem, however, in an ingenious way. She drew her breaths in the middle of her sentences rather than at the end. That kept people sufficiently off balance so that she was rarely interrupted. An effective strategy with only one problem. She had to keep finding new people to talk to. After a few rounds with her, people disappeared. The scriptures tell us to treat our words carefully. When words are many, sin is not absent, but he who holds his tongue is wise. Proverbs 10 and verse 19. A man of knowledge uses words with restraint. Proverbs 17 verse 27. According to the Theological Word Book of the Old Testament, the Hebrew word for restrain refers to the free action of holding back something or someone. The actor has the power over the object. It's a boundary-laden term. We have the power to set boundaries on what comes out of our mouths. When we can't hold back or set boundaries on what comes from our lips, our words are in charge, not us. But we are still responsible for those words. Our words do not come from somewhere outside of us, as if we were a ventriloquist's dummy. They are the product of our hearts. Our saying, "I didn't mean that," is probably better translated, "I didn't want you to know I thought that about you." We need to take responsibility for our words. But I tell you that men will have to give account on the day of judgment for every careless word they have spoken. Matt 12:36. Sexuality, as Christians are finding more safe places in the church to be honest about spiritual and emotional conflicts, sexual problems, especially for men, have emerged as a major issue. Such problems include compulsive masturbation, compulsive heterosexual or homosexual relationships, pornography, prostitution, exhibitionism, voyeurism, obscene phone calls, indecent liberties, child molestation, incest, and rape. The individual caught up in an out-of-control sexual behavior generally feels deeply isolated and shameful. This keeps what is broken in the soul sequestered in the darkness, out of the light of relationship with God and others, where there can be neither help nor resolution. His sexuality takes on a life of its own, unreal and fantasy-driven. One man described it as a not-me experience. It was for him as if the real him was watching his sexual actions from across the room. Others may feel so dead and detached that sexuality is the only way they feel alive. The problem, however, is that as in most internal boundary conflicts, sexual boundarylessness becomes a tyrant, demanding and insatiable. No matter how many orgasms are reached, the desire only deepens, and the inability to say no to one's lusts drives one deeper into despair and hopelessness. Alcohol and substance abuse. Probably the clearest examples of internal boundary problems, alcohol and drug dependencies create devastation in the lives of addicts. Divorce, job loss, financial havoc, medical problems, and death are the fruits of the inability to set limits in these areas. Most tragic are the increasingly younger children who are experimenting with drugs. Drug addiction is difficult for adults who have some semblance of character and boundaries. For the child whose boundaries are delicate and forming, the results are often lifelong and debilitating. "Why doesn't my no work? I'm throwing my no away," Bert told me. "It works fine for setting limits on other people, but every time I try to complete my tasks on time, it breaks down. Where can I trade it in?" Where indeed? As you read about the out-of-control areas above, you may have felt defeated and frustrated with yourself. You probably could identify with one or more of the problem areas, and you probably are no stranger to the discouragement of not having mature boundaries in these internal areas. What's the problem? Why doesn't our no work on ourselves? There are at least 3 reasons for this. 1. We are our own worst enemies. An external problem is easier to deal with than an internal one. When we switch our focus from setting limits on other people to setting limits on ourselves, we make a major shift in responsibility. Previously, we were only responsible to, not for, the other party. Now we have a great deal more involvement. We are the other party. We are responsible for ourselves. When you are around a critical person, the kind who finds fault with everything, you can set limits on your exposure to this person's constant criticism. You can change subjects, rooms, houses, or continents. You can leave, but what if this critical person is in your own head? What if you are the person with the problem? What if you have met the enemy and he is you? 2. We withdraw from relationship when we most need it. Jessica came to me for treatment of an eating disorder. She was 30 years old and she had been binging since she was a teenager. I asked her about her previous attempts to solve this internal boundary problem. "I try to work out and eat right," she said, "but I always fall back." "Who do you talk to about this?" I asked. "What do you mean?" Jessica looked confused. "Who do you tell about your eating problem when you can't take it anymore?" Tears welled up in Jessica's eyes. "You're asking too much. This is a private problem. Can't I do this without anyone knowing?" Since the fall, our instincts have been to withdraw from relationship when we're in trouble, when we most need other people. Due to our lack of security, our loss of grace, our shame, and our pride, we turn inward rather than outward when we're in trouble. And that's a problem. As the preacher in Ecclesiastes puts it, Woe to one who is alone and falls and does not have another to help. Such withdrawal happens in our hospital program time after time. Hurting people will begin to make attachments with staff or other patients. For the first time, they begin coming forth with their need for connection. Like a rose lifting its petals after a hard rain, they begin to relate and connect in the light of the grace of God and His people. Then an unexpected difficulty will occur. Sometimes their depression will temporarily worsen as their pain inside is exposed. Sometimes traumatic memories will surface. Sometimes severe conflict will occur with family members. Instead of bringing these painful and frightening feelings and problems to their newfound relationships, these people will often retreat to their rooms to work out the problem. They'll spend several hours or a day doing everything possible to get back under control. They'll talk positively to themselves or read scriptures compulsively to try to make themselves feel better. It is only when this attempt at a solution breaks down that they finally realize that these spiritual pains and burdens need to be brought out of themselves to the body of Christ. To the isolated person, nothing feels more frightening, unsafe, or unwise. Such a person needs to feel very secure before she will risk taking her spiritual and emotional problems to other people. And yet the Bible doesn't recognize any other answer to our problems. Grace must come from the outside of ourselves to be useful and healing. Just as the branch withers without the vine, we can sustain neither life nor emotional repair without bonding to God and others. God and His people are the fuel, the energy source from which any problem is addressed. We need to be joined and held together by every supporting ligament, Ephesians 4 verse 16, of the body of Christ to heal and to grow up. Whether our boundary issue is food, substances, sex, time, projects, the tongue, or money, we can't solve it in a vacuum. If we could, we would. But the more we isolate ourselves, the harder our struggle becomes. Just like an untreated cancer can become life-threatening in a short time, self-boundary problems will worsen with increased aloneness. 3. We try to use willpower to solve our boundary problems. I've got it solved! Pete was excited about his newfound victory over his overspending. A dedicated Christian and a leader in his church, he was intensely concerned about his out-of-control finances. I made a vow to God and myself that I'll never spend beyond my budget again. It's so simple but so true. Not wanting to burst Pete's bubble, I adopted a wait-and-see attitude. I didn't have to wait long. The next week he came in, feeling discouraged and hopeless. I just couldn't stop myself, he lamented. I went out and bought sports equipment. Then my wife and I purchased new furniture. It was just what we needed. The price was right. The only problem was that we couldn't afford it. I guess I'm hopeless. Pete wasn't hopeless, but his philosophy, popular among Christians, certainly was. He had been trying to use willpower to solve his boundary problems, probably the most common approach to out-of-control behavior. The willpower approach is simple. Whatever the problem behavior is, just stop doing it. In other words, just say no. Imperatives such as choose to stop, decide to say no, and make commitment to never do it again abound in this approach. The problem with this approach is that it makes an idol out of the will, something God never intended. Just as our hearts and minds are distorted by the fall, so is our power to make right decisions. Will is only strengthened by relationship. We can't make commitments alone. God told Moses to encourage and strengthen Joshua, Deuteronomy 3 verse 28. He didn't tell Moses to tell Joshua to just say no. If we depend on willpower alone, we are guaranteed to fail. We are denying the power of the relationship promised in the cross. If all we need is our will to overcome evil, we certainly don't need a savior, 1 Corinthians 1 verse 17. The truth is, willpower alone is useless against self-boundary struggles. Why do you submit to rules? Do not handle. Do not taste. Do not. These are all destined to perish with use because they are based on human commands and teachings. Such regulations indeed have an appearance of wisdom, with their self-imposed worship, their false humility, and their harsh treatment of the body, but they lack any value in restraining sensual indulgence. The King James Bible translates the Greek word for self-imposed worship as will worship. In other words, these self-denying practices that appear so spiritual don't stop out-of-control behavior. The boundaryless part of the soul simply becomes more resentful under the domination of the will, and it rebels. Especially after we make statements such as "I will never" and "I will always," we act out with a vengeance. Jessica's indulgence in food, Pete's indulgence in money, someone else's indulgence in foolish or slanderous conversation, or still another's determination never to be late on a project again, will not be healed by white-knuckling it. Establishing boundaries with yourself, learning to be mature in self-boundaries, is not easy. Many obstacles hinder our progress. However, God desires our maturity and self-control even more than we do. He's on our team as an exhorter, encourager, and implorer. 1 Thessalonians 2 verses 11 and 12. One way to begin developing limits on out-of-control behavior is to apply a modified version of the boundary checklist we used in Chapter 8. 1. What are the symptoms? Look at the destructive fruit you may be exhibiting by not being able to say no to yourself. You may be experiencing depression, anxiety, panic, phobias, rage, relationship struggles, isolation, work problems, or psychosomatic problems. All of these symptoms can be related to a difficulty in setting limits on your own behavior. Use them as a roadmap to begin identifying the particular boundary problem you're having. 2. What are the roots? Identifying the causes of your self-boundary problems will assist you in understanding your own contribution to the problem, your developmental injuries, and the significant relationships that may have contributed to the problem. Some possible roots of self-boundary conflicts include lack of training. Some people never learn to accept limits, to pay the consequences of their actions, or to delay gratification when they were growing up. For example, they may never have experienced any consequences for dawdling as a child, or rewarded destructiveness. People who come from families in which the mom or dad was an alcoholic may have learned that out-of-control behavior brings relationship. The family came together when the alcoholic member drank. Distorted need. Some boundary problems are legitimate, God-given needs in disguise. God gave us sexual desire both to reproduce ourselves and to enjoy our spouses. The pornography addict has diverted this good desire. He feels real and alive only when acting out. Fear of relationship. People really want to be loved, but their out-of-control behavior keeps others away. Some people use their tongues to keep other people at bay. Unmet emotional hungers. We all need love during the first few years of life. If we don't receive this love, we hunger for it for the rest of our lives. This hunger for love is so powerful that when we don't find it in relationships with other people, we look for it in other places, such as in food, in work, in sexual activity, or in spending money, or being under the law. Many Christians raised in legalistic environments were not permitted to make decisions for themselves. When they try to make their own decisions, they feel guilty. This guilt forces them to rebel in destructive ways. Food addictions and compulsive spending are often reactions against strict rules. Covering emotional hurt. People who are injured emotionally, who were neglected or abused as children, disguise their pain by overeating, drinking too much, or working too much. They may abuse substances to distract from the real pain of being unloved, unwanted, and alone. If they were to stop using these disguises, their isolation would be intolerable. 3. What is the boundary conflict? Take a look at your particular self-boundary problems in relation to eating, money, time, task completion, the tongue, sexuality, or alcohol and substance abuse. These 7 areas aren't exhaustive, though they cover a great deal of territory. Ask God for insight into what other areas of your life are out of control. 4. Who needs to take ownership? At this point, take the painful step of taking responsibility for your out-of-control behavior. The behavior pattern may be directly traceable to family problems, neglect, abuse, or trauma. In other words, our boundary conflicts may not be all our fault. They are, however, our responsibility. 5. What do you need? It's useless to try to deal with your boundary conflicts with yourself until you're actively developing safe, trusting, grace and truth relationships with others. You are severely hampered in gaining either insight into or control over yourself when you are disconnected from God's source of spiritual and emotional fuel. Plugging into other people is often frustrating for do-it-yourself people who would like a how-to manual for solving out-of-control behaviors, just as they would buy to teach themselves piano, plumbing, or golf. They wish to get this boundary-setting business over with quickly. The problem is that many people with self-boundary struggles are also quite isolated from deep relationships. They have no rootedness in God or others, Ephesians 3 verse 17. Thus, they have to take what that they think are steps backward to learn to connect with others. Connecting with people is a time-consuming, risky, and painful process. Finding the right people, group, or church is hard enough, but after joining up, admitting your need for others may be even more difficult. Do-it-yourself people will often fall back into a cognitive or willpower approach simply because it's not as slow or as risky. They'll often say things like, attachment is not what I want. I have an out-of-control behavior, and I need relief from the pain. Though we can certainly understand their dilemma, they are heading toward another quick-fix dead end. Symptomatic relief, trying to solve a problem by only dealing with the symptoms, generally leads to more symptoms. Jesus described this process in a parable. When an evil spirit comes out of a man, it goes through arid places seeking rest and does not find it. Then it says, I will return to the house I left. When it arrives, it finds the house swept clean and put in order. Then it goes and takes 7 other spirits more wicked than itself, and they go in and live there. And the final condition of that man is worse than the first. Evil can take over the empty house of our souls. Even when our lives seem to be in order, isolation guarantees spiritual vulnerability. It's only when our house is full of the love of God and others that we can resist the wiles of the devil. Plugging in is neither an option nor a luxury. It is a spiritual and emotional life and death issue. 6. How do I begin? Once you have identified your boundary problem and owned it, you can do something about it. Here are some ways to begin practicing setting boundaries on yourself. Address your real need. Often, out-of-control patterns disguise a need for something else. You need to address the underlying need before you can deal with the out-of-control behavior. For example, impulsive eaters may discover that food is a way to stay separate and safe from romantic and sexual intimacy. Their fear of being faced with those kinds of emotionally laden situations may cause them to use food as a boundary. As their internal boundaries with the opposite sex become firmer, they can give up their destructive food boundary. They learn to ask for help for the real problem, not just for the symptomatic problem. Allow yourself to fail. Addressing your real need is no guarantee that your out-of-control behavior will disappear. Many people who address the real issue underneath a self-boundary problem are often disappointed that the problem keeps recurring. They think, well, I joined a support group at church, but I still have problems being on time or viewing pornography or spending money or talking out of turn. Was all this for naught? No. The recurrence of destructive patterns is evidence of God's sanctifying, maturing, and preparing us for eternity. We need to continue to practice to learn things. The same process that we use to learn to drive a car, swim, or learn a foreign language is the one we use for learning better self-boundaries. We need to embrace failure instead of trying to avoid it. Those people who spend their lives trying to avoid failure are also eluding maturity. We are drawn to Jesus because he learned obedience from what he suffered. Hebrews 5 verse 8. People who are growing up are also drawn to individuals who bear battle scars, worry furrows, and tear marks on their faces. Their lessons can be trusted much more than the unlined faces of those who have never failed and so have never truly lived. Listen to empathic feedback from others. As you fail in setting boundaries on yourself, you need others who will let you know about it in a caring way. Many times you are unaware of your own failures. Sometimes you may not truly understand the extent of the damage your lack of boundaries causes in the lives of those you care about. Other believers can provide perspective and support. Keith had a difficult time returning money to others when they had loaned it to him. He wasn't broke. He wasn't selfish. He was just forgetful. He had little awareness of the discomfort. He caused those who lent him money. One afternoon, a friend who had loaned him money several months before dropped by his office. Keith, his friend said, several times I've asked you about the money I lent you. I still haven't heard from you. I don't think you're intentionally ignoring my requests. At the same time, I wanted to let you know that your forgetfulness has been hard on me. I had to cancel a vacation because I didn't have the money. Your forgetfulness is hurting me, and it's hurting our friendship." Keith was astonished. He hadn't had a clue that such a little thing to him might mean so much to a close friend. Deeply remorseful over the loss his friend had suffered, he wrote a check immediately. In a non-condemning, non-nagging manner, Keith's friend had helped him become more aware of his self-boundary problem. He used the empathy Keith felt for him as a close friend. True godly remorse for causing his friend pain was a powerful motivator for Keith to become more responsible. When others in our support system let us know how our lack of self-boundaries hurts them, we are motivated by love, not by fear. Biblically based support groups, which provide empathy and clear feedback, keep people responsible by letting them see the effect their actions have on another. When one member tells another, "Your uncontrolled behavior makes me want to stay away from you. I don't feel that I can trust you when you act like that," the out-of-control person isn't being parented or policed. He is hearing truth and love from a peer. He's hearing how what he does helps or damages those he loves. This kind of confrontation builds an empathy-based morality, a love-based self-control, or welcome consequences as a teacher. Learning about sowing and reaping is valuable. It teaches us that we suffer losses when we aren't responsible. The impulsive overeater has medical and social difficulties. The overspender faces bankruptcy court. The chronically late person misses plane flights and important meetings and loses friendships. The procrastinator faces losses of promotions and bonuses. And on. We need to enter God's training school of learning to suffer for our irresponsibility. Not all suffering should be embraced. However, when our own lack of love or responsibility causes the suffering, pain becomes our teacher. Learning how to develop better self-boundaries is an orderly process. First, we are confronted about the destructiveness of our behavior by others. Then consequences will follow if we don't heed the feedback. Words precede actions and give us a chance to turn from our destructiveness before we have to suffer. God doesn't glory in our suffering. Just as a loving father's heart breaks when he sees his children in pain, God wants to spare us pain. But when his words and the feedback of his other children don't reach us, consequences are the only way to keep us from further damage. God is like the parent who warns his teenager that drinking will cause a loss of car privileges. First, the warning, "Stop drinking now. It will have bad consequences for you." Then, if it's not heeded, car privileges are yanked. This painful consequence prevents a possible serious catastrophe, a drunk driving accident. Surround yourself with people who are loving and supportive. As you hear feedback and suffer consequences, maintain close contact with your support network. Your difficulties are too much to bear alone. You need others who will be loving and supportive, but who will not rescue. Generally speaking, friends of people with self-boundary problems make one of two errors. 1. They become critical and parental. When the person has failed, they adopt an "I told you so" attitude or say things like, "Now, what did you learn from your experience?" This encourages the person to either look elsewhere for a friend or simply avoid the criticism instead of learning from consequences. Brothers, if someone is caught in a sin, you who are spiritual should restore him gently. Galatians 6 verse 1. Replace this parental position with gentle restoration, understanding that there, but for the grace of God, go I. 2. They become rescuers. They give in to their impulse to save the person from suffering. They call the boss and tell them their spouse was sick when he or she was drunk. They lend more money when they shouldn't. They hold up the entire dinner for the latecomer instead of going ahead with the meal. Rescuing someone is not loving them. God's love lets people experience consequences. Rescuers hope that by once again bailing out the out-of-control person, they'll reap a loving, responsible person. They hope to control the other person. It's far better to be empathic, but at the same time refuse to be a safety net. "I'm sorry you lost another job this year, but I won't lend you any more money until you've paid back the other loan. However, I'm available to talk to for support." This approach will show people how serious you are about developing self-boundaries. The sincere searcher will value this approach and will take you up on your offer of support. The manipulator will resent the limits and quickly look for an easier touch somewhere else. This 5-point formula for developing self-boundaries is cyclical. That is, as you deal with real needs, fail, get empathic feedback, suffer consequences, and are restored, you build stronger internal boundaries each time. As you stay with your goal and with the right people, you will build a sense of self-restraint that can truly become part of your character for life. If you are a victim, establishing boundaries for yourself is always hard. It will be especially difficult if your boundaries were severely violated in childhood. No one who has avoided childhood victimization can truly understand what these individuals go through. Of all the injuries that can be endured, this type causes severe spiritual and emotional damage. A victim is a person who has, while in a helpless state, been injured by the exploitation of another. Some victimization is verbal, some is physical, some is sexual, and some is satanically ritualistic. All cause extreme damage to the character structure of a child who then grows up to adulthood with spiritual, emotional, and cognitive distortions. In each case, however, 3 factors remain constant: helplessness, injury, and exploitation. Some results of victimization are these: depression, compulsive disorders, impulsive disorders, isolation, inability to trust others, inability to form close attachments, inability to set limits, poor judgment in relationships, further exploitation in relationships, deep sense of pervasive badness, shame, guilt, chaotic lifestyle, sense of meaninglessness and purposelessness, unexplainable terror and panic attacks, phobias, rage attacks, suicidal feelings and thoughts. Victimization has long-lasting and far-reaching effects on the lives of adult survivors. Healing for victims is difficult because their developmental processes have been damaged or interrupted by abuse. The most primary damage done is that the victim loses a sense of trust. Trust, the ability to depend on ourselves and others in times of need, is a basic spiritual and emotional survival need. We need to be able to trust our own perceptions of reality and to be able to let significant people matter to us. Our ability to trust ourselves is based on our experience of others as trustworthy. People who are like a tree planted by streams of water, Psalms 1 verse 3, feel firm because of the streams of love coming from God and others in their life. Victims often lose a sense of trust because the perpetrator was someone they knew as children, someone who was important to them. When the relationship became damaging to them, their sense of trust became broken. Another damaging effect of abuse or molestation is the destruction of a sense of ownership over the victim's soul. In fact, victims often feel that they are public property, that their resources, body, and time should be available to others just for the asking. Another injury due to victimization is a deep, pervasive sense of being all bad, wrong, dirty, or shameful. No matter how affirming others are of their lovableness and their attributes, victims are convinced that underneath it all, there is no good inside themselves. Because of the severity of their injuries, many victims have overpermeable boundaries. They take on badness that isn't theirs. They begin believing that the way they were treated is the way they should be treated. Many victims think that since they were told they were bad or evil thousands of times, it certainly must be true. Boundaries as an aid to the victim boundary work, as described in this book, can be extremely helpful in moving victims toward restoration and healing. However, in many cases, the severe nature of the need is such that the victim will be unable to set boundaries without professional help. We strongly urge abuse victims to seek out a counselor who can guide them in establishing and maintaining appropriate boundaries. Chapter 13, Boundaries and God. When some people read the Bible, they see a book of rules, do's and don'ts. When others read it, they see a philosophy of life, principles for the wise. Still others see mythology, stories about the nature of human existence and the human dilemma. Certainly, the Bible contains rules, principles, and stories that explain what it is like to exist on this earth. But to us, the Bible is a living book about relationship. Relationship of God to people, people to God, and people to each other. It is about a God who created this world, placed people in it, related to people, lost that relationship, and continues to heal that relationship. It is about God as creator. This is his creation. It is about God as ruler. He ultimately controls his world and will govern it. And it is about God as redeemer. He finds, saves, and heals his loved ones who are lost and in bondage. When a lawyer asked Jesus which was the greatest commandment in the law, Jesus said to him, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it, love your neighbor as yourself." All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. Matt 22:37-40. The entire scripture communicates a message of love. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. But how do we do that? Well, that's why there are so many other passages. Loving God and our neighbor is difficult. One of the main reasons it's so difficult is because of boundary problems, which are essentially problems of responsibility. We do not know who is responsible for what, where we end and someone else begins, where God ends and we begin. The Bible clarifies those boundaries so that we can begin to see who should do what in this labor of love. Respecting boundaries, we have personal boundaries, personal property lines in our relationship with God. God has designed the world so that boundaries are to be respected. He respects ours and we need to respect his. God respects our boundaries in many ways. First, he leaves work for us to do that only we can do. And he allows us to experience the painful consequences of our behavior so that we will change. He is not willing for any of us to perish and takes no pleasure in our destruction. 2 Peter 3 verse 9, Ezekiel 18 verse 23. But he wants us to change for our own good and his glory. It hurts him deeply when we don't. But at the same time, he does not rescue us. He wants us to work it out for our own good. He will not violate our wish to be left alone, although he will plead with us to come back to him. Second, he respects our no. He tries neither to control nor nag us. He allows us to say no and go our way. Think of the parable of the prodigal son, the story of the rich young ruler, or the story of Joshua and his people. In all of these examples, God gives a choice and allows the people involved to make up their minds. When people say no, he allows it and keeps on loving them. He is a giver. And one of the things he always gives is a choice, but like a real giver, he also gives the consequences of those choices. He respects boundaries. Many people are not as honest as these biblical characters were, however. The prodigal son was direct and honest. I do not want to do it your way. I'm going to do it my way. We are more often like the second son in the parable of the two sons in the vineyard, Matt 21:28-31. We say yes, but we act out no. God prefers honesty. It is better not to vow than to make a vow and not fulfill it, Exisal 5:5. We would be much better off if we would say an honest no to whatever God is asking, for the next step could be repentance. An honest no will lead us to the discovery of how destructive it is to say no to God and to a real hungering and thirsting for righteousness. Jerry was a member of a support group I was leading. He was cheating on his wife, but he kept saying that he was sorry and that he really didn't want to be an adulterer. He really wanted to obey God, however, as much as he said that he didn't change. He wanted to believe that he wanted to change without doing the work of change. Tired of hearing how much he wanted to be different, I suggested that he tell God and the group the truth. He really did not want to change. He enjoyed his affairs, and his real wish was that God would take his rules and go somewhere else. Jerry was taken aback, but gradually began to see how true this was. Finally, he told the truth about his lack of love for God and how he really wanted to do his own thing. At first, this admission scared him. He was giving up the falsehood of seeing himself as a Christian who cared about holiness. But his honesty felt better to him than all the lies, and something began to happen. In the safety of grace, which was allowing him to see himself as he really was, he began to regret who he was. He began to see the emptiness of his heart. When he owned who he really was from his heart, he did not like himself. He was developing godly sorrow, the kind that leads to repentance, and he began to change. He told his lover that he was not going to see her anymore, and he made a new commitment to his wife. This time he meant it. Whereas for years he had been saying yes and acting out no, he finally owned his no to God directly and honestly. Only then was change possible. Until we can own our boundaries with God, we can't ever change them or allow Him to work with them. They are hidden and not communicated. They need to be honestly owned, exposed, and made a part of us. Then we and God can face the problem. Anger. In our deeper honesty and ownership of our true person, there is room for expressing anger at God. Many people who are cut off from God shut down emotionally because they feel that it is not safe to tell Him how angry they are at Him. Until they feel the anger, they cannot feel the loving feelings underneath the anger. Job wanted to fully express his anger and disappointment with God to God. But before he did this, he had to be sure of two things. He wanted God to withdraw his hand of punishment and to start communicating with him, v. 21. Job knew that if he were secure in the relationship, he could tell God what he really felt. We often fear being honest because it was not safe to express honesty in our earthly relationships. With Job, we fear both abandonment and retaliation. People abandoned us or attacked us when we told them how we really felt. Rest assured, however, that God desires truth in our inner parts, Psalms 51 verse 6. He is seeking people who will have a real relationship with Him. He wants to hear it all, no matter how bad it seems to us. When we own what is within our boundaries, when we bring it into the light, God can transform it with His love. Respecting His boundaries, God expects His boundaries to be respected as well. When He makes choices or says no to us, that is His right, His freedom. If we are to have a real relationship with Him, we need to respect that freedom. When we try and put Him into binds where He has to do something, we are testing His freedom. When we are angry with Him for what He does not do, we are not allowing Him the freedom to be who He is. The basic problem in human relationship is that of freedom. We call people bad because they do not do what we want them to do. We judge them for being themselves, for fulfilling their wishes. We withdraw love from them when they do what they feel is best for them, but it is not what we want them to do. We do the same thing with God. We feel entitled to God's favor as if He has to do what we want Him to. How do you feel when someone asks you for a favor but does not give you a free choice? This childish entitlement gets many people dissatisfied with God the same way that they are dissatisfied with others in their lives. They hate the freedom of others. God is free from us. When He does something for us, He does it out of choice. He is not under compulsion or guilt or manipulation. He does things like dying for us because He wants to. We can rest in His pure love. He has no hidden resentment in what He does. His freedom allows Him to love. Many Bible characters ran into God's freedom and learned to embrace it. Embracing His freedom and respecting His boundaries, they always deepened their relationship with God. Job had to come to accept the freedom of God to not rescue him when he wanted. Job expressed his anger and dissatisfaction with God, and God rewarded his honesty. But Job did not make God bad in his own mind. In all of his complaining, he did not end his relationship with God. He didn't understand God, but he allowed God to be Himself and did not withdraw His love from him, even when he was very angry with him. This is a real relationship. In the same way, Paul accepted the boundaries of God. When he planned trips that didn't work out, Paul accepted the sovereignty of God. He asked God repeatedly for a certain kind of healing that God would not give him. God said, "No, I do not choose to love you in the way that you want right now. I choose to love you with my presence." Paul did not reject God for setting that boundary. Jesus was perfected through His suffering, Hebrews 5 verses 7 and 10. In the Garden of Gethsemane, He asked that His cup of suffering pass from Him, but God said no. Jesus accepted God's wishes, submitted to them, and through that became the source of eternal salvation for all who obey Him, Heb 5:9. If Jesus had not respected God's boundaries and God's no, we would all be lost. In the same way that we want others to respect our no, God wants us to respect His. He does not want us to make Him the bad guy when He makes a choice. We do not like others trying to manipulate or control us with guilt, and neither does He. I respectfully disagree. Then again, God does not want us to be passive in our relationship with Him either. Sometimes, through dialogue, He changes His mind. We can influence him because ours is a real relationship of the kind Abraham had with God, Genesis 18 verses 16 and 33. God said that he would destroy Sodom, yet Abraham talked him out of it if he could find 10 righteous people. When we make our feelings and wishes known, God responds. We do not often think of God this way, but the Bible is clear. It is as though God says, if it really means that much to you, it's okay with me. One of the most astounding teachings of the Bible is that we can influence God. It wouldn't be a real relationship if we couldn't. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord, Isaiah 1 verse 18. Like a real friend or a real father, he says, let me hear your side of things and I will consider them. They matter to me. Maybe you can convince me to change my mind. Consider Jesus' parables about prayer. In one story, a judge who neither feared God nor cared about men for some time refused to grant a widow her request for justice. But because the widow kept bothering him, he changed his mind and granted her wish. Jesus told them this parable so that they should always pray and not give up. v1. In another story, a neighbor who persistently asks for bread is granted the request because of his continuing boldness. Other people Jesus decided to heal after they persisted in asking for healing. God wants us to respect his boundaries. He doesn't want us to withdraw our love when he says no. But he has nothing at all against our trying to persuade him to change his mind. In fact, he asks for us to be tenacious. Often he says, wait, seeing how much we really want something. Other times, it seems he changes his mind as a result of our relationship with him. Either way, we respect his wishes and stay in relationship. Respecting his own, in addition to our respecting God's boundaries and his respecting ours, he is a good model for how we should respect our own property. God is the ultimate responsibility taker. If someone else causes him pain, he takes responsibility for it. If we continue to abuse him, he is not masochistic. He will take care of himself. And for our own sakes, we do not want to suffer the consequences of his boundaries. The parable of the wedding banquet shows us God taking responsibility. Matt 22, 1, 14. A king who was planning a banquet invited many people to come. When they said no, he pleaded with them. They continued to say no and went about their own business. Finally, the king had had enough. Taking responsibility for the situation, he said to his servants, the wedding banquet is ready, but those I invited did not deserve to come. Go to the street corners and invite to the banquet anyone you find. VV 8, 9. Whenever God decides that enough is enough and he has suffered long enough, he respects his own property, his heart, enough to do something to make it better. He takes responsibility for the pain and makes moves to make his life different. He lets go of the rejecting people and reaches out to some new friends. God is a good model. When we are hurting, we need to take responsibility for the hurt and make some appropriate moves to make things better. This may mean letting go of someone and finding new friends. It may mean forgiving someone and letting them off the hook so we can feel better. A real relationship. We started this chapter talking about relationship. Relationship is what the gospel is about. It is a gospel of reconciliation, Romans 5 verse 11, Col 1:19-20. This gospel brings hostile parties together, Colossians 1 verse 21, and heals relationships between God and humanity and between people. The gospel brings things back to their created order, the truth and order of God. In terms of relationships, we think that God's order of relationship is himself and the way he works. And that is why we think boundaries are so important, because he has them and we are to be redeemed into his image. Boundaries are inherent in any relationship God has created, for they define the two parties who are loving each other. In this sense, boundaries between us and God are very important. They are not to do away with the fundamental oneness or unity that we have with him, but they are to define the two parties in unity. There is no unity without distinct identities, and boundaries define the distinct identities involved. We need to know these boundaries between us and him. Boundaries help us to be the best we can be in God's image. They let us see God as he really is. They enable us to negotiate life, fulfilling our responsibilities and requirements. If we are trying to do his work for him, we will fail. If we are wishing for him to do our work for us, he will refuse. But if we do our work and God does his, we will find strength in a real relationship with our Creator. Part 3, Developing Healthy Boundaries, Chapter 14, Resistance to Boundaries. We have talked about the necessity of boundaries and their wonderful value in our lives. In fact, we have all but said that life without boundaries is no life at all. But establishing and maintaining boundaries takes a lot of work, discipline, and most of all, desire. The driving force behind boundaries has to be desire. We usually know what is the right thing to do in life, but we are rarely motivated to do it unless there's a good reason. That we should be obedient to God, who tells us to set and maintain boundaries, is certainly the best reason. But sometimes we need a more compelling reason than obedience. We need to see that what is right is also good for us. And we usually only see these good reasons when we're in pain. Our pain motivates us to act. Even with the desire for a better life, we can be reluctant to do the work of boundaries for another reason. It will be a war. There will be skirmishes and battles. There will be disputes. There will be losses. The idea of spiritual warfare is not new. For thousands of years, God has given people the choice of living lives of ruin or possessing what He has secured for them. And it has always involved battles. When He led the Israelites out of Egypt toward the promised land, they had to fight many battles and learn numerous lessons before they could possess the land. We have to fight for our healing as well. God has secured our salvation and our sanctification. In position and principle, He has healed us. But we have to work out His image in us. Part of this process of healing is regaining our boundaries. As we become like Him, He is redeeming our boundaries and our limits. He has defined who we are and what our limits are so that He can bless us. Lord, you have assigned me my portion and my cup. You have made my lot secure. The boundary lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. Surely I have a delightful inheritance. Psalms 16 verses 5 and 6. But we are the ones who have to do battle. The battles fall into two categories, outside resistance and inside resistance, the resistance we get from others and the resistance we get from ourselves. Outside resistance, Julie had had a difficult time with boundaries most of her life. As a child, she had a domineering father and a mother who controlled her with guilt. She had been afraid to set boundaries with some people because of their anger, and with others because of the guilt she would feel for hurting them. When she wanted to make a decision for herself, she would listen to other people's anger or pouting and let their reactions affect her decision. Coming out of this family, she married a very self-centered man who controlled her with his anger. Throughout her adult life, she alternated between being controlled by her husband's anger and by her mother's guilt trips. She was unable to set limits on anyone. After many years, depression caught up with her, and she ended up in one of our hospitals. After a number of weeks of therapy, she was beginning to understand that she was miserable because she lacked boundaries. She finally decided to take a risk and set some limits with her husband. One day, in a joint session with her therapist and her husband, she confronted him. She returned to her support group in tears. "How did it go?" one group member asked. "Terrible. This boundary stuff doesn't work," she said. "What do you mean?" the group therapist asked her. "I told my husband that I was tired of being treated that way and that I was not going to put up with it anymore. He got angry and started yelling at me. If the therapist had not been there, I don't know what I would have done. He's never going to change." She was right. It was a good thing that the therapist was there and that she was in the hospital. She needed a lot of support in learning to set boundaries, for she would encounter a lot of resistance from both her husband and herself. She learned through the next few weeks that others were going to fight hard against her limits and that she needed to plan how she was going to fight back. If she did that, the chances of their changing were pretty good. In fact, that is exactly what happened. Her husband finally learned that he could no longer have it his way all the time and that he needed to consider other people's needs as well as his own. Angry reactions. The most common resistance one gets from the outside is anger. People who get angry at others for setting boundaries have a character problem. Self-centered, they think the world exists for them and their comfort. They see others as extensions of themselves. When they hear no, they have the same reaction a 2-year-old has when deprived of something. Bad mommy. They feel as though the one who deprives them of their wishes is bad, and they become angry. They are not righteously angry at a real offense. Nothing has been done to them at all. Someone will not do something for them. Their wish is being frustrated, and they get angry because they have not learned to delay gratification or to respect others' freedom. Proverbs 19, verse 19. The angry person has a character problem. If you reinforce this character problem, it will return tomorrow and the next day in other situations. It is not the situation that's making the person angry, but the feeling that they are entitled to things from others. They want to control others, and as a result, they have no control over themselves. So when they lose their wished-for control over someone, they lose it. They get angry. The first thing you need to learn is that the person who is angry at you for setting boundaries is the one with the problem. If you do not realize this, you may think you have a problem. Maintaining your boundaries is good for other people. It will help them learn what their families of origin did not teach them, to respect other people. Second, you must view anger realistically. Anger is only a feeling inside the other person. It cannot jump across the room and hurt you. It cannot get inside you unless you allow it. Staying separate from another's anger is vitally important. Let the anger be in the other person. He will have to feel his anger to get better. If you either rescue him from it or take it on yourself, the angry person will not get better and you will be in bondage. Third, do not let anger be a cue for you to do something. People without boundaries respond automatically to the anger of others. They rescue, seek approval, or get angry themselves. There is great power in inactivity. Do not let an out-of-control person be the cue for you to change your course. Just allow him to be angry and decide for yourself what you need to do. Consequences and countermoves. Brian was having difficulty with his father, a wealthy man who had always used his money to control other people, even his family. He had taught his children to obey by threatening to cut off his financial support or cut them out of his will. As Brian got older, he wanted more freedom from his father, but he found himself addicted to the family money and the pleasures it afforded him. He liked being able to take his wife on vacations to the family summer home. He liked the tickets to the Big Ten basketball games and the membership in the country club. But Brian didn't like what his father's control was costing him emotionally and spiritually. He decided to make some changes. He started saying no to some of his father's requests that were disruptive to him and his immediate family. He declined to go on some of the holiday trips when his children wanted to do other things. His father did not like that. Predictably, he started to cut Brian off from the resources that he had had access to. He used him as an example to the siblings. He began to lavish more privileges onto Brian's brothers and sister to show Brian his mistake. Lastly, he changed his will. This was hard for Brian. He had to cut down on his lifestyle and do without some of the things he was used to. He had to make different plans for the future as he had always planned on inheriting his father's money. In short, he had to deal with the consequences of his choice to free himself from his father's control. But for the first time in his life, he was free. This scenario is common. It is not always a family fortune that's at stake, but it may be parents' financial support for college. Or it may be a mother's availability to be babysitter, or a father's help in business, or it may be as serious as the loss of the relationship. The consequences of setting boundaries will be countermoves by controlling people. They will react to your act of boundary setting. First, figure out what it is that you are getting for your lack of boundaries and what you stand to lose by setting boundaries. In Brian's case, it was money. For others, it may be a relationship. Some people are so controlling that if someone starts to stand up to them, they will not relate to them anymore. Many people are cut off by the family they grew up in when they stop playing the family's dysfunctional games. Their parents or their friends will no longer speak to them. You face a risk in setting boundaries and gaining control of your life. In most instances, the results are not drastic, for as soon as the other person finds out that you are serious, they start to change. They find the limit setting to be something good for them. As Jesus says, you have won them. The rebuke of a friend turns out to be good medicine. Good, honest people need discipline, and they respond, however reluctantly, to limits. Others have what psychologists call character disorders. They don't want to take responsibility for their own actions and lives. When their friends and spouses refuse to take responsibility for them, they move on. When you count the cost of the consequences as difficult or as costly as they seem, they hardly compare to the loss of your very self. The message of the Bible is clear: know the risk and prepare. Second, decide if you are willing to risk loss. Is the cross you must pick up worth it to you for your very self? For some, the price is too high. They would rather continue to give in to a controlling parent or friend than to risk the relationship. Intervention specialists caution the family to think hard about whether they are ready to enforce the consequences they agreed on if the alcoholic does not get treatment. Boundaries without consequences are not boundaries. You must decide if you are willing to enforce the consequences before you set the boundaries. Third, be diligent about making up for what you have lost. In Brian's case, he had to plan to find a way to make more money. Others may need to find new child care arrangements, make new friends, or learn to deal with loneliness. Fourth, do it. There is no way of dealing with the power moves of others and the consequences of our boundaries other than setting the boundaries and going through with your plan. When you have a plan, do like Peter, get out of the boat and make your way toward Jesus. Fix your eyes on Jesus, the author and perfecter of your faith, Hebrews 12, verse 2. The first step will be the hardest. Go out and do it and look for his help. Remember, he trains my hands for battle. My arms can bend a bow of bronze, Psalms 18, verse 34. Fifth, realize that the hard part is just beginning. Setting the limit is not the end of the battle. It is the beginning. Now is the time to go back to your support group and use them to spiritually nourish you so that you will be able to keep your stand. Keep working the program that got you ready to set your boundaries. Counter moves to your boundary setting are tough to battle, but God will be there to match your efforts as you work out your salvation. Physical resistance. It is sad that we have to include this section, but some people can't maintain their boundaries with another person because they are physically overpowered. Abusive spouses and boyfriends will not take no for an answer. Often women who try to set limits are physically abused. These abused individuals need help. They are often afraid to tell anyone about what has happened or what is continuing to happen for many reasons. They are trying to protect their spouse's reputation with friends or the church. They are afraid to admit that they allow this treatment. They are often afraid that they will get beaten worse if they tell. They must realize the seriousness of the problem and get outside help. The problem will not go away, and it could get a lot worse. If you are in this situation, find other people to help you set limits on the abuse. Find a counselor who has dealt with abusive spouses before. Arrange to call people in your church if your spouse or friend gets violent. Arrange for a place to stay overnight if you are threatened, no matter what the hour. Call the police and an attorney. Get a restraining order on such an individual if he will respect no other limit. Do it for yourself and for your children. Do not allow this to go on. Seek help. Pain of others. When we begin to set boundaries with people we love, a really hard thing happens. They hurt. They may feel a hole where you used to plug up their aloneness, their disorganization, or their financial irresponsibility. Whatever it is, they will feel a loss. If you love them, this will be difficult for you to watch. But when you are dealing with someone who is hurting, remember that your boundaries are both necessary for you and helpful for them. If you have been enabling them to be irresponsible, your limit setting may nudge them toward responsibility. Blamers will act as though you're saying no is killing them, and they will react with a "How could you do this to me?" message. They are likely to cry, pout, or get angry. Remember that blamers have a character problem. If they make it sound as though their misery is because of your not giving something to them, they are blaming and demanding what is yours. This is very different from a humble person asking out of need. Listen to the nature of other people's complaints. If they are trying to blame you for something they should take responsibility for, confront them. Susan had to confront her brother, who wanted her to lend him money to get a new car. They were both adults. She was responsible and worked hard. He was irresponsible and never saved enough of what he made. For years he hit her up for loans. For years she forked over the money. He seldom paid her back. Finally, after attending a workshop on boundaries, she saw the light and said no to his latest request. He responded as though she had ruined his life. He said that he would not be able to advance in his career because of her, because he could never attract business unless he had a new car. He said that he would not be able to get dates because of her with his old car. Having learned to hear the blame, she confronted him. She said that she was sorry his career was not going well, but his career was his problem. These responses were good for her and good for him. Real needs. You may need to set boundaries on people in real need. If you are a loving person, it will break your heart to say no to someone you love who is in need. But there are limits to what you can and can't give. You need to say no appropriately. These are not cases of giving reluctantly or under compulsion, 2 Corinthians 9 verse 7. These are the instances in which your broken heart wants to give, but you would burn out if you did. Remember the story of Moses' impending burnout in Exodus 18. Moses' father-in-law, Jethro, saw all that he was doing for the people and told Moses to delegate some of the work so that he could better meet the needs of the people. Learn what your limits are, give what you have decided in your heart to give, and send other people in need to those who can help them. Empathize with these people's situations. They often need to know that you see their needs as valid and that they really do need help. And pray for them. This is the most loving thing you can do for the pain and needs around you that you can't meet. Forgiveness and reconciliation. Many people have a problem determining the difference between forgiveness and reconciliation. They fail to deal with external resistance because they feel that they have to give in to the other person again or they are not being forgiving. In fact, many people are afraid to forgive because they equate that with letting down their boundaries one more time and giving the other person the power to hurt them again. The Bible is clear about two principles. We always need to forgive, but we don't always achieve reconciliation. Forgiveness is something that we do in our hearts. We release someone from a debt that they owe us. We write off the person's debt and they no longer owe us. We no longer condemn them. They are clean. Only one party is needed for forgiveness, me. The person who owes me a debt does not have to ask my forgiveness. It is a work of grace in my heart. This brings us to the second principle. We do not always achieve reconciliation. God forgave the world, but the whole world is not reconciled to him. Although he may have forgiven all people have not owned their sin and appropriated his forgiveness. That would be reconciliation. Forgiveness takes one. Reconciliation takes two. We do not open ourselves up to the other party until we have seen that they have truly owned their part of the problem. Many times Scripture talks about keeping boundaries with someone until they own what they have done and produce fruit in keeping with repentance. Matthew 3:8. True repentance is much more than saying I'm sorry. It is changing direction. You need to clearly communicate that while you have forgiven them, you do not trust them yet, for they have not proven themselves trustworthy. There has not been enough time to see if they really are going to change. Remember, God is your model. He did not wait for people to change their behavior before he stopped condemning them. He is finished condemning, but that does not mean that he has a relationship with all people. People must choose to own up to their sin and repent. Then God will open himself to them. Reconciliation involves two. Do not think that because you have forgiven that you have to reconcile. You can offer reconciliation, but it must be contingent upon the other person owning their behavior and bringing forth trustworthy fruits. Internal resistances. We have to have good boundaries, not only externally as we have seen in the last section, but also internally to say no to the flesh as it wants to have dominion over us. Let's look at boundaries in regard to our internal resistance to growth. Humanie Jane was in therapy because of her pattern of picking destructive men. She quickly fell in love with men who were very smooth and charming. In the beginning, it was always great. They would seem to be what she always wanted and to fulfill some missing part within her. She would coast along for a while in this state, then she would slowly lose herself in the relationship and find herself giving into things she did not want to give into, doing things she did not want to do, and giving things she did not want to give. The man she had fallen for would turn out to be very self-centered and unable to see her needs and respect her boundaries. Before long, she would be miserable. She would talk with friends who would tell her what she already knew. The guy is a jerk, and you should tell him to take a hike. But she would not act on this knowledge, and she would be in bondage to the relationship, unable to leave. She lacked boundaries. She could not say no. As we began to look at this pattern in Jane's life, we discovered that the drive to stay with these men was motivated by Jane's desire to ward off the depression she would feel if she separated. We further discovered that the depression was rooted in a very empty place inside Jane that had never been filled by her father. Jane's father had been very much like the men she would pick, unavailable to her emotionally and unwilling to show love to her. She was trying to fill the space her father should have filled with destructive people who would never fulfill this need. Jane's internal resistance to setting the boundaries was this unmet developmental need from childhood. God has designed us with very specific needs from the family we grew up in. When we have unmet needs, we need to take inventory of these broken places inside and begin to have those needs met in the body of Christ, so that we will be strong enough to fight the boundary fights of adult life. These unmet developmental needs are responsible for much of our resistance to setting boundaries. God has designed us to grow up in godly families where parents do the things He has commanded. They nurture us, they have good boundaries, they forgive and help us resolve the split between good and bad, and they empower us to become responsible adults. But many people have not had this experience. They are psychological orphans who need to be adopted and cared for by the body of Christ. To differing extents, this is true of all of us. Unresolved grief and loss, if the unmet needs resistance, has to do with getting the good. Grief has to do with letting go of the bad. Many times when someone is unable to set boundaries, it is because they cannot let go of the person with whom they are fused. Jane kept trying to get her need for a caring and loving father met. But to get this need met, Jane was going to have to let go of what she could never have, her father's love. This was going to be a huge loss to her. The Bible is full of examples of God asking people to leave behind the people and lives that are not good for them. He asked the Israelites to leave Egypt to have a better life, but many of them kept looking back, holding on to what they thought was better. When Lot and his wife left Sodom, the warning was to not look back, yet she did, and turned to salt. The basic rule in biblical recovery is that the life before God is not worth holding on to. We must lose it, grieve it, and let go so that He can give us good things. We tend to hold on to the hope that someday they will love me and continue to try to get someone who is unable to love us to change. This wish must be mourned and let go so that our hearts can be open to the new things that God wants for us. Many times to set boundaries with someone is to risk losing the love that you have craved for a long time. To start to say no to a controlling parent is to get in touch with the sadness of what you do not have with them, instead of still working hard to get it. This working hard keeps you away from the grief and keeps you stuck. But accepting the reality of who they are and letting go of the wish for them to be different is the essence of grief. And that is sad indeed. We play the if-onlys instead of having boundaries. We say to ourselves unconsciously, if only I would try harder instead of confronting his perfectionistic demands, he will like me. Or, if only I would give in to her wishes and not make her angry, she will love me. Giving up boundaries to get love postpones the inevitable. The realization of the truth about the person, the embracing of the sadness of that truth, and the letting go and moving on with life. Let's look at the steps you need to take to face this internal resistance. 1. Own your boundarylessness. Admit that you have a problem. Own the fact that if you are being controlled, manipulated, or abused, the problem is not that you are with a bad person and your misery is their fault. The problem is that you lack boundaries. Don't blame someone else. You are the one with the problem. 2. Realize the resistance. You may think, oh, I just need to set some limits, and that you are then on the road to getting better. If it were this easy, you would have done it years earlier. Confess that you do not want to set boundaries because you are afraid. You sabotage your freedom because of inside resistance. 3. Seek grace and truth. As in every other step in the process, you cannot face these hard truths in a vacuum. You need the support of others to help you own up to your internal resistance and also to empower you to do the work of grief. Good grief can only take place in relationship. We need grace from God and others. 4. Identify the wish. Behind the failure to set limits is the fear of loss. Identify whose love you are going to have to give up if you choose to live. Place a name to it. Who are you going to have to place on the altar and give to God? Your strong tie to that person is keeping you stuck. You are not restrained by us, but you are restrained in your own affections. 2 Corinthians 6 verse 12 NASB. Like the Corinthians who could not open up to Paul's love, you get stuck in your affections, your ties to people you need to let go of. 5. Let go. In the safety of your supportive relationships, face what you will never have from this person or who this person symbolizes. This will be like a funeral. You will go through the stages of grief, denial, bargaining, anger, sadness, acceptance. You may not necessarily go through these stages in this order, but you will probably feel all these emotions. This is normal. Get with your supportive people and talk about your losses. These wishes run very deep and may be very painful to face. You may need to see a professional counselor. To let go of what you never had is difficult, but in the end you will save your life by losing it. Only God can fill the empty place with the love of His people and Himself. 6. Move on. The last step in grieving has to do with finding what you want. Seek and you will find. God has a real life out there for you if you are willing to let go of the old one. He can only steer a moving ship, though. You have got to get active and begin to seek His good for you. You will be amazed how much can change in your life when you finally begin to let go of what you can never have. All of your attempts to preserve the old life were taking a lot of energy and opening you up to a lot of abuse and control. Letting go is the way to serenity. Grief is the path. Internal fears of anger. 3 partners of a management team of one company were working on a big project with another company. In the course of negotiations, the president of the other company got very angry with the trio because they wouldn't do something he wanted them to do. 2 of the 3 partners lost sleep, worried, and fretted about the breakdown of negotiations. They wondered what they would do if the president of the other company no longer liked them. They finally called a meeting with the 3rd partner to talk about a strategy. They were prepared to change all of their plans to appease the angry man. When the 2 told their 3rd partner of their plans to give away the store, he just looked at them and said, "What's the big deal?" "So he's angry. What else is on the agenda?" They all began to laugh as they saw how silly they were being. They were acting like children with an angry parent, as if their psychological survival depended on this president's being happy. Each of the 2 partners who had feared the anger of the other man came from homes where anger was used to control. The 3rd partner had never been exposed to that tactic. As a result, the latter had good boundaries. They elected him to meet with the president of the other company. He confronted the man, saying that if he was able to get over his anger and wanted to work with them, fine. But if not, they would go somewhere else. It was a good lesson. The first 2 looked at the man from a dependent child's perspective. They acted like he was the only person in the world that they could depend on, and so his anger frightened them. The other one saw it from an adult's eyes and knew that if this man could not get his act together, they could move on. The problem was internal for 2 of the 3 partners. The same angry man got 2 different responses. The first 2 resisted setting limits, the 3rd did not. The determining factor was inside the man with the boundary skills, not with the angry man. If angry people can make you lose your boundaries, you probably have an angry person in your head that you still fear. You will need to work through some of the hurt you experienced in that angry past. A hurt, frightened part of you needs to be exposed to the light and the healing of God and His people. You need love to allow you to let go of that angry parent and stand up to the adults you now face. Steps to address internal fears of anger. 1. Realize it is a problem. 2. Go talk to someone about your paralysis. You will not work this out alone. 3. In your support relationships, find the source of your fear and begin to recognize the person in your head that the angry person represents. 4. Talk out your hurts and feelings regarding these past issues. 5. Practice the boundary setting skills in this book. 6. Don't go into automatic pilot and give up your boundaries either by fighting or by being passive. Give yourself time and space until you can respond. If you need physical distance, get it. But don't give up your boundaries. 7. When you are ready, respond. Stick to self-control statements. Stick to your decisions. Just reiterate what you will do or not do and let them be angry. Tell them that you care for them. Maybe ask if you can do anything else to help. But your no still stands. 8. Regroup. Talk to your support people about the interaction and see if you kept your ground, lost ground, or were attacking. Many times you will feel mean when you were not, and you may need a reality check on that. You may have thought that you kept your boundaries when you gave away the farm. Get feedback. 9. Keep practicing. Role play. Continue to gain insight and an understanding about the past and grieve your losses. Continue to gain skills in the present. After a while, you will think, I remember when angry people could control me. But I've dealt with the things inside that allowed that. It's nice to be free. Remember, God does not want angry people to control you. He wants to be your master and does not want to share you with anyone. He is on your side, fear of the unknown. Another powerful internal resistance to setting boundaries is the fear of the unknown. Being controlled by others is a safe prison. We know where all the rooms are. As one woman said, I didn't want to move out of hell. I knew the names of all the streets. Setting boundaries and being more independent is scary because it is a step into the unknown. The Bible has many stories about people called by God out of the familiar to an unknown land. And He promises them if they will step out on faith and live His way, He will lead them to a better land. By faith Abraham, when called to go to a place he would later receive as his inheritance, obeyed and went, even though he did not know where he was going. Hebrews 11 verse 8. Change is frightening. It may comfort you to know that if you are afraid, you are possibly on the right road, the road to change and growth. One businessman I know says that if he is not totally frightened at some point in every day, he is not stretching himself far enough. He is very successful at what he does. Boundaries separate you from what you have known and what you do not want. They open up all sorts of new options for you. You will have mixed emotions as you let go of the old and familiar and venture out into the new. Think for a moment about the new and frightening developmental boundary steps that have opened up bigger and better worlds for you. As a 2-year-old, you stepped away from your mom and dad to explore the world. As a 5-year-old, you left home to go to school, opening up possibilities of socialization and learning. As an adolescent, you stepped further away from your parents as new competencies and possibilities emerged. As a high school graduate, you left for college or got a job and learned to live on your own. These steps are scary indeed, but along with the fear, you stretch to new heights, possibilities, and realizations of God, yourself, and the world. This is the two-sided nature of boundaries. You may lose something, but you gain a new life of peacefulness and self-control. Here are some ideas that may prove helpful. 1. Pray. No better antidote to anxiety about the future exists than faith, hope, and the realization of the one who loves us. Prayer gets us in touch with the one in whom our security lies. Lean on God and ask Him to lead your future steps. 2. Read the Bible. God continually tells us in the Bible that He has our future in His hands and that He promises to lead us. The Bible is full of stories about how He has proven Himself faithful to others as He led them into the unknown. When I was a college student faced with the uncertainty of the future, my favorite verse was, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will make your paths straight." Proverbs 3 verses 5 and 6. Memorizing scripture verses will give you comfort when you face the unknown. It will remind you that God is trustworthy. 3. Develop your gifts. Boundaries create independence of functioning. We cannot feel good about our independence if we are not developing skills and competencies. Take classes, gain information. Get counseling, get more training and education. And practice, practice, practice. As your skills develop, you will have less fear of the future. 4. Lean on your support group. Just as the child who is learning boundaries needs to look back and check in with mother for refueling, so do adults. You need your support group to help comfort you in the changes you are going through. Lean on them, gain strength from them. 2 are better than 1 because they have a good return for their work. If one falls down, his friend can help him up. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. Remember, as the disciples were about to embark on the unknown, Jesus prayed for their unity, oneness, and love for each other and God. 5. Learn from the witness of others. Research and experience has shown that it is very helpful to get with other people who are struggling and who have gone through what you have gone through. This is more than support. It is being able to hear the stories of people who have been there, who have been scared, but who can witness to the fact that you can make it. Listen to their trials, how they have been in your shoes, and how God was faithful to them. 2 Corinthians 1 verse 4. 6. Have confidence in your ability to learn. There is nothing that you are presently doing that you did not have to learn. At one time, the things you are now able to do were unfamiliar and frightening. This is the nature of life. But the important thing to remember is that you can learn. Once you realize that you are able to learn new things and handle new situations, you cease fearing the future. People who have strong fears about the unknown have a strong need to know everything beforehand, and no one ever knows how to do something before they do it. They go and learn it. Some people have confidence in their ability to learn, and others don't. If you can begin to learn that you can learn, future unknowns look totally different. Many depressed people suffer from a syndrome called learned helplessness, in which they have been taught that whatever they do will make no difference on the outcome. Many dysfunctional families caught in destructive cycles reinforce this in their children. But when you grow up and see other options that will make a difference, you do not have to stay stuck in the helplessness you learned at home. You can learn new patterns of relating and functioning. This is the essence of the personal power God wants you to have. 7. Rework past separations. Often when you have to make a change or go through a loss, you find that your fear or sadness seems greater than the situation warrants. Some of these heightened emotions may come from past separations or memories of change. If you had some serious losses in the past, such as losses of friends through frequent moves, you may be tapping into what was not resolved in the past. Make sure that you find someone with wisdom and begin to see if the fear and pain you are feeling as you face the present is coming from something unresolved in the past. This will help you get into perspective what you feel and perceive. You may be seeing the world through the eyes of a 6-year-old instead of the 35-year-old that you are. Rework the past and do not let it become the future. 8. Structure. For many people, life changes are unbearable because of the loss of structure they entail. In such changes, we often lose both internal and external structures. Things we used to depend on inside are no longer there, and people, places, and schedules that made us secure on the outside have disappeared. This can leave us in a state of chaos. Creating internal as well as external structure will help in these times of reorganization. Internal structure will come from creating boundaries, following the steps in this book. In addition, gaining new values and beliefs, learning new spiritual principles and information, having new disciplines and plans and sticking to them, and having others listen to your pain are all structure building. But while you are doing this, you may also need some strong external structure. Set a certain time every day to call a friend, schedule weekly meeting times with your support group, or join a regular Bible study or a 12-step support group. In chaotic times, you may need some structure around which to orient your new changes. As you grow and the change is not overwhelming, you can begin to give up some structure. 9. Remember what God has done. The Bible is full of God's reminding His people of the things He has done in the past to give them faith for the future. Hope is rooted in memory. We remember getting help in the past, and that gives us hope for the future. Some people feel so hopeless because they have no memory of being helped in the past. Remind yourself of what God has done and who He is. If you have been a Christian for a long time, look back into your life and remember how He has intervened, the situations from which He has delivered you, the ways that He has come through for you. Listen to others. Remember the grace He has shown us in His Son. He did not do that for nothing. He did it for our redemption and future. If He has let you down, or it seems that He has never done anything for you, allow Him to start now. Many times God allowed terrible things for a long time before delivering His people. We do not know God's timing, but if you have started in recovery now, He is moving in your life. The time of your deliverance is near. Hang on and let God do for you what He has done for so many. So do not throw away your confidence. It will be richly rewarded. You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. Hebrews 10 verses 35 and 36. Unforgiveness. To err is human, to forgive is divine. And to not forgive is the most stupid thing we can do. Forgiveness is very hard. It means letting go of something that someone owes you. Forgiveness is freedom from the past. It is freedom from the abusive person who hurt you. The Bible compares forgiving people to releasing them from a legal debt. When a debt is incurred, when people trespass on your personal property, real owing occurs. You have on the books of your soul an accounting of who owes you what. Your mother controlled you and owes you to make it right. Your father dominated you and owes you to make it right. If you are under the law, you are motivated to collect these debts from them. Attempts at collection may take many forms. You may try to please them to help them pay you back. You think that if you do a little something more, they will pay their bill and give you the love they owe. Or you may think that if you confront them enough, they will see their wrong and make it right. Or you may feel that if you convince enough people of how bad you've had it and how bad your parents were, that will somehow clear the account. Or you could take it out on someone else, repeating the sin they did to you on someone else or on them to even the score. Or you could continue to try and convince them of how bad they are. You think that if they just understood, they would make it better. They would pay what they owe. Nothing is wrong with wanting things to be resolved. The problem is that things will get resolved in only one way, with grace and forgiveness. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth does not work. The wrong can never be undone, but it can be forgiven and thereby rendered powerless. To forgive means to write it off. Let it go, tear up the account. It is to render the account cancelled. Having cancelled the written code with its regulations that was against us and that stood opposed to us, He took it away, nailing it to the cross. Colossians 2 verse 14. To forgive means we will never get from that person what was owed us. And that is what we do not like, because that involves grieving for what will never be. The past will not be different. For some, this means grieving the childhood that never was. For others, it means other things, but to hang on to the demand is to stay in unforgiveness, and that is the most destructive thing we can do to ourselves. Warning, forgiveness, and opening up to more abuse are not the same thing. Forgiveness has to do with the past. Reconciliation and boundaries have to do with the future. Limits guard my property until someone has repented and can be trusted to visit again. And if they sin, I will forgive again 70 times 7. But I want to be around people who honestly fail me, not dishonestly deny that they have hurt me and have no intent to do better. That is destructive for me and for them. If people are owning their sin, they are learning through failure. We can ride that out. They want to be better and forgiveness will help. But if someone is in denial or only giving lip service to getting better without trying to make changes or seeking help, I need to keep my boundaries, even though I have forgiven them. Forgiveness gives me boundaries because it unhooks me from the hurtful person, and then I can act responsibly, wisely. If I am not forgiving them, I am still in a destructive relationship with them. Gain grace from God and let others' debts go. Do not keep seeking a bad account. Let it go and get what you need from God and people who can give. That is a better life. Unforgiveness destroys boundaries. Forgiveness creates them, for it gets bad debt off of your property. Remember one last thing. Forgiveness is not denial. You must name the sin against you to forgive it. God did not deny what we did to him. He worked through it. He named it. He expressed his feelings about it. He cried and was angry, and then he let it go. And he did this in the context of relationship. Within the Trinity, he was never alone. Go and do the same. And watch out for the resistance that will want you to stay in the past, trying to collect what will never be. External focused people tend to look outside of themselves for the problem. This external perspective keeps you a victim. It says that you can never be okay until someone else changes. This is the essence of powerless blame. It may make you morally superior to that person, but it will never fix the problem. Face squarely the resistance to looking at yourself as the one who has to change. It is crucial that you face yourself, for that is the beginning of boundaries. Responsibility begins with an internal focus of confession and repentance. You must confess the truth about the ways you are keeping your boundarylessness going, and you must turn from those ways. You must look at yourself and face the internal resistance of wanting the problem to be on the outside of you. Guilt is a difficult emotion, for it is really not a true feeling, such as sadness, anger, or fear. It is a state of internal condemnation. It is the punitive nature of our fallen conscience saying, "You are bad." It is the state Jesus died for to put us into a state of no condemnation. Biblically, it is something legal, not emotional. Scripture teaches that we are to be out from under condemnation, and that guilt should not be a motivator of our behavior. We are to be motivated by love, and the resulting emotion that comes out of love when we fail is godly sorrow, 2 Corinthians 7 verse 10. This is contrasted with worldly sorrow, which is guilt and brings death. This guilt comes mainly from how we have been taught in our early socialization process. Therefore, our guilt feelings are not inerrant. They can appear when we have not done anything wrong at all, but have violated some internal standard that we have been taught. We have to be careful about listening to guilt feelings to tell us when we are wrong, for often the guilt feelings themselves are wrong. In addition, guilt feelings are not good motivators anyway. It is hard to love from a condemned place. We need to feel not condemned so that we can feel godly sorrow that looks at the hurt we have caused someone else instead of how bad we are. Guilt distorts reality, gets us away from the truth and away from doing what is best for the other person. This is particularly true when it comes to boundaries. We have seen over and over in this book how the Bible tells us to have good boundaries, to enforce consequences, to set limits, to grow up and separate from families of origin, and to say no. When we do these things, we are doing right. These boundaries are loving actions to take. Even though they are painful, they are helpful to others. But our fallen consciences can tell us that we are bad or doing something mean when we set boundaries. The people with whom we are setting boundaries will often say things to reinforce our guilty consciences. If you have been raised in a family that said implicitly or explicitly that your boundaries are bad, you know what I am talking about. When you say no to a request, you feel guilty. When you do not allow someone to take advantage of you, you feel guilty. When you separate from the family to create a life of your own, you feel guilty. If you do not rescue someone who is irresponsible, you feel guilty. The list goes on. Guilt will keep you from doing what is right and will keep you stuck. Many people do not have good boundaries because they are afraid of disobeying the internal parent inside their heads. There are several steps you can take to avoid this guilt, but you must begin with one realization. The guilt is your problem. Many people without boundaries complain about how so and so makes me feel guilty when I say no, as if the other person had some sort of power over them. This fantasy comes from childhood when your parents seemed so powerful. No one has the power to make you feel guilty. A part of you agrees with the message because it taps into strong parental messages in your emotional brain. And that is your problem. It is on your property and you must gain control over it. See that being manipulated is your problem and you will be able to master it. Steps to overcome guilt. 1. Own the guilt. 2. Get into your support system. 3. Begin to examine where the guilt messages come from. 4. Become aware of your anger. 5. Forgive the controller. 6. Set boundaries in practice situations with your supportive friends, then gradually set them in more difficult situations. This will help you to gain strength as well as gain the supportive voices you need to rework your conscience. 7. Learn new information for your conscience. This is where reading books like this and reading what God says about your boundaries will give you new information that will become the new guiding structures in your head instead of the old voices. Learning God's ways can restore your soul and make your heart rejoice instead of feeling that controlling parental guilt. 8. Acquire guilt. That may sound funny, but you are going to have to disobey your parental conscience to get well. You are going to have to do some things that are right, but make you feel guilty. Do not let the guilt be your master any longer. Set the boundaries and then get with your new supporters to let them help you with the guilt. 9. Stay in your support group. Guilt is not resolved by just retraining your mind. You need the new connections to internalize new voices in your head. 10. Do not be surprised by grief. This will be sad, but let others love you in that process. Mourners can be comforted. Abandonment fears. Taking a stand in a vacuum. Remember from the developmental section in chapter 4 that boundaries come after bonding. God designed the learning process this way. Babies must be secure before they learn boundaries, so that learning separateness will not be frightening, but new and exciting. Children who have good connections naturally begin to set boundaries and move away from others. They have enough love inside to risk setting boundaries and gaining independence. But if one does not have secure bonding, setting boundaries is too frightening. Many people stay in destructive relationships because they fear abandonment. They fear that if they stand up for themselves, they will be all alone in the world. They would rather have no boundaries and some connection than have boundaries and be all alone. Boundaries are not built in a vacuum. They must be undergirded by strong bonding to safe people, or they will fail. If you have a good support group to go to after setting boundaries with someone you love, you will not be alone. Being rooted and grounded in love in the body of Christ and with God will be the developmental fuel you need to risk boundary setting. People often vacillate between compliance and isolation. Neither is healthy or sustainable for very long. Over and over in our hospital program, we have seen people in destructive patterns unable to set limits because they were working in a vacuum. They repeatedly say that the understanding support they received in the program fueled them to do the hard things they had never been able to do. If it were easy, you would have done it by now. This chapter is about trouble, the kind Jesus warned about. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world. When you begin to do things Jesus' way, you will encounter troubles from both outside and inside. The world, the devil, and even your own flesh will resist you and pressure you to do it the wrong way. But the wrong way is not working. To do it right will be difficult, but he warned us about that. Narrow the road that leads to life, Matt 7:14. To hammer out a godly identity takes a lot of courage and a lot of work. And a lot of battles. Running into resistance is a good sign that you are doing what you need to do. It will be worth it. Remember the clear message of the scriptures. When you encounter resistances, persevering to the end will bring great reward. Receiving the goal of your faith, the salvation of your souls. As James puts it, consider it pure joy, my brothers, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith develops perseverance. Perseverance must finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. These resistances will surely come, I promise you. If they didn't come, you would have established boundaries a long time ago. But as they come, see them in their biblical perspective. They are part of a long history of your sisters and brothers, people who have encountered many trials as they ventured out on the road of faith, seeking a better land. This journey is always riddled with trouble, but also with the promises of our shepherd to carry us through if we do our part. Go for it.